They see the grind, now they wanna build. I ain't got time to be trying, bitch. I got bills, how I feel. To come up from the dirt without a stain on your shirt. Ain't no smut on my name, I'm beyond real. Kept a G with some niggas that I should've treated worse than a clucker. Ain't it funny how time kills all, the hills all depends on how you look at it. Watching every step I take through this minefield. Man, it's landmine. Always knew in due time I would shine a due time. Whatever it takes to take care of the kids. I make mistakes to pave the way for them to live comfortably. Don't come for me, you won't believe the shit I see inside my dreams. I got visions of me standing over the body with the barrel smoking. I don't bother nobody. I just mind my business. Niggas talk about niggas in my city more than bitches do. Man, I swear I don't get it. Was your pops not around? I was raised by a woman too. But it's none of my business. Tread light, don't slip in your feelings when it's crunch time. 9 times out of 9, bitch, I'm fine every time. If you step 1 foot across the gun line.
This is the gun line. You are now inside the gun line. You tripping foul over the gun line, you will be shot. You spit, you pity, you saw that you stick your Johnson out over the gun line, you will be shot.
And I put my life on this. Before I fold, I'd rather slice my wrist. And heaven knows I'll die for this. Yeah. Throw me in a cell, I'll do life for this. I put my life on it.
Look, bingo, there go my car. We too cool, no hot bar. And I remember them ramen dinners that mama said this was pasta. Now I won't eat steak without lobster. That's surf and surf. I'm a perfect version of a nigga that went out and made some magic, but he could not forget that he deserved it first. Goddamn. Red light, green light, my niggas ain't dug them gooses. Them birds come in and next tails get the chirp. Dreams and vision of dreamless women who please it 4 seasons and leave us when them sentences become run on. Now your homie saying she here unknown. Now you won't smoke with your blunt on. And the DA saying you was done for. Cause your partners ain't like Bruno Mars. Now this ain't what you signed up for. We done had violent losses. Our lives is costing way more than I tied an offer. I never put my pride on auction. For mine to off, you're so true, I line the coffin.
And I put my life on this. Before I fold, I'd rather slice my wrist. And heaven knows I'll die for this. Yeah. Throw me in a cell, I'll do life for this. I put my life on this. Yeah.
Standing over the body. I don't bother nobody. Standing over the body. I don't bother nobody.
Bingo, there go my car. We too cool, no hot bar. And I remember the ramen dinners that mama said.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. First and foremost, thank y'all for tapping in, tuning in to another episode of Rhetoric, man. We here, man. Better late than never, family. We are here. First and foremost, support the brothers' music that I play, man. Brother B. Howard and If You Stand. I just dropped the link in there. Y'all go show them some love, man. Give them some likes on the YouTube video. All of that good stuff. What up, Jess Blaze? What up, Chemo and Dritty in the building? What's up, guys? Things first. I'm gonna take this damn cap block off. Yeah. Let me share this. Yeah, family, and this is for y'all. Anybody on Instagram, man? Like I said, my Instagram information, my personal Instagram is always scrolling across the bottom of the screen. So fuck with that. What's on the screen now is hold on. That's the business. That's my business Instagram. So y'all make sure y'all follow that, support that. Yes, for the people here in the local area, the restaurant right here under construction. I can't stop. Can I stop it? Oh, hold on. I can't stop it. Hold on. I did that wrong. I can stop it right there. So yeah, man, this says we really appreciate the support, but Fanny 615 will shut down to the beginning of the year for construction and inspection of the kitchen. Trust us is solely to benefit our customers and provide better and more efficient service. So yes, sir. So yeah, man, everybody was wondering what's going on with the restaurant this weekend. We will not be opening till the first of the year. Construction is going on. So yeah, man, we'll get it right. We're going to get it right, man. But thank y'all for being patient with us. Everybody who's came through and support. last show. If you did not check out the last live stream I did, go back and check it out. I know it's long, but it was a great show. Great show. Got some conflict resolution done at the end of the show. You know, it was beautiful seeing the brothers air out their grievances. And then at the same time, the men stepped up like men and said, okay, this is where I was wrong. This is what I apologize for. So, yeah, man, it's good seeing men. You know, men can apologize and men can be accountable for their actions and admit when they're wrong and you know, and shake it up like men and move on. So that was dope. That was dope. The question today, family. Y'all let me know. Y'all let me know. Is it possible to unite all people for the betterment of society? Is it possible? Is it possible to unite all the races, all the ethnicities, all the nationalities, all the religions? Is it possible to unite all of the people for the betterment of society? Or is it too far gone? You know, has we been too have we been divided so much and so long that it's impossible to unite all people? You know, my religious people, what does the Bible say? What does the Quran say? What do you think? What's your personal thoughts on it? Show me a society. Give me some examples of all people uniting for the betterment of society. You see what I'm saying? See, somebody saying if it's possible if you get rid of Zionists, you know, so maybe they're saying is you know, I don't know if that's possible or impossible. It sounds like it's impossible to get rid of the Zionists, you know. Euro Americans should go first. I don't know if that means go, if they should leave, or they should unite first. I don't know. Yeah, I get that, Jet. So Jet said it depends on what you mean by unite. We can live amongst each other, but is that really united? Great question. So I guess when I say unite, I am saying fighting, right? Because I hear a lot of people say, listen, man, we use terms like they and the government and the system. We have to fight against the system. The system don't love us. And I'm thinking, okay, we're going to be fighting around these oppressive systems, then we're going to have to unite. We're going to have to come together and realize that maybe we're not each other's worst enemy, but the quote unquote system or whatever you want to call it, you know, they are the real enemies. Some people would call them the elites. You know, all of these different words we use for them, we would say that those are the real enemies. So is it possible for us to realize that we have a common enemy and come together? You see what I'm saying? And Andretti says, it's possible, but people got to pay for the past first. Okay. Sounds like justice to me, Andretti sounds like justice. Sounds like justice to me, man. But yeah, man, y'all hit the link, click the link, family. There it is right there. Stanley, if you want to come through, there it is, man. Good seeing you in other spots, Stanley. But yeah, I would like for you to come through, Stanley. You've been typing a lot lately, man. Come through. I know you have a voice. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my brother God of Jacob, and shout out to the charcoal block. Let me drop that. He doesn't really drop a lot of content, but there it is. Y'all make sure y'all go over there and support the charcoal block, because I'm going to be playing a video from the charcoal block that he just dropped the other day. Because on my other show, I was speaking about Charleston White. So speaking about the brother Charleston White, and he had a conversation with another brother, and I played the conversation and we spoke about Charleston White. You know, we said sometimes he says some truth, but it's the delivery, you know. And you know what I'm saying? We said it's the delivery that shakes people up. It's the delivery that makes people maybe not understand what he's saying or disregard his message because of the delivery. So I thank God that Jacob was showing on this video. Let me go ahead and get ready to share. What's going on, Kingo?
No, born.
You got it, brother. You got it, brother. But yeah, if you're not subscribed to the Charcoal Block, man, click on that, man. Because like I said, we're gonna definitely want to make sure my brother get them subscribers up. I know he don't too much give a fuck about YouTube, but that's my brother, and he drops great content on that channel. So yeah, yo, Kingo, question, man. Is it possible to unite all people for the betterment of society?
Yeah, just before I answer the question, I'll just say flipping you know what I found is that I go to sleep for a couple hours, I wake up and I'm like, all right, I'm actually your time zone is my time zone. Yeah.
Oh, you on American time?
I'm gonna go to sleep at like 8 o'clock tonight. I'm gonna go to sleep at 8 o'clock and wake up at like 2.
Yeah.
1.
So 8 o'clock your time. I'm 6 hours behind. So 8 o'clock.
And I think I'm gonna blame it on your show, bro. I think I'm actually gonna blame it because I think where I'm like I wake up, go toilet, and then I'll be like, all right, board's on. So I'll just end up I hear James talking about some, you know what I mean, psychoanalyzing something, and then Leo will be up here telling a joke, or it'll be someone that would just grip my fucking, you know what I mean? And then I'll be like, I'll find myself awake for just mad long.
Shout out to the panels, man. Shout out to the panels.
Yeah,
but what are you, Aduki? You in the States? It's 8:52 where I am. Where you at, Aduki? Eduki, go. What the hell?
One thing about you though is that you always got a topic flowing, so you know what I mean. It's always gonna be engaging.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. I had to really scrape one up today, Kingo. I was on Nine's channel, and Nine was like, "Hey, Born, go live," and there was a couple people in the chat like, "Born, go live." So I'm like, "Oh fuck, I don't have a topic. But then again, I do, man. I do, man. I'll be straight up with you, Kingo. I was talking about, I don't know if you was there, but it was a Puerto Rican guy that came on Triluminati's channel, right? And we was talking about melanin. And what I noticed is non-black people, they start feeling a certain type of way when we start talking about melanin, man.
They get energized, isn't it? It's like
they were saying that we think we're superior because we have melanin, and we think it's the superior gene and all of that shit. And I'm seeing people in the chats. Like, that's why I want some of my people to come. I want Jen. I really would like Jen to come through, man. Because Jen is my sister, man. I don't want her to feel any type of way. Because, sometimes I get on my shit. And like I said, I really speak about white supremacy and white supremacists. I don't think Jen or Mary Jen is a white supremacist. You see what I'm saying? They're just white people. You have white people and then you have white supremacists. So I know I can say some shit that may be a little cringe to non-black people, but I would definitely love for one of those, I like to see what non-black people think. Okay, yeah. So I said, Brett hit me hard. Okay, Ontario, Canada in the building, man. Shout out to Canada in the building. Shout out to the UK. I see we got Texas representing in the building. Fuck, Andretti, you gonna kill me, but I swear I forgot where you was from again, brother. But we got Stanley in the building. Stanley, Georgia in the building. Yeah, man. Thank you.
Yeah, bro. I'm gonna keep you. I'm gonna keep you. What's the word? When you I'm gonna stay with you for a bit whilst I'm cooking anyway. I'm gonna cook some food and then I'm gonna drop off.
You should cook some food.
Yeah, well, yeah, what I like to do is listen to you like it's a radio station. Whilst I'm cooking my food, and I'm like, all right, if I can get involved with my point of view, then this is the sickest radio station, right? You can probably go on, isn't it? if you can actually interact.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying, bro.
That's what I like.
Just cooking. Yeah.
That's what I like about these live streams, because I always said it's like interactive TV or interactive radio. If the radio host says some bullshit that I don't like, I can click the link and have my say. And that's the good thing. Same thing over here. Same thing here, guys. I always click the link, man, and say what you gotta say. We don't discriminate over here, man. What's up, Soil? So y'all tell me in the chat, man. Can we unite?
It's an interesting question. One thing I've noticed though, is that even the fucking what they called Latinos is just another fucking hurdle in the road for black people. And the truth, because I've heard so much like resistance from these people, like, and they're probably the newest race of people, which have no type of. They're trying to compete with ancient DNA, and this is why, to me, I think they know what they're doing, but they don't want to. I feel like when you talk to other nations about what black people have done, they're so. It must be like literally, it's like because the whole fiber of your existence, of your every fiber of your being and its existence is being challenged, right? And I promise you, bro, I've never seen someone accept that actually you guys are just Johnny come latelys. You know, or they don't want to recognize the dominance. Yeah, so I want to say superior because better quality is it's all subjective, but dominance in terms of how many black people there are on the planet, how old they are, how much they've contributed to, that's dominancy, dominance. And they can't do it. They can't take it. They can't handle it. So it seems like every other type of different group of people that emerge on this in the world are anti-black, anti-black. So can the world unite? Is that what the question is? Can the world unite?
Yeah. Can we? Is it possible for us
Do you know
to?
what I'm going to do? Can I just reserve my answer just for 10 seconds or a couple of minutes before, and let Stanley maybe or yourself answer it or someone in the chat, and I'm going to come back with that because I
got you. No
I don't
problem.
know if I don't necessarily if you think it's a good thing that if everybody unites, but that's yeah. And I can tell you the pros and cons about
There
why
you
I
go.
believe
I
that's
like
the
that.
case.
I
Yeah.
like that.
I'll be back in time. I'll be back in literally 2 seconds, bro.
Okay, you good, brother? You good? What's up, Stanley?
Hey, Born, how you doing?
My man, Stanley. Long time, brother.
It's not been that long. I follow your show. Always fascinating. And yes, of course people can unite. Um, but it's always going to be difficult. And my point of view, um, it is not that easy. And I think, I'm going to go academic on on this.
Do your thing, brother.
The first thing is we need to know our history, and we need to know it quite a lot more than we do now. And
Okay. Go ahead.
I'll stop here because I know I tend to be long winded.
Now you good, Stanley. Only thing I was gonna say. All right, so Stanley, this is what I was gonna say, brother. So you saying black people should know their history,
Well,
right?
no, white people should know their
Okay,
history.
okay.
And black people too, of course. But you know what? My mother had history books in the house. I knew about Tulsa back in like when I was a teenager. And there are white people who are just like, "Oh, I didn't know this." It's not the black people who need to know history. We know it well. Um, our parents lived it. It's the white people who don't know.
And you think white people learning their history would help
Yes.
them better unite with non-white people?
It's a personal opinion.
Yeah.
They actually need to know that Thomas Jefferson, whilst a great American, owned slaves.
Mm,
And dude, I went to school with these people.
yeah. In Georgia, right?
Savannah, Georgia.
There you go.
Well, tell me if I'm being too Black Pantherish.
No, be yourself, brother. You good.
But the thing is the people who need to know American history don't know it.
Mm.
And that's my opinion. The white people don't know their fucking history. Sorry for the F word.
No, you good. You good. You good.
So I'll shut up now, but the people who really need to know how America was formed and really need to read the Constitution, Frederick Douglass knew the Constitution. And that was the whole point of a Frederick Douglass. He took their words and used it against them. Like, why aren't you living up to these words? And yet, like a Tucker Carlson, Frederick Douglass was pro-Constitution. He took the Constitution and made them read it and justify it. And yes, I've gone like in a weird place, but that's my opinion.
No, you good, brother. If that's what you thinking, you thinking history. So you're thinking if other people would just learn the ins and outs of history, it would help them.
I imagine you don't agree.
I don't know, man. I'm a person who wants to see like things proven. Do we have a
right
proven? Do we have a proven culture where everybody is getting along from all different races, religions, and
if we want to go with that argument, we don't have proof.
Because I know you're more well traveled than I am, Stanley. So
no, sir.
Maybe you've seen some personal places where it's like, damn, I wish Georgia could look like this or be like this with everybody.
Georgia's a great place. Tennessee is a great place.
Yeah.
And the odd thing is black and white people on a very micro level get along in Georgia and Tennessee.
Yeah.
It's the larger, like really huge systemic things that aren't proven. The day-to-day, your neighbors, we get along just fine.
Yeah, we do. But then I watch my city, divide during election season. You see, I have to be honest. You know what I mean?
Oh no,
I seen
live
Trump supporters, and then I seen non-Trump supporters. They're fighting in the streets of my city. So that's what I'm saying. So I'm saying the system. You can call it the elites, but it's easy to fucking
Hello.
through and divide us with something like politics. You know what I mean?
But see, that's the thing. We are living two different histories. I think the Trump supporting folks, they don't. We're living two different histories, and roundabout election time is when we need to know history more. But Mr. Pelu has joined, and I've talked too much.
I think Pelu is in the club, though. Pelu will come through in a minute. Shout out to you, Jacob. Jacob, let me know in the chat, bro, if you don't mind. I want to play
Senior Chief.
I want to play this Charleston White video you put on your channel. So, and Jacob, if you get time, brother, I would love for you to come through the panel and, because I did say, because the question, do you think we could unite all people for the betterment of society? And I know you may have a Bible verse that proves your opinion, whatever your opinion is. I'm sure you have a verse for us that we can really break down and look into, And that's one of the things with these books, the Bible, the Quran, all these books, will these books divide us?
I don't think the books do.
Really?
If we're reading the same books.
I hear you, man. So yeah, man, I'll play a little bit of this video. Let's see, play a little bit of this video, and I'll stop it occasionally and get y'all's opinion. But let's get it. Let's get to it. Family, y'all make sure y'all hit that like button if y'all in the building. And if you're not subscribed, shout out to the new subscribers. That's another thing. I see them subscriber numbers slowly but surely going up, man. So if you're not subscribed, subscribe to the channel, man. I really appreciate everybody that's already subscribed. For real. Appreciate y'all. But yeah, let's get into this, because this is what a lot of people is saying is divisive too. And this is among black people. So let's get to it.
Yo.
What up, Kingo? Can you hear?
Go on. Yeah. I was gonna say, just is it me? Yeah. Is it me? Or because God of Jacob is he's religious, right?
He wouldn't say it's a religion, but he is a Hebrew Israelite. Yes.
Yeah. Is it? This is no shot to God of Jacob, bro. But obviously you're a gangster. He's a gangster. But I swear it's the religious brothers that are most militant, brother, on these hang. What is that?
No.
Well, because if you look at Walter's, I think he's religious, and I swear he was like he was a bit militant. Yeah, you had that Bloodfire, Captain Bloodfire, Christian militant. Okay, remember Captain Bloodfire?
A little bit.
Yeah, he was Captain Bloodfire. He was a bit, I don't know, he's around when Hatu was getting dashed around. But yeah, they just seem to be like kind of the most militant. But anyway, that's just an observation. I don't know if you agree with me, but anyway, yeah. Sorry, brother. Go on, carry on. You want to play your video, and I just wanted to bring that up. I just thought it was me that just noticed that. You know, they seem to be the most militant.
Well, I agree to a certain extent. You know, because people are going to find their religion. So
once you've done the video, I would love to debate which brothers are religious.
You don't think Christians are religious, Stanley?
Yeah. Well, no, I just want to get more clarification on the religious part. Is it like the religious right or the religious left? Or is it both?
Good question. No, Kingo, you still there? You want to respond? Kingo probably stepped.
Yeah, no, I didn't quite hear that. It was just basically, it wasn't really a question. It was just like a rhetorical thought. I just thought, yeah, just what I observed really. Maybe I could be wrong. But
well, no, it's your opinion. You can't be wrong. But I'm not going to subvert. Let's play the video. I've actually seen this video. It's really good. So we can get back to that.
If you need to.
Well, we can get back to it later.
All right, let's get to it.
Because a lot of times, like when you keep saying black woman, you remind me of Kevin Samuels, because he always say black woman.
That's all we know.
But then they're black women in different cultures.
We don't.
Like
black.
I'm Jamaican.
You ain't black.
Then what am I?
Jamaican.
I'm black.
You Jamaican.
No. You
Jamaican.
There's a difference, huh?
It's a difference.
Okay, describe the difference.
If I go to
what color is my skin? What color is my skin?
Yellow.
Okay, and it derived from?
Even white derived from black. Even white derived from black. All colors in the color spectrum come from the black. But y'all have been classified as Jamaicans. We still haven't been identified nor classified. We were just given the color.
When I fill out a paperwork here in the States, it doesn't say Jamaican anywhere.
But black is not a person. That's not a noun.
Mm-hmm.
That's more of an adjective, isn't it? Well, how can you describe me as being black? You have a name. You're Jamaican.
You're American.
Well, I'm black American.
Okay, I'm black Jamaican.
It don't say that. You're making something up now. It don't say that. Our paperwork, we have to check something. When you go back home, you don't check nothing. You're automatic Jamaican.
Right.
I'm not automatic American. I'm automatic black. Black people aren't American. We had to be given American rights. You see what I'm saying? So when we say black, we talking us. Y'all ain't us. Don't y'all got Jamaican food?
Yes.
Don't y'all have a Jamaican culture?
Yes.
We don't.
You have an American culture.
What?
Pause it right there. Pause it right there. Anybody want to respond? Kingo. Any difference? Do you see a difference between Black Americans and Black Jamaicans? Or Jamaicans?
Yeah, you can see what he's trying to say, because I think the only people that have been called black, yeah, is the Americans, isn't it? They've been labeled Black American. Where she's saying she's Black Jamaican, there was no one called Black Jamaica or Black African brought to the Jamaicas, right? But there were Igbos, there were Arcanians. These were sort of like tribes, but it's the only place where they tried to put them, just to make it easier to generalize them. They made them all black. So he's got a point there. He's got a point. He's kind of like lifting the veil of I suppose, like just language used incorrectly, or labeling that is more detrimental, because you're labeling a group of people that have already got tribes or already named themselves. Yeah. So I know what you're saying about that, and it's really important that people understand how to label themselves, because you're it's like being homophobic. If you don't agree with all these sort of different marriages and between gays and all of the rest of it, you're not homophobic. You just got an opinion that doesn't agree with what they're trying to make out is a norm. But it doesn't make you homophobic, innit? So it's like it's the same thing with that. Why are you naming yourself black? To put you into a position where your history is more obscure. It's like you're pushing yourself away from the truth even further by calling yourself black. You know what I mean? Because you want to know your origin as well, isn't it? So it's like, yeah. It makes no sense, but I mean, if people will say, yeah, I'm Black American, if they don't give a shit and they don't want to know where they come from, or they don't want to, or they just feel like, you know what, my ancestors got beaten the shit out of so much, and it's such a horrible history that I don't even want to try and figure out where I'm from or what percentage of my blood is from, because I'm just gonna call myself Black American and forget about the rest of it. Because even if I try to call myself ABOS, I'm asking for reparations. So even then that's problematic. And I think the Moors spoke about using the word black and how it's going to be detrimental, because you're then not classifying yourself as a nation or something like that. To be black is then, it's almost like you're opting out of being sovereign, right? Because black is just a general term. That's why I could see where the Moors are coming from, the angle of don't call yourself black, and because black means death, etc. So yeah. It's the way that the British person or the European has made black, they've demonized it. They've made it a thing where it's bad. It's detrimental. It's like the way they turn nigger detrimental. You know, I don't think black ever should have been bad, but the fact that they've mixed other people together just to get the black people who had more wealth. They created black, and it's detrimental because no one wants to be seen as a tribe that's the same as that other tribe. How do they call everybody in one place called Nigerians? And one people don't even wear socks, yeah? Don't really believe in building cities and all the rest of it. They just want to walk around with goats and fucking animals to eat off of, yeah? But they're not black. Man's gonna say, yeah, that's a fucking Hausa and we are Igbo. That's what I'm saying. So when the man said, oh, you lot are all Nigerians, they were like, fuck off. You kidding me? They're willing to die, bro, to get to not be called black or Nigerian. Because Nigerian is just another way of saying black, isn't it? You're putting all these tribes together and then sort of generalizing who they are and where they come from. Come on, man. Yeah. So to break the veil, man, and you know why I like Jens? Because he's one of the brothers that say, "Oh, when you wake up, say grand rising, don't say good morning because you want a vampire." So it's just like understanding that words are powerful, bro, and they can create your reality or create your jail in your reality just from the words you use. So yeah, you've got even the words we say, you need to redefine them, redefining your words, redefining what we believe is morally right, ethically right, because you know these people have got no moral ethics whatsoever anyway. And understanding relationships socially between each other. Don't let them dictate how we should speak to each other, how we should integrate with each other. You know what I mean? That's what they're trying to do now. They're trying to stop white women going with black men. They stop trying to white people even speaking with each other now by putting masks on and distancing and all the rest of it. Because they can see their women get fucked by all these other randoms coming into their country, and they need to slow it down. That's all it is. That's all it is. Yeah.
Well said. Well said. Well said. What's going on, brother Sankofa? Welcome to the panel. Welcome to the platform, brother.
Peace, peace. What's up, family? How you doing, man? Long time no see, family.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good talking to you, brother. How you doing, man?
Man, I'm doing good. I can't complain, man. I'm a spiritual warrior, man. So warriors gonna always bounce back.
Man, well said. Well said. Good to have you back on the platform. So yeah, man, the question of the day, man, what do you think about it, man? Is it possible to unite all people for the betterment of society?
Oh yeah, no doubt. It's happening. You know, it has no choice but to happen, or the planet gonna get rid of everybody. That's the whole point of the tornado. We just had a tornado hit Mayfield, Kentucky. I just got back last night. I've been out there 3 days helping with the devastation, you know, tarping people's roofs, passing out food. And this tornado took children and adults. So anytime nature takes children, right? Whole entire families, daddy, mama, 2 daughters, took a whole family. That's a sign. Coming behind COVID, the tornado that hit Nashville before that, and then the solar eclipse before that. So those are all alignments of signs of the time. Those that's in tune and understand how the planet works and how energy works and how this universe works. We know what's going on. The star seeds know what's popping. And so yeah, we have no choice but to unite, or else
Hey, listen,
it's gonna be total devastation.
Yeah, you say every single living organism has a defensive mechanism, and so does a planet. I believe
No
that too.
doubt. Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
very
no
well
doubt.
said, my brother. I believe that solely, my brother. Very good point.
Yeah.
Okay. Stanley, what do you think about that, brother Stanley? You want to chime in? What do you think about that?
About the video or the tornado?
I mean, either one, brother. Either one you want to speak on. I just want to hear you speak on. Give us some of your
I
wisdom.
would tend to agree with Sankofa. We, you know, I agree that we don't have a choice but be together. You know, it's gonna happen. Maybe later rather than sooner. As far as the video goes,
Yes, sir.
Jamaica had slavery. So it is an American hemispheric thing. So Black Americans are ADOS are different than Jamaicans, but we have a common history as far as slavery.
Well, I heard this argument, Stanley. Do you think Black Americans are trying to, for lack of a better term, take control and of the label and the word black and only use it for themselves? Because that's kind of what this brother is saying on the video. Do you believe that to be true?
That's an interesting question. I think so. And I think it's been going on since Malcolm X. It's we took control of it decades ago.
Okay. Is that helpful or harmful for the overall quote unquote black demographic worldwide?
It's both.
Give me an example. Give me an example of how it's harmful.
What was the I cannot remember his name. He was I think he was Ethiopian. Amadalu. The kid who got shot by New York cops, we're talking almost 20 years ago, because they mistook him for a criminal or someone they were looking for. And he was not a descendant of slaves. He was Ethiopian, but he was black. So that was harmful. And to me, black is not so much an African American thing. The race card is not really dealt by black people to themselves. The black card was dealt to Africans, descendants of Africans, by white people.
Okay.
Well, I
Let me
mean, I
let me
know
let me
that's kind
chime
of
in
a
too.
weird way to put it,
I got
but
you, brother.
we didn't play the black card. They did.
Yeah. Go ahead, Sankofa. Go ahead, jump in, brother.
Okay, cool. Yeah, let me bring some clarity to this word black and why it's harmful. First of all, black is not a nationality. And so when you understand and you study law and you study the Black's Law Dictionary, the word black in law means dead entity. So if you call yourself black, you're a dead entity in the eyes of law. Therefore, you are not attached to any inalienable rights, human rights, constitutional rights don't apply to you. You see? Then when you identify yourself as black and you check that on your driver's license, now you make yourself susceptible to what? To paying tickets. You're part of that whole game. You feel me? When you got a nationality, paying tickets and being a part of codes like Tennessee Code Annotated, for example, or statutes, those are not laws. Those are what they say they are. They're codes. They go under the Constitution. What's under the Constitution is natural law. So you're supposed to attach yourself to natural law in the Constitution. The only thing that will help you be attached to natural law and Constitution is having a nationality. So you must claim a nationality. You must claim it by what? Authenticating your birth certificate, sending that back into the vital statistics. Because when your parents signed their birth certificate, it was a contract.
Yeah.
That's why you became a ward of the state. That's why DCS Custody and these other corporations come in and tell you what to do with your kids, because you unknowingly signed a contract that allowed them to do that. So you have to correct those things. That's what whole game is all about. But you got to study law, and you got to study what has occurred in 1933 with the House Joint Resolution 192. You got to read that document to know what occurred when we went off the gold standard in the United States. And the UK was also affected by this same format. So we way beyond this. That's why we got the rights of indigenous peoples today. So the American power structure and the British power structure already knows that the time for oppressing people is up. That time is over with. They already acknowledged it and they know it's up. So now it's up to us to educate ourselves to transform into where humanity is going next. So claim your nationality, man. I've already nationalized under the Moroccan Empire. I'm an Aboriginal with a Lodio title. That's already done for me. I'm saying for those that want to detach themselves from a system that was born out of oppression, and now that time is up, nationalize, man. Correct your status, political disposition, right? And then move forward as a national and understand the difference between laws and codes. But I'm gonna leave it right there. That's what the brother was
Well,
missing.
But real quick, Stanley, hold on. I see you.
I have a
have done it.
problem.
Stanley, just let me jump in really quick, brother. I promise I got you and I see through. I seen everybody might come off mute. So I just want to ask the brother, me as a American descendant of slavery, what is my nationality, Sankofa? Because we know it's been ripped and turned and it was stripped from us and all of that. So talk to me, bro.
That whole story was taught backwards. That's the big secret. See, they taught us that we came on slave ships from America, but they changed the direction of north and south. You feel me? So the south is really north, and the north is really south. You did. That's the big secret that's going on. So we didn't come from Africa on slave ships. We own the land of our ancestors. They told our story in reverse, so that they could steal our birthright and steal our identity. That's what happened. That's what's going on, bro. We own the land of our ancestors. Why you think in America you got a city called Memphis, and then in Africa you got a city called Memphis? Both have bodies of water attached to them that flow north and south. Memphis in America has what body of water? The Mississippi River.
Yes.
One side of that river flows to the north, one side of that river flows to the south. The Memphis in Africa has what? The Nile Valley River. One side flows to the north, one side flows to the south, right? Those are all identifiers of location. So we are the ones who circumvent the entire planet. The ships rode that current. That's the big secret. They couldn't change east and the west because the sun, what? Rises in the east, sets in the west. So we coming out of the west, going into the east, man. We facing the light all day, every day. So we ain't into that old construct no more. We're not in that old construct. We no longer under their spell. They know that it's over with. So now it's just time for us to stop. Yeah, they know it's over with. They know it's a wrap. It's over with. Yeah, everybody facing the east now. You just got to open your third eye and see. The signs are all being given to you. Why you think there's so many tornadoes? Huh? Why you think that we went through a COVID-19 where everybody was deprived for an entire year from moving around for an entire year? And before that happened, a solar eclipse was happening in the east. Understand, overstand. What does the solar eclipse mean? Unification of what? The sun and the moon. The sun represents what? Masculine energy. The moon represents what? Feminine energy. So
what good is that for black people then, all this information you have?
This information I'm telling you is not just for melanated people. I don't use the term black because that's a contradiction to what we are and who we are. This is about humanity. This improves the entire humanity. This information I'm referring to, this information I'm referring to, when you have a birthright, when you have a nationality, you no longer will be treated the same by police officers. You won't be treated the same by, okay. Yeah, they will not treat you the same.
So those black people in prison and those black people being abused right now around the planet, it's because they don't know their birthright. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that there are people being abused and mistreated all over the earth, not just melanated people, but all types of people are being mistreated. But that doesn't mean that there are people that are being treated well. So it depends on what you want to highlight and what you want to focus on. So if you're a pessimistic, then you only gonna see the negative. But if you are optimistic and you are in tune to the higher frequencies, like for example, do you drink alkaline water? Do you give your attention to the sun and the moon and the stars, or do you watch TV all the time? Do you exercise? Are you overweight? So this transformation starts with you. You ain't gonna even be able to get on this frequency I'm talking about if you overweight and you eat a lot of meat and you smoke cigarettes. If you ain't balancing on that level, see, I smoked cigarettes 15 years, but I don't now because it was interfering with my frequency.
Right.
You dig what I'm saying? So
Do you believe white supremacy exists?
White supremacy did exist. White supremacy power, it did exist. Not anymore. White supremacy now, it is now being destructured right now as I speak. As I speak, it is being torn down right in front of you.
Hold it. When did white supremacy cease to be fully functional?
Listen, that's not natural law. Nothing ceases to happen in an instant. Everything happens in stages. So when you talk about a system, right? that had started over what 50,000 years ago. When you talking about this whole energy and this spirit to what conquer people, that didn't start with white people or Caucasian.
No, I'm talking about white supremacy. I'm not talking about anybody else. I'm talking about the system of white supremacy. Do you believe that is still fully operational? White supremacy, I'm talking about specifically.
Yeah, I only deal with knowing. See, belief is to accept something as truth and it's not proven. That's
right.
White supremacy. That's a white supremacist concept that you just spoke. And that is something that was taught to you by Europeanized Christianity. So I'm gonna tell you what I know. And what I know is this. This is what I know. What I know is that the system of white supremacy is being torn down. Each phase is being torn down. Yes. Our whole society is being
torn down.
It started being torn down when Barack Obama came into office.
Oh, interesting.
Then, yes, Barack Obama is the person who listen to what I'm telling y'all. When Barack Obama, when Barack Obama came in office, the whole acknowledgement of us not being descendants of slaves came under his administration. See, most people were not awakened then, but I was, because I was running with men who was 20 plus years older than me. So they was already putting me up on game. So Mayor Rahm Emanuel out of Chicago, he was the first mayor to give public declaration when Obama was in office, acknowledging the indigenous rights of the Moroccan Empire. Yes, he was the first mayor. Now we got a national holiday, the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Day. That has never happened in America.
Now let me ask you this though, Sankofa. Now you saying Indigenous Day, right? Now do those indigenous, right? Because now we know most when we say indigenous, we're talking about, you know, the quote unquote Indians, right? Or the natives.
No.
I know. I'm just saying what America has taught us, bro. I know you have to unlearn and relearn, but before we did that, America taught us that Aboriginal people don't look like me. They look like the quote unquote Indians, right? Now, are we accepted, people that's a little bit more melanated than those quote unquote Indians? Are we accepted in those circles? Like if we want to get with other indigenous people, the quote unquote Indians, and celebrate Indigenous Day, are we welcomed into their circles? I guess that's my question, brother.
Yes, sir. Once you come into this understanding, there are treaties right now that are on the record books in the Library of Congress. We just haven't been knowing about them because the information was not exposed to us. The libraries are open, brother. These treaties that I'm referring to, these treaties have always been. These treaties prove that there were people who looked like me and you that were already here before George Washington was even here, bro. This on the record books. It's not hidden anymore. It was hidden before.
So Barack Obama, what you're saying is that Barack Obama marked a major change in this world, on this planet.
Major.
Wow. Barack Obama marked the beginning of the end of white supremacy.
Yes.
Wow.
That's a big statement.
I haven't heard that anywhere else.
Yeah, me neither. That's a big statement, brother.
Yeah.
Because you know the narrative is, because the narrative is mainly, hey, and you know, and I actually spit out this narrative too. What did and I know you don't use the word black, but I'm gonna say it. What did Obama do specifically for black people?
A whole lot. I mean, first of all, he gave us our rights as a nationality back again. Second, most people who ask that question, yes, he gave us nationality back. That's a major accomplishment.
Right,
people don't really understand
black is
that.
now a nation. Black is recognized.
Black is not a nationality. When I say nationality, I said the Moroccan Empire. Those are the names that the treaties are in. So you got to connect yourself to the treaties. So by connecting yourself to the treaties, you got to claim what? Being a part of the Moroccan Empire. that was here
Do
before.
Moroccans think they're black?
First of all, that's a contradicting question
Well, no,
because
it's a
so
question.
you have to deal with nationality.
Do Moroccans think they're of African origin?
Moroccans no, because again, Africa is a conqueror's term.
I
The real
understand
name
what
is
Africa
so the real
is.
name it's
I'd
called
like to
Akibalon.
know if Moroccans actually consider themselves melanated.
It depends on when you say Moroccan. Are you
I'm
what
talking about
landmass are you?
people from Morocco, the
Okay,
people that Rahm Emanuel threw a hit parade for and declared a holiday. Do those
correct.
people think they are melanated? Do they have something in common with supposed melanated Americans?
Most definitely. You can't say that somebody is not melanin
I
if they
can
look in the
say
no,
it's a
not you,
question.
not you. I'm saying like the individual. Like if like the question that you asked, right? If I look in the mirror at myself, right,
Are
I'm
you
gonna see
Moroccan?
I'm gonna see
Are
melanin.
you
Yes,
Moroccan?
of course I'm Moroccan. We're
Okay.
all Moroccan. We're all Moroccan in this region. So, but you use the term melanin. Melanin is denotes the pigmentation of my skin. You see what I'm saying?
I
You hear what I'm
understand.
saying, brother? Okay. So yeah, so to your question, so yeah, of course they're gonna think they're melanated. Of course they're gonna know that we come from the same descendants in this region. Now, there's two different understandings of the word Morocco, though. See, there's the Morocco where the Spaniards conquered Spain. Then you got the Moroccan Empire here in North America that was established before George Washington, and there are treaties that prove it. The Treaty of Peace and Friendship proved that. So it's not like I'm saying something and it's an opinion. No, you can go look up this treaty and it's stored in the Library of Congress. You get what I'm saying?
I hear you.
Yeah, so you gotta
Now,
educate yourself to treaties, to what they mean.
And then what advantage then? Once what a person who has educated themselves about these treaties,
Yes,
what
sir.
can they do that a person who that doesn't know can't do? What extra privileges do they enjoy? Those people who have educated themselves on the treaties and now have become a
I think
Moroccan or whatever.
I think the
What can
main
they
thing.
do?
Can I just say something
Go
to
ahead,
that
King Bro.
question, and then my brother can carry on. But what it essentially is, right, is you're when the police see you, they're gonna see that you're now part of a nation, and you're not just part of this unrecognized, underprivileged, um, not really respected sort of group of people called black people. Yeah, I don't honestly, bro. I can't see how you can think that the government or the police will see, okay, oh, well, that's someone who's from the Moorish Empire, and he's just not someone who's an Igbo, or he's not a Black American. He now chooses to wish. I don't think how they're going to see. Oh, well, we can't do anything now. Well, we're not going to. We're going to treat them better. I just don't see how that was even an argument from the Moorish, from the Moorish brothers. It was a bit of a letdown, brother. That was all of the only sort of talking point that they had as to why it was better to be not to be called black and better to be called Moorish. Oh, and you think that white people were going to stop there and distinguish a difference between a Moorish person and any other? It's just that is what I didn't really understand. And if you could explain
Yeah,
that for me, bro, because I think
yeah. It's
I've seen it.
it's a really great question. First of all, you really have to understand how America is structured. They're all structured off of systems, right? So when you nationalize and you put the county on notice and the state on notice, you go into a database, right? Then you go to the DMV and you put the DMV on notice, and then you get your nationalization card, just like the NOI. Why you think the NOI don't get treated like other people get treated? Because they are a nation. They have been nationalized. They have identification card. They're in a database. So you have to educate yourself to an alternative system.
You
So
mean the
if you're,
Nation of Islam? When you say NOY, is that what you mean?
yes, they
So
have
the
a,
Nation of Islam is a separate nation, a separate entity. Is that correct?
exactly. They're a separate entity. They have their own nation. Why you think they call themselves the Nation of Islam? They have their own identification cards. So the same thing applies for any other nation of people,
Is
right?
that the same thing as a black card?
No, it's not.
I'm sorry. I sorry. Please educate me on black cards.
Black cards have nothing to do with the topic that we're on. What we're talking about right now is what is the benefit of nationalizing, right?
Well, don't you get a card when you're nationalized?
From your tribe, yes, but that's not a black card.
Oh, so Nation of Islam, they're not black?
No, none of us are.
Okay.
We're not a color. We're part of a culture and a tribe and a history and a
And which
bloodline.
culture would
All
we
right.
be a part? Which culture are the normal black people like me a part of? Moroccans?
You, it depends on your ancestral bloodline. Like I didn't even know you were melanated. Like the way that
Yeah, I
the
thought you
tone
was
of
white
your
until I
voice
thought.
sound.
Oh no,
Yeah,
Yeah, I thought you was white.
that's the
I
first mistake
yeah.
people tend to make.
No, it's your tone and
yeah.
it's the cadence of your voice and then the alignment of your questions that led me to that,
So you have a problem with my
assumption.
questions?
I do not have a problem. I'm just saying I talk to
Just the
all people.
alignment.
Yeah, yeah. So, I don't like to make assumptions, but I'm just saying, of course, people are
Well, you
gonna,
did.
yeah, because you're gonna do that naturally. Like when you're talking to people, your mind is gonna
Okay.
start to analyze things as you're discussing. So don't take offense because I'm telling
Well, I'm
you,
not
what
offended.
I
I'm
what I was
amused.
thinking. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So for you, you will have to do some research
I
about your lineage. Like
I
who
see.
is your great grandfather? Who's your great grandfather? And where was he
He
born?
was black.
Excuse me.
So yeah, you will have to begin there. There's a book that you guys can get called The Secret. It's the secret relationship between blacks and Native Americans. It's a really great book that will really give you the pictures too to your point, family, about will we be accepted if we go into these tribes to celebrate with them on Indigenous Peoples Day. It will show you the images of the Native Americans in this area. They look just like us. The images that we saw in the textbooks in schools, those were not correct images of the people that resided. They were copper colored people. You see, when the British first came over here to North America,
Well, wait, you said copper colored people?
that's what they're describing brown skinned melanated people as copper. You see what I'm
Really?
saying? That's why George Washington is on the penny and he's facing the opposite direction as all the
George
other men on
Washington
the,
isn't on the penny.
I mean, Abraham Lincoln, excuse me. He's on the penny facing the opposite direction as everyone else on the silver coins. Why do you think that is? Because he is the man who's the
Well,
face
my
of what?
guess is he's on a brown coin because he freed black people.
Okay, but he's on a copper coin. See, pennies are copper.
Right,
That's
and
copper.
they're kind of
That's
brown.
so that's according to the notes
I
that
see.
were found by the British conquerors that came over and got privileges to live in certain parts of this land, right? Before the British Empire settled in and expanded from the District of Columbia. Before all of that occurred, what was taking place at that time on this land, it was already a constitution. It was already a government established by the indigenous people, and those people were copper colored. Some of those people were dark. because they came from Africa and they were over here living with the native peoples and all what having children together. Like there's another document you can get that verifies this. It's called the Story of Race Transcript. Look it up. It tells you what was going on before the British Empire expanded in this region. There were Africans, there were the indigenous people of this region, and there was exiled Europeans that came from Europe living here together as tribes.
Brother Sankofa,
Yeah.
the books you're talking about, I would love to read them. When when you get time, would you just toss it into the chat, the links or the names of the books so I can read them?
Okay. Okay. Yep. We'll definitely do that. And I'm gonna mute my mic, y'all.
Go ahead, brother. Well, you didn't mute it, brother. You dipped out, but come back if you can, man. I see three. What do you think about that, man? What do you think about us knowing our nationality and going by the Moroccan treaties and stuff like that? You think that'll stop white supremacy?
I'm dazed. I'm dazed by all that. What he was talking was quite interesting. But this idea that Obama marked the end of white supremacy and somehow Obama caused the recognition of certain entities
Well, the
that
thing
wasn't
is we
there
need to read
before.
his. We need.
I just see white supremacy, the World Bank, they're just operate business as usual. Obama or no Obama, I can't see any it sounds nice. I'd like to believe Sankofa's story, but
We should at least read his references, right?
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I will certainly read them with interest. Um, we need to know things.
yeah, interesting.
What's going on, Black Peace, brother? Good to have you here, my man.
Hey, what up, man? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear, brother.
For sure.
Oh, yeah, man. Good to have you here,
Yeah,
man.
I heard that stuff, man. I done heard that shit before, man.
What you think about it, man? What you think
I
about
don't,
being a sovereign citizen and
I don't think nothing about that bullshit, man. When they put a gun out on you, none of that shit don't mean nothing. So, so I ain't concerned with that, cause they're not gonna ask you or assume what you supposed to be or whatever the fuck you calling yourself when they coming to burn your ass. So it really don't mean nothing at that particular time. So it's no point in even wasting your time, and that shit don't work over here. Proven fact, that shit just don't work, especially for no nigga. So I mean, you can. I mean, I ain't saying that. I mean, if you want it, if it make your life better, go ahead. But I wouldn't. I mean, you know, I know I'm black. That's what I know. I'm sticking with that. Fuck all that other shit.
mm.
I don't get down with all that old bullshit. I don't give a fuck about no Morocco. I don't give a fuck about none of that.
Well,
Nigga,
let me ask you this, Black Peace. Is it possible to unite all people for the betterment of society?
I think the only way all people can be united, it had to happen on its own. It can't be a set up type of thing. But if it's set up like the way they got shit running the world now, it'll never happen because you can't force motherfuckers to be around each other, and that's where they've been going wrong. But so to answer the question, in this particular year, I would say no because of the way shit, the way shit, how shit is operating in the world right now. I would say no at this
I think
particular point.
yeah,
Hey,
good
Born.
point. I think that
I
the
agree.
world is
The
united
way it
under
is
white
now,
supremacy.
the way it is now, no.
The world is already functioning and united under white supremacy.
Touche.
Now, I
Yeah,
believe
I agree. I agree, especially with the banking systems and
exactly that's right. The financing, shipping, insurance, It's all united under finance.
Well,
So
I
they
see too.
control,
Is that why you mentioned the
and they
World Bank?
cannot afford, to have any part of the world out of their control, because that little bit that is out of their control can grow. So
I
they like to
see
be
three.
absolute. So the solution is going to have to be absolute. Absolute counter white supremacy.
It's not just the banking system. You're a financial guy. I tend to see it from a political and cultural way. Um, it's cultural supremacy too. Well, I mean, maybe the money and the culture are connected, but I tend to see it. I agree with you. I think it's more. Uh, I think it's more absolute than you do. Um, it is. It is cultural too.
I like the way you've brought the word culture um, into this, and a lot of people, they don't think about culture and
I do.
finance. A lot of people don't think about culture and finance. Those two words never seem to come within the same subject or sentence.
We swim in the water.
That's right. That's right. So finance and trust and value and currency is all to do with people's relationship to each other.
Absolutely.
And that is where it links up with what you're saying, where culture comes in. And so, in
Well,
order to
what
maintain the
you're
system of
getting
white
right is
supremacy,
value.
they
What
have
do
to
people
constantly
value?
be bombarding people with propaganda of films and
Yes.
values and
Yes.
what is right and what is wrong.
Yes.
Yes. So yeah. So you're correct. Culture is directly connected to finance.
It's what
You know what's interesting?
people value.
That's right.
What's interesting, right? I don't really want to go off the beaten track, but why? What? When I look at people like yourself, IC3, yeah, big up yourself anyway, Uncle, man. Big up yourself, God of Jacob. Um, I see. When I look at and I know Uncle IC3 know about this. Yeah, it's the Bank of International Settlements. Now these were established in the 1930s, right?
Right.
And they were established after the First World War when the Germans that felt like they didn't have nothing to do with the Nazis or the Führer, yeah, they were like, okay, we have nothing to do with this, and the all of the Allied forces and all the people that were involved in war came together and said, okay, we're going to have to create reparations for Germans, right? So a bank was started up to reparate, right, settlements for reparations for German people who lost in the war, right? So this is exactly what IC3 is at the beginning stages of, right? So the most they do really is own shares, but they're almost like a proxy bank which works on behalf of all these 10 banks, right? The European Western banks. So what one thing you have to do is, regardless of what you want to call yourself, you need to create a monetary system which will somehow benefit black people around the globe, right? This is why I feel like IC3. I don't know if you used to do this back in the day, but explain to people what the IMF is, the World Bank, the Federal Reserve, okay, and the Bank of International Settlement. People need to know exactly what these were, how they were funded, and how they were put together, and this will let you know how these people were getting freedom after war, how they were getting themselves back on track. And I think this is the answer to black. This is how black people will come together with each other. Because I don't think black people come together with everybody else right now is beneficial. I mean, you have to be a maths expert to know that.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll finish in saying that.
I got you, go before I see three do that. If I see one to do that, damn, Sankofa, I was hoping if you're listening, Sankofa, come back, brother. I seen you put that in the private chat. I wanted to make sure it was okay for me to drop that in the main chat. But God Jacob, welcome to the panel, brother. How you feeling?
Salute. Can you hear me? Yeah, you know I got to come through for my boy Rich. I was gonna sit this one out.
Senior chief.
Come through, brother. Come through. Because like I said, I really wanted you to come through because I pretty much know your answer, but then I know you're gonna bring the scripture to support what you were saying. But anything you want to touch on that you heard so far while you've been listening, brother?
Man. The question. What'd he say? I don't think we can unite. I don't think so. And as long as we got Christianity out here and Islam and all these other religions out here, it's impossible. And that's on a spiritual level. And then when you talk about the other religions, i.e., Bloods and Crips and Vice Lords and DD, all this stuff.
Democrats and Republicans.
I look at all of that as a religion. So until we rid ourselves of those institutions, we will never come together. And me, myself, I got too much of, as Kwame would say, Big Mama's cooking, because my grandmother has told me too many stories, seen too many photos for me to come together with white folks. I'm in the wilderness in this whole kumbaya narrative. I'm still in the wilderness. I got to die out and let the new people come in and bring togetherness. I'm against togetherness right now.
Hey, my bad, real quick. Sankofa, when you get ready to speak, you're gonna have to unmute your mic. I muted your mic, brother. You have a little echo. I can kind of hear it. No, it's just when other people speak, I can hear just a little echo coming on your end, brother. So I muted your mic.
Yo, go to Jacob.
Speak again, you have to unmute. Go ahead, Kingo.
Go to Jacob. What about my man taking a knee though? Right? Isn't that coming together to fight depression, the common enemy? Because I suppose without the knee, there would be.
Who's your man?
The brother from
Kaepernick.
Oh man, that's low hanging fruit, man. Kaepernick got $40 million for taking that knee. You know what I'm saying? Fair enough. So I mean, you can't give me Kaepernick to show me as the right direction for kumbayaism. You know?
Yeah, but they still try to chop his afro off. They kicked him out. They didn't give him no contract after that.
Listen, man, I don't put a lot of energy into celebrities who's supposed to be leading movements. You get what I'm saying? You know, there's some good ones out there, but I don't put all my eggs in a basket when it comes to celebrities leading or pushing a movement. You get what I'm saying? Especially at the end of the day, we see you take a big $40 million paycheck. You got more off of it than anything. So is Kaepernick relevant now? No. So
no,
that's true. Yeah, true.
As a matter of fact,
go on.
He pretty much lost it when he won the suit with the NFL. He should have just stopped there.
I agree. Because I don't think he was committed to a full time. He was trying to recoup that money. Kaepernick had a lifestyle he had to maintain. And he wasn't getting them NFL checks no more. So the next best thing is to do what Al Sharpton do, and Jesse do, is go create some black and white controversy and get paid. So I salute his hustle.
God damn it. I rarely meet people more cynical than I am. God damn it. That is a Navy man.
I think some of these brothers just, kind of tired, man, of the glitz and the glamour. They put these people on TV and say, this is your leader, or you should do as he do, or show you a big parade of Black Lives Matter protesting and say, you should be down there fighting for your black people. Got a clip I'm going to show a little later about Kamala Harris saying some shit. We'll get into
Excellent.
that.
Where's she been at? after she sister girl everybody.
Hey, she sister girling again, got it, Jacob. I'm gonna play the clip before I get out of here tonight. I just saw it on my phone and said, "Yo, it's crazy." But we'll get into it. God, Jacob, let me ask you this though, Stanley. I know you want to jump in, but let me ask God, Jacob, this because this was a hang up on something the brother Sankofa said. Sankofa said Obama being elected and the stuff he did while he was in office was the beginning of the end of white supremacy. Agree, disagree, talk to me.
I agree because it woke up a dead people in spirit. He showed us that everything ain't what it appears to be. When he said that, I understood what he was talking about because Obama woke us up. Obama started ADOS. He galvanized a dead people and brought us to whatever it is you went to. It was because of Obama. Whether it was Hebrew Israelite, whatever it was, Obama did it. So in that sense, he is definitely right because he woke up a dead people.
Wow.
That wasn't a good thing though.
Waking us up was a good thing.
Yeah, you got to explain that, Stanley. Go ahead, explain that, brother.
Senior Chief, if he really woke us up, guess what black people are gonna do? We're gonna fucking vote our conscience. And we made a mistake with Biden. We're gonna vote. We're not gonna be committed to a party. We're gonna vote the way we want to vote.
That's true. That's true. I'm just saying. I answered the question just as best as I could. I could be wrong.
Yes, Senior Chief. You did.
Yeah, we don't say we though. Don't say we though. We
must-
didn't vote for him.
We must fucking stop voting for
Nah, we didn't.
idiots. Like, you know what? Vote for goddamn Trump if you want to vote.
Nah, you can just stay at the crib, man.
I'm
Say your
sorry, first. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, sir. I made a mistake there, but you ain't black? Did Mr. 1996 Mr. Super Predator Crime Bill say we weren't black?
Yeah, black people went to sleep on them, bro. A lot of the ADOS cats and a lot of just non-ADOS cats was trying to tell y'all that this ain't it. This ain't it. Y'all gonna get what y'all. A lot of people saying that.
Trump's not my choice for president, but you know what? What black people need to do is really start being like parlaying the vote. Like, bitch, you will do this.
I agree. Now I agree with that. I always say we.
That's that born rich shit. Yeah, that's that born rich shit.
I say hold your vote hostage, man, because we get out of our vote. We have these same old people saying, "Hey, you ain't black if you don't vote for me," and then we got Big Mama say, "Boy, you better not vote for Trump. He putting us back in slavery." Then you got your aunties and your aunties
and other candidate other than Trump. Biden would have lost the election on that day.
Yeah, I agree. I guess let me ask
any other Republican candidate would have beat Biden.
Yes,
I believe that too. Let me ask brother Sankofa. Now, is voting a part of I guess getting our sovereignty back or upholding these treaties that you were speaking about, brother Sankofa?
Man, that's a very, very tricky question, because like once you nationalize, what you are saying to the government structure, you're saying that you're no longer a 14th Amendment citizen.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? And when you fill out your voter registration card, it's gonna ask you if you are a U.S. citizen. And so if you check yes, then you saying you putting yourself back into that classification, right? But the tricky part is this: like once you authenticate and trademark the birth name, that becomes your property. So you can still operate and use that in commerce, right? And then that's for the public. But then in the private, you operating as your national, and that's your nationalized surname. But that's tricky because you got to know how to go between the public and the private. And I really want to touch on, and thank you for that question too, Born Rich. I really wanted to touch on what the brother was saying about the International Monetary Fund and the banking system.
Go ahead, brother.
What I was trying to tell you about the word black and it being in law a dead entity that plays into the banking system, because the whole banking system is structured around the birth certificate. Every person that's born is given a birth certificate. That birth certificate is then exchanged on the stock market. And then that person becomes the surety for the debt of the nation. So all our money is born out of the labor, the possible labor that every person that's born is going to do. That's essentially the wealth of our country, is the promise to pay, because we got this many people that got jobs in our country. So we're going to create businesses for people to fulfill obligations or to create visions or vehicles. So it's the labor. So we have to become more entrepreneurs. If you want to defeat the banking system, you got to become more entrepreneurs. Number one, you got to understand the banking system and not let your money just sit in the bank, but you got to use your money to create and make other money. That's how the wealthy move. You can't just let your money sit idle. Go ahead.
Sankofa,
Yes, sir.
what about those of us who aren't so entrepreneurial? And I don't agree with your take, and neither do I really agree with IC3. Black people aren't influential in the financial world banking system at all.
I disagree.
Which country can move which black people can move a market?
1 second. I'll start. Nigeria.
Nigeria, really?
Yeah,
Yes.
they're colonized by the Britain, or they was recently
Yeah, but they still
their freedom from the British. They've been colonized for the British for decades.
They could compared to America.
They can't even refine their own goddamn oil. What are we talking about?
No, but listen. The
Exactly.
Nigerians. Yeah, but don't forget the IMF is made up of African countries, and without the African countries there,
And the IMF moves
what
when
sort of reserve
America
would they
says
have
move.
in the form to back the credit and what the monetary fund deal with, because they are a banking system, isn't it? Oh my god. So oh my god. Sorry, excuse me.
We kind of getting
Yeah,
off a solution though.
Yeah. So
boy, that's a huge argument.
The bank,
You're
like,
gonna have
loads
to,
of
you're gonna have
sellouts.
to
There's
explain
about at
more.
least 6 to 10 countries, African countries, that sit that work that are part of the IMF. All these countries that are part of the UN, they're all part of the IMF.
The solution
Okay, and
is the creation
they
of
move
a
which
totally new world system.
Well, Africa moved the whole data bread basket for the world.
Really?
So, yeah. So if the sellouts or the people that are put in place in these African countries were to try and turn against the organizations that have been formed around them, IMF, the United Nations, then they would have to go to war with them, because they pretty much hold all the value and all the most high standard oil, the most precious gold, the most precious minerals come from Congo and Africa. So that's why they control the market pretty much indirectly. They don't control it because obviously they're in the pocket. They're what we call subordinates, or the Western world and the Citibank, right, which is basically the banking system.
My simple question.
Hold on. So you're saying Nigeria controls their own banking system?
Nigeria, through the people who are ruling, which is the Nigerian army, federal army, all part of the like conglomerate with the Federal Reserve, the IMF, and the United Nations, and that's how they control all the wealth, and that's how they help.
Was a yes.
Africa is ruled by whites. Look, there's only a tiny little part of Africa that has any black influence. can see the most of it is white.
What country
White
is that?
people rule Africa.
I see through.
Simple.
What country is that? What African country is that that I see the black? I
It's
see
Ethiopia. That's the only. They're the only little pocket of that are still holding on to identity. All other systems are under white or Arab.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
I'd agree there.
Ethiopia is just holding on. I don't know how they're managing to do it.
And I would say this, King Gold. I would say this. So if I'm looking at that map, then this was going to tell me that the banking system is going to be ran by Arabs and whites in these
exactly.
Places.
Well, the European banks, right? And the Citibank are all run by the International Bank, right, of Settlements, and the IMF. They all kind of control, and it's all controlled by 10 people, 10 countries. That was the original founding, was 10 countries, and they're creating all the wars right now, right? So yeah, if that answers your question, really. I don't know if that was reused, even asking me a question.
So what's the solution?
No, I was just saying because all right, there we go. There we go. I just move on to IC3 because I heard Brother Sankofa say this, and I know IC3 and Brother Sankofa and even you, Kingo, all of us, we're about solutions, man. So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's where it gets tough.
Yeah.
How do you go up against that system that has been taken centuries to build? You see, that's where you have to use your brains. Any system that has been set up by man can be dismantled. So it's a big system, it's a powerful system, but it's not impossible to take down. But you have to start thinking solutions rather than whinging Negroes, whinging. The entire system has slowly been built up over the centuries through insurance. The insurance insure this slave ship here, insure this here. What's insurance? Insurance is backing. We'll back you for that. If that ship sinks, we'll cover you. It's just gangster business. So they've built up their system, their gangster business over centuries. So it's very refined, it's very sophisticated. They move currency left, right, and center. So the whole system is built on the abuse of black people. So therefore, the solution is going to have to be some kind of counter system.
Okay.
There's no way you can take them out from within. It's their world. A new world has to be created, a counter world.
Yeah.
How do you do that now? That's the question.
Let me tell you this though, IC3, and some people would say that this could be a problem, right? Because if you're saying we have to create a counter system, I think Brother Sankofa is saying yes, we have to be become sovereign and remove ourselves from the system. And then what if we got two people who want to separate themselves from the system, but they're fighting in two different lanes? Some people would say that's division, or that's a ball of confusion. I always say to take down a system, which I call the system white supremacy. So to break down a system of white supremacy is going to take many solutions. It's going to take many. IC3 over here with his reparations bank is a beautiful thing. Brother Sankofa saying, hey man, we need to really remove ourselves, become sovereign people. I understand what he's saying. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to jump in? Go ahead, bro.
I want to talk to IC3, and we've had this conversation before. I think you're right, IC3. We have to create a new system, but the Enlightenment was really like the IMF and all this capitalist stuff. It has worked for white people.
Yeah.
But they had to have a market. They marketed us. And I think the
We're stopped.
Enlightenment, while we created like the cotton gin in the Enlightenment, it was as great an evil. It was a huge evil, and it created great things too. And it fascinates me that religious people don't see this. We had to kill like millions of people to create a fucking cotton gin.
I think
A cotton what? A cotton jam? Did you say?
I'm
cotton
sorry,
gin.
it's an American thing.
A cotton gin.
It made black people more efficient at picking cotton.
yeah.
I
We
want to
had
speak on
to
this.
kill many millions of people to be where we are. Technology is built on the bones and the blood of people
Yeah.
who were marginalized,
Hey,
enslaved.
let me jump in, Born Rich, when you get a minute.
Well,
I'm
do you know this?
sorry, I
This is
got
what.
emotional.
So
Oh,
basically,
you good, Stanley? You good, Stanley?
what I want to quickly say, Sankofa, yeah, is if if IC3 had his vision came to fruition, right, and then everybody came together and created their opposite system or something to compete with the system, you'd be looking at America, okay, being getting reparations in some sort of form. And if it wasn't from the Europeans, if it was to mirror what happened in the 1930s and around the 40s and 50s,
Wait,
what would happen is America would have a bank, a central, that would be like where
we
the main
print the
bank is.
money.
One second, but I'm talking about like not inclusive, like excluding yourself from the capitalist mainstream European stronghold. I'm talking about just literally breaking off and seeking reparations from all different black countries or African countries, and then that would
So,
what they would do. They would send money to this particular location in America where a bank would be, and then all these places that are sending their money would where what would be seen as the black central banks, and then the bank
wait,
of the banks would be in America. Okay, so therefore, like with like to mirror the banking system would be so difficult because of the European banking system goes into countries and tells them that you have to share your shares in your businesses, you have to do this, you have to do that, you have to um, share out a certain amount. You can't put up the prices to this amount. They pretty
Dr.
much tell you
Gold,
what
Yeah.
how much, and black people will never be able to tell white people how much they can sell their goods for
Dr.
or
Gold,
buy their goods for.
I hear. Go ahead, Stanley,
Yeah.
and then I want to let Sankofa come through.
let Sankofa go. I
Okay.
have a question for Dr. Gold.
It's a solution, isn't it?
Uh,
All right, so
let
I want,
Sankofa go. Please
yeah,
speak.
I want,
Sorry.
I really wanted to illustrate and touch on this, man, because like we gotta come into the reality of what's going on. Like the system that was created called white supremacy, that system has impacted everybody in a negative way. Every
Right.
culture of
Has
people,
it been
not
replaced
just
by something different?
hold on, brother Stanley. Let me speak freely with no interruption. All right. So I don't want to forget my points because I sit back and I listen to everybody without interruption because I want to be able to go when I'm ready to talk.
Yes,
So
sir.
now, so now, so everybody needs to understand that, man, everybody has been negatively impacted by white supremacy, right? I live out north, born rich, you know where I'm at. I'm out north. So where I live, this area has been gentrified, right? So when I come out of my house and I see Caucasian people walking their dogs and they're afraid to speak to me. So I intentionally come out on Saturday mornings and I pick up trash around my street so they can have conversation with me, right? And what I see is that
No.
they afraid. Listen, they afraid because they are a victim of white supremacy. How is that?
Yes.
Because they were tricked to
Yes.
moving into a predominantly black community where oppressed people have lived, and they bought the tall and skinny houses for $500,000. But still in the same neighborhood, we still here, and it's still murders that take place. So now they have to take responsibility for what? Changing the neighborhood. So now you got to invest in the people here that have been suppressed and oppressed in order for the neighborhood to be nice for your family to grow up in. I'm not done yet, Stanley. Be patient.
Yes,
Be
sir.
patient. Work on your patience.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Those are characteristics that are of the feminine trait. Men got to be able to not be as impulsive. So now,
I don't agree with that.
okay, cool. I
Did
will
you
ask
just
you.
call me a woman?
No, I said that is a trait
It's a joke.
of
It's a
the
joke.
yeah.
It's
You
a
gotta
joke.
be able to be quiet and listen, just like how everybody else does when you're talking, right? Not a chatty patty. So all
Fuck
right, so
you.
now let me get to this. Let me get to my next
Son,
point.
I'll mute.
All right. So now I want to get to my next point. Once we first understand that, we gotta also secondly understand this is that the problem with the world has been men, bro. Like this idea to conquer other people, it didn't start with Caucasian people. Who you think they learned from? They learned that from us. We were conquering each other before the European
Yeah,
power
minus
structure
the
came
savagery
into
though.
play.
Sorry, I'm gonna argue. Minus the savagery, my friend. Minus
No,
the
we would
savagery.
no, we were doing savagery too.
No,
We were
not to
doing
that degree. Not to that degree, my
oh
friend.
yes. So
That's a common
so
note.
He's making a good
I
point.
mean, stick a pin in it, King Go.
Wait.
We remember because I want to not even rebut, but I have something to say about that. But go, let's say Kofa Land. Go ahead, bro.
Sankofa,
okay.
please finish.
So you saying there are no time periods in history that you know of where a melanated king, a melanated king did not murder his own people in order for him to take over land. Shaka Zulu is a case in point. He murdered his own people. He murdered thousands, hundreds of thousands of his own people because why? He was being led by what? Bitterness and pain because of his father's what? Decisions, poor decisions. His father impregnated his mother and did not want to make her queen because she was a disgrace to him. So Shaka Zulu was a child that was born on a what? A negative vibration. So that negative vibration that he was born in manifested in the way that he behaved in his life. So the
He's a
reason why
warrior, man. He's a warrior.
the reason, but he was born on a negative vibration. You got to get that. When a child, the way that the child's come out of the portal, the woman carries the portal that separates this dimension from the spiritual dimension. You got to know that. So how you bring a child into this realm determines the vibration that they will carry. So we having children on the wrong vibration, and that is what's creating our reality, not white supremacy. We got to take advantage of our divinity. We have divinity. We have our own power as gods. So when you say you can't do something, you're not using your divinity. I'm gonna stick a pin in it, man. Go ahead, Born Rich.
Sankofa, don't go.
No, he's just going on mute. He ain't going
this
nowhere.
Dude fucking made a huge case for black people as we're human. It's a huge argument.
Yeah, I mean, I hear
that dude is brilliant.
I mean, yeah, I hear Sankofa, but see, I don't like this though, right? Sankofa, you know what I'm saying? I gotta speak this, brother.
Go ahead, family.
When we try to say that even African slavery or we were enslaving our own people, it wasn't as bad. It wasn't no castration. We were
human.
We wasn't breeding each other for centuries, brother. Like I don't know. I just always try to speak up against maybe King Gold. I know King Gold has some Nigerian in his bloodline, so maybe he could speak on that. But I just think that black people selling black people is maybe it's true. Okay, it's true, but it's a diversion.
I'm about to say, but the other countries, well, one country, only one of the countries promised that you was gonna be so-called free. Only one of the countries promised you was gonna be so-called equal, and all that other dumb shit they be
free
saying.
world, the new world.
See what I'm saying? It's two different. That's two different setups, man. Somebody, it happened. We talking about motherfucker said you was, according to their constitution, that everybody was such and such. but
It
they were
would
treating you less
change the
than, right?
world.
I ain't saying what they believe. I'm saying what they were doing, what they wrote down, and what they did. You know, two different things. So we seen, you know, that was visible shit. So, but the other country, they never promised you was gonna be free. There ain't a country in Africa that promises you gonna be free. They don't talk like that. So
I think,
that's the difference right there.
yeah, what I think, um, you know, I'm working on a plan. I'm working within a plan. The plan is fully functional, and we're taking territory. And as the months go by, um, I will be crushing all other competition, all weak black ideologies, missions, plans, and ideas will be destroyed. And only the plan that I'm on will remain standing.
Okay.
That's just the way it's going to have
I
to
love that.
be.
I love
I
that,
see
bro.
three
And
That
we will
go.
sounded
see, we'll see who and what is strong enough.
Can you give the people a summary of your plan, IC3? Just for the people who's
that
not
sounded epic,
familiar.
bro.
Hold on, Kingo. Just for the people who's not familiar with your plan. I'm familiar with it, but we have an audience. So what is a summary, brief summary of your plan, IC3?
Yeah. So, step one is to clarify black identity. Yes, blackness is a construct. It's a construct, it's a stock or whatever, it's negative, whatever. But blackness and this plan turns blackness and black identity into an asset class. An asset class. Yes? So to clarify black identity, in order to organize, step two, effectively. You cannot organize people effectively without clarification of who is in and who is out. Step three, through the effective organization, will then form a nation state, a black nation state. There is no black nation. This black nation is a construct with a specific purpose to neutralize and nullify the system of white supremacy. Through that construct, then you have that group, that entity, that people that are organized in that way, they can then start to use secession, which is SECESSION. So secession, or the threat of secession, is when you start moving into power play. Power play. And that is when you have to go head to head or table to table. On the other side of the table is going to be the white supremacists, and then it's going to be representatives of the black nation on this side of the table. And then it will be this negotiations will start with leverage. So in order to wield leverage, yes, you have to have a group of people who are tightly organized. Yes, they're tightly organized, and then they can wield leverage. They can say, well, if you upset us, well, there could be prices. There could be a price to pay. There could be instability in this region, and so on and so on and so on. So the representatives of that black nation will have the full backing of all people.
Hey, was
So
you
is that
saying
clear?
leverage? Hey, was you saying
Yes.
leverage?
That's
Okay,
right.
my bad. I was
Leverage.
just trying to. I was getting
Power.
fucked up on that word. I couldn't get you.
Yeah. Leverage. That's what I said.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I
Leverage is
thought that what you
power.
were saying. I was just, yeah. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's it. Simple. That's the plan. So you can ask questions, and then I'll go into more details on any aspect. But it's very simple. Step 1, clarify identity. Step 2, once identity is clarified, you can then organize effectively those people that have opted in or taken on that identity.
Will your organization have a preference to who they will directly do business, or will they be identified as being black or African?
They'll be identified as being black. And Africanness or African identity or American identity or black Caribbean identity, these are subcategories under
So
black.
you don't want to really be you want to
step
be an
in?
organization, but an organization that is fronted by race or ethnicity, because not many banks do that really.
It's not about the banks.
Like
And
you
know
actually
we have had. Sorry.
Economic Forum. Go on. Were you going to say something?
I would like you and IC3 to finish, but I'm gonna make a cultural point because that's the way I see things.
Go for it, man. Go ahead, man. I actually want to have.
I think it's I think economics are nice. I think capitalism and world banks are nice. I don't think you're really seeing the point. And
What's the
I'm
point?
going to criticize you. IC3.
Go on then.
It's capitalism, black capitalism. It is capitalism, which is the Enlightenment. That's when white people fucking decided that they couldn't have white indentured servants. So what did they do? I'd like you to answer that question, Mr. IC3. They created an economic system based on what?
Right. So you're
Slavery.
talking about white people created
Well,
the economic
no, I'm not done.
system.
It's not
I don't
about
understand
white
the question.
people. It's about the
Are you making a statement
philosophical
or asking me a question?
enlightenment thing. It's a whole philosophy that they got wrong.
Slow down. Wait a minute. Are you asking me a question or are you making a statement? Can you please
I'm making
clarify?
a statement that the whole premise, the Enlightenment, killed as many people as it saved. I
So
will
what?
stop with that question. I would love your answer.
So what? Because
No,
people
you're telling me something. You're making a
Well,
statement.
no,
You're not asking
I'm
me a
sorry.
question.
It's actually a question, and I shouldn't have to put the
Please
Enlightenment.
rephrase the question. I'm not getting the question.
So basically, what he's saying is
No. Let him say. Let him say what the question
The
is.
Enlightenment created the problems.
You telling me that? Are you? Are you telling me that?
Yes.
So black people shouldn't.
And
that's not a question,
you
is it?
can't solve the problems with the part that created Audra Lord. You can't tear down the master's house with the tools that built the house. Do you get that concept? Audre Lorde.
Wow.
Slow that down. Listen to what you just said.
Oh,
You
for goodness
cannot
sake.
tear down the master's house with the
With the
tools that built the
built the
master's house.
house.
That is nonsense.
Okay.
Stupid.
Absolutely stupid.
So apply the principle. I don't understand the principle.
Hey, that was stupid as a motherfucker. For real.
It
That was
was,
the
man.
dumbest
Get
shit.
back to the point. Get back to the
That was
point,
the
man.
dumbest shit I ever heard right there,
This
man.
nigga just threw about
Okay,
10 red
well,
herrings,
I
man.
will accept
Hey,
I'm
on
just
the real though, that was
done.
the dumbest. I don't know if you thought about that or not,
That's
man.
the
But
dumbest
you should have
shit
you should have thought about that one. That was dumb.
Bruv, you need a donkey of the day noise. Donkey the
Okay,
Like for real,
well,
you need to quit.
I'm the
You been
donkey of
watching
the
donkey of the
day,
day. Donkey of the
but
day goes to Stanley.
you
Man,
been
y'all
watching
killing me over here,
I
man.
will accept the donkey
you
of
been
the
watching
day.
public television,
But
ain't
think about it.
you?
Capitalism,
You
fucking capitalism built the slavery system. Now think about it from there. How do
Hey
we tear
Stanley,
it
hey
down?
Stanley, can I
You
say
are
something, brother? Can I
spending
say
a
something,
lot of
brother?
time.
Hey, can I say something, please, brother? My brother
Yes, sir.
IC3, man, you could tell he has put a lot of thought into creating a solution, a plan, right? And he gave you his 3 points to his plan. And so he wanted remarks from people who were interested in learning and engaging with him about his plan and to help formulate a stronger plan, possibly through this network that Born Rich created. So your
Right.
pessimistic attitude is just kind of killed that vibe, brother. So if you don't
You're
mind, could you
using
kind
the
of can you?
master's tools, markets, banks.
I'm
All right, yeah,
saying,
quit
but
the analogy,
but that's
man.
not
Quit the
what we're
analogy,
talking
bro.
about, though. I see
Just stick
three
to the
got
point.
a solution. You feel what I'm saying? And he's actually trying to tap into this platform so that we can discuss and maybe fortify his solution that he's trying to bring to the table. So let
Okay.
let brothers let brothers
Yes.
kind of engage with IC3 for a minute, man. Respect that man. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? He worked hard on this plan. I could tell he's been putting a lot of energy and thought into it. Real talk.
I can tell. I can tell.
But I know what did you mean by that? He basically meant that to speed things up, bloody hell. That basically it, he's saying that for a renaissance to happen in the black community is hand in hand with our demise because of history and Wall Street. There's that a bit of a defeatist mentality. Is that that's beyond defeatist? Because at this stage, the power of the internet and the way that people could socialize now is way more possible. And even when you look at Marcus Garvey, he got what a million people to sign something,
Marcus
right?
Garvey?
Without the internet. So look, the defeatedness is just like the most retarded shit ever, in my opinion. I think this when you've got a solution that is so abstract at this stage because we've only heard a couple of bits. I think it'd be more interesting than just cutting it short by using a really poor analogy. To be honest with you, bro, it's just I think that is So it's like basically saying for black people to try and get out of the hole that they're in, you believe that that's them trying to create a problem because a white man's going to see it as they're trying to get free. We need to push them back in a hole to maintain dominance. So you're going to say don't try and get out of the position you're in. There's absolutely no way out. I mean, if his idea is far fetched, then your idea is literally saying if you've got if you've got a piece of wood in your eye. I'm going to use an example I heard someone else use. I'm just going to leave it in there. You're going to leave a flipping nail in your bottom of your foot. You're going to try and pull it out, right? Anyway, it's just stupid to even try and facilitate that conversation, man. But the banking idea, I don't know because you haven't really mentioned it as a bank. You just said organization. So I just wanted to know how the banking system would fit into that and how you would get support. cross
You
territory
don't
support.
change hearts and minds with banking solutions.
What?
Stanley, you gonna just talk the whole time, huh? You ain't gonna even just let nobody get the flow, huh? Yeah, man. No, bro, what's up with that man, bro?
His brother Stanley said, "Go. This is somewhat of brothers. You know how we is as brothers, man. You got all type of brothers, man. All type of, man. We all got opinions, man. That's the beautiful thing.
Well,
It's
wait,
on here.
hold it.
I feel that. I'm just
really
saying, share the mic though. Like, don't just come out with negativity every time you open up. You
I'm
killing
not
the
being
vibe.
I mean, well, I would say this to Stanley. If Stanley
I
disagrees
would
with his
say
point,
listen to Dr. King Gold.
All right. Well, what it is that he seems very pessimistic. That's a good word to use. Skeptical, and some people are real. It's called a realist or
yeah, a realist.
relativist, not relativist, a realist. Yeah, maybe he's like one of these realists who, oh well, we've seen it happen before, and let's use that as proof. Yeah, and
Yeah, I can
that
see that.
this is what happens when we try and do this, or when black people try and do such like take steps to get themselves economically free, etc. Yeah, but that ultimately that is almost like it's putting a negative on a building a solutions, because solutions is about sort of you're past all of the constraints that you know and hurdles, and you've kind of seen where you need to go, and then the solution it kind of comes after identifying the problem, right? So if you're stopping at the solution, then you can never ever get free or never even go anywhere. So yeah, that's all it is, bro. I think when you're building is different to debating, or because we can all agree that black people need to somehow get free. Like, he's not saying, oh, this is my opinion, and you're like, yeah, you're wrong. He's definitely right, but like, what's your solution if you don't believe in
Yeah,
his
there we
solution?
go. There we go. That's my thing, because
Yeah.
I think you can ask 7 different black people, how do we achieve liberation, and you'll get 7 different answers. So I tried nothing that we can question, or I mean, shit, if you want to shoot it down, shoot it down. But I think it's gonna be multi-layered, and I try to just ask questions instead of just shooting the shit down just automatically. It's easy for everybody to just say, yeah, that's bullshit, bro. The cops still shooting us in the back while we running. You know what I'm saying? It's easy for us to say that. But then we do have to have solutions, though. Go ahead, Stanley.
No, I've already been mocked.
It don't matter about being mocked, man.
No,
our people. Our people, we
it's
passionate.
particularly hard.
No, it's all right. Our people is like that. We're gonna be mocked, and we're gonna make some jokes.
Don't fucking run.
There
It's
you
my
go.
point. Don't run from the cops. Fucking don't put yourself in harm's way. That's me. I see don't put yourself in harm's goddamn way.
Hey, let me speak on that, man. Then born rich, cause you know me, I'm always gonna speak from experience, man.
Absolutely, go ahead, bro.
And you know, I just want to make it clear, you know, and I want you to know this too, IC3, is that, man, when you trying to build an organization, man, you got to have some people that actually know how this country runs, how this world runs. You know what I mean? I come from a family of strong men. My grandfather was a Marine. My daddy, Army. My uncle's Army. I got uncles that were the first master chief sergeants in the United States Air Force. So I come from that background. Even though, like, my father had 4 sons, he told us not to join the military because of his experience. Even though he came from a line of men, but the training that they got manifested into the type of sons that they were able to raise. So the way that I move and what I understand about this country and about the world is advanced because of all the men that I came from. So when you're talking about trying to build any type of structure or machine that a lot of people can move with, you got to have people with that type of training, or else you're gonna fall. So two is also this right here, brother, is when you talk about solutions, like Born Rich said, it's multiple layers to the solution. But I want to talk about interacting with the police because see, before Facebook Live ability was even like a thing, before that happened, me
May
and my
I
team,
interject right here?
no, you
My
cannot.
father was
No,
a policeman.
no, Stanley, you cannot object or you cannot interject right now because you interject too damn much. So look, man, listen. So before Facebook Live, right? What my team and I was doing, if we got pulled over by the police, we had a group text message, and then we had like our phone camera would go to a database and it would go to a website and store that video. And then I could text somebody to say, hey, I've gotten pulled over. But see, we got the literature that the police officers were trained by first. So I was the
Right.
one that was selected to go to the Citizens Police Academy class. It was for
Right.
13 weeks. So once I went to the class, I was able to know the interworkings of the police department and know the language, right, to
Right.
use. And I also studied the Constitution and I also learned about the difference between commerce and Constitution.
Right.
Officers, if they're trying to pull you over because your license plate is out or you ran a stop sign, that's them trying to do commerce with you. Because according to the Constitution, we have the right to travel from point A to point B. But they changed the word from traveling to driving. So
Right.
you have to know that's the sorcery. That's the word sorcery. So when
Yeah.
the officer
Yeah.
pulled me over, I'm chopping his mind up with my questions and my statements. He don't feel threatened by me. You feel what I'm saying? He don't feel
Yeah.
threatened by me. He understands that I've studied further, and when I'm able to use language that he was
May
taught in
I come
training,
in after everyone talks
Yeah.
and
he
describe the
knows
Constitution?
he knows that I been to the Citizens Police Academy training. I got videos, bro,
And
of me
it
doing it.
resulted
So
in bullshit.
no, it resulted in me going
It
to court.
resulted
Listen, brother, listen.
in a
I'm trying to
misread
tell you something.
Constitution.
No, I'm trying to let you know my personal experience,
I'm
Stanley.
trying to let you know
You
when's the
can't let
last
me
time you
know
read
what
the
my experience.
goddamn Constitution.
I got multiple
It
copies of the
is
Constitution in
against.
front of me.
Well,
So
please read it.
so
Please
wait, so
read it
wait.
now. Hold it
No,
up.
no. Hey,
Hold
hey,
it up.
hey, Stanley.
Hold it
I'm a
up.
alpha. I'm a alpha male too,
I
Stanley. You
could give
can't
a
get me to
fuck,
move. So
alpha
you
male.
can't get me to move how you want to move. I'm talking and directing my conversation how I
You
want to
haven't
talk.
held up the
You can be
Constitution, sir.
you can
First
be
Amendment
quiet,
is what?
and then when I'm done
You have
talking, you can
not.
come in and
Stanley,
then you
what
can
is wrong
talk.
with you?
Man, mute
Stanley,
this
what
man,
on
Mike, man.
You know
earth
This
what?
is
man
wrong with
One,
tripping.
you?
one sec.
Let's
Can I
go
just
This
say
one at
something?
a
man
time.
Can I
tripping.
just
Let's
say
go one
something?
at
I
a time.
have
Let him
This
left.
land
man.
first. Let's
So
set
now
that
let me
there.
get back. Yeah, he tripping, man. So let me get back. So what I'm saying about when you interact with the police, bro, you have to
Oh
understand
my
that
goodness.
you gotta understand this first. You gotta have knowledge of what your rights are. You
You
gotta know the
gotta have
language.
knowledge of
And
the
Yeah.
then
Constitution.
and then three, you got to know that police officers are in threatening situations all the time. They seeing murders, they seeing death. See,
Yeah.
I'm coming from a background of being a teacher in the public school system. So we have
Right.
police officers on at the school. So I get a chance to talk to police officers, ask them pertinent questions, like how Born Rich do. You see how you are Born Rich, the energy, the mentality you have. You can put platforms together, engage people in conversation. This is how we have to engage police officers so that we
Right.
get a better understanding of them and they get a better understanding of us and why we need to improve our relationship with
Sankofa?
them. And so you also need to understand that some officers become police officers because they want to change and make the community better, not
Now,
because
Right.
they
let me just say
not
something.
Here.
because they
Let me just
prejudice.
say something on that. Let me just say
So
something on that.
yeah,
May
go ahead,
I
brother.
say
I think
something?
learning the laws. I think the learning the laws from black people to black people is more
No.
beneficial. You don't have to even engage with white people. You need to learn the law structure and where you
Yeah.
stand in it. Yeah, and that is more important now. a platform like this would allow that. If someone was well versed in law, this is the perfect opportunity for them to teach people. Because I know
you will never believe this. My father was a cop, and my mother was an English teacher.
So what?
I know how cops and teachers think. I was raised by that couple.
All cops and all English teachers don't think the same. So you can't generalize and make those type
You're
of statements.
disrespecting my parents?
No, you didn't hear me. I said all cops
I
and
heard
English
you.
teachers don't think the same. So just because your father was a cop and your mother was an English teacher doesn't mean you can speak for all cops and all English teachers.
Correct.
Damn. Shit, common sense,
Okay.
Stanley.
So may
tripping.
I don't have thoughts on this subject?
Yeah, but my friend Stanley, we're talking about one second. We're talking about economic freedom. We're talking about
there
economic
is no
freedom.
respect.
We're talking about economic
Stanley
freedom.
speak real quick, Kingo. Then you can go. Go ahead. Y'all let Stanley land.
I have nothing to say. Apparently, my being raised by a cop and a teacher means nothing to him because all black people don't think the same. You do realize my parents were black?
And so?
Sankofa is disrespectful.
Yo, all right,
so
come
what?
on.
Okay, all right.
I did not disrespect you, Stanley. That's not true, man. That might not one time. That might have not listened to my comment, bro.
Okay.
It's
Hey, who
funny
is Cuz?
how young people
Hey, Born
don't.
Rich.
Huh? What you say, Black
Born
Pete?
Rich. Who is
Born
Cuz?
rich. Carry it forth. It's funny.
Who is Cuz though? Who is this nigga?
Nah, who's Stanley? Stanley a good brother, man. Stanley
Yeah.
a good brother. One of the elder
Well, I
brothers.
mean, I ain't never heard Cuz on here. Who is he? Like for real though?
Nah, he new
You
to the
playing with
panel.
us
He
or
new.
what, man?
Stanley new to the panel. Stanley new to the panel. I spoke with him in some other spaces, man. Stanley good, man.
No,
Stanley
it's like
black.
he's got some good solutions, man. He said, don't
Like
run from the
Stanley,
cops.
I have to prove what?
He said,
I
don't
rock
run
with
from the
Stanley,
cops.
man. You know what I'm saying? I still want to make Stanley feel welcome, man. I do, because Stanley, he's a good
You
brother.
know what?
He got difference of opinion, man. And you know how people come with a lot of difference of opinion, man. So Stanley good, man.
He had no opinions
okay.
yet. He just been making generalizations.
I'm still interested, but no one motherfucking questions my goddamn black credentials. As white as I sound,
No one said that,
motherfucker.
bro. That you're projecting.
Yeah,
I'm
Who
just
said
saying,
you
yeah.
sound white? You don't sound white to
Let
me.
me speak. Let me speak, and I'll let you not take over. Yeah, I'm just gonna say, bro. The solution, like the solution.
I'm pissed.
From IC3.
And Born Rich, it's a. I know.
Your
I'm
solution
not
was
taking offense.
bro. Your solution was don't run from the cops. Do you reckon that was the best solution?
My father was a cop, and he wasn't just a cop. He was fucking a police official.
Okay,
These
but I'm
people
saying
did not fucking raise me to get some bullshit.
I don't know if this is entertainment, but this is.
These people were serious about their jobs and they thought about them, and it is difficult for me to hear. I was raised by the people that Sankofa tends to disrespect.
I never disrespected anybody, Stanley.
I'm done.
How did I disrespect
I will watch.
your father?
I don't want to.
Man,
You know what?
This
tripping,
word
bro.
respect.
Do you
One
really?
second,
You
please.
don't listen to what you say,
see this
Sankofa?
word respect, disrespect. This person respect.
You can
He
stop
disrespected
IC3.
me.
It's a
You are
Sankofa
wasting time talking about respect. Focus on
And
the
you
solution.
will
Focus on the
fucking
issue.
waste time on an
Why waste
IMF
time talking about
question
respect? Who to
that
respect?
has nothing to do
It's
with
feeling. That's
normal life.
pure empty feelings. Get on with the subject.
How is the IMF normal? How does it impact day-to-day Black life?
Right. Are we now going to talk about the IMF? Is that correct?
You're really going to talk about IMF? Chicago? How does it impact day-to-day Black life in America?
Okay. That's interesting. That's an interesting
that is
topic.
a good question. That's a good question.
Yeah.
Stanley, you got
How
to mute up.
does
You
the
got to let him mute up, Stanley.
International
I'm listening.
And let him
Monetary
answer.
I'm
Fund?
listening to this shit.
Okay, well, let him.
Yeah.
You gotta let him fit. Make sure you let him land, Stanley. Come on, go ahead, IC3.
Yeah. So let's explore this together. Good question. How does the International Monetary Fund impact the daily lives of Black people locally?
Whilst
Is that the question?
you're thinking about it, I noticed the pause.
Yes, I like to think before I speak.
Come on, Stanley. Just please, Stanley, please. He's just trying to make sure he has the question right, bro. You know what I'm saying, Stanley?
Get IC. Don't have it, bro. You trying to slide it.
Stop, Kingo. Stop. You gassing it, man. All right, so Stanley, he was asking the question: what have the IMF done for Black people in Chicago or in America specifically? I think that was Stanley's question. IC3. Stanley, let me know if I'm misinformed, brother.
You got it right.
Okay, IC3.
Okay.
Great question.
So let's explore this together. So the International Monetary Fund is an organization that is
We're talking
transnational.
Chicago.
Correct? Yeah. So the International Monetary Fund, and then Chicago is a part of a particular nation or country. Correct?
Correct.
Right.
Chicago's a city.
All right. So a particular city in a particular country. So it's a brilliant question. How do international organizations, international financial organizations impact the lives of local people in a local city?
Where do you start?
Okay. My view is that
it's your view or a technical view?
Yeah, I'm giving you my understanding, then I'd like to listen to the other views as well. So this is my view, and I'll be interested to hear how other people perceive the situation.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So an international organization that's powerful can apply pressure on a particular country or nation. In applying pressure on that particular country or nation, it can then impact the economy of that particular country or nation. And if the economy is impacted of a particular country or nation, then the cities and the departments within that country or nation will also be impacted. So if you think the value of a currency of a particular country, you devalue the people, the resources, and everything that country, that particular country, has to offer. And international organizations that have the power to devalue a currency of a particular country can then cause people to leave their home country, their home city, and travel abroad to get work in foreign countries where the currency is stronger, so they can get a living for themselves and send money home to their weaker countries, nations, cities, and towns. So individuals of these cities and countries, they will move if they find that there's not enough work, or the economy is doing badly in their particular country. They will leave their country and go to another country where the currency is stronger and work and send money home.
Can you
That
correct me if I'm wrong?
is to illustrate. That's my answer to how an international organization like the IMF can impact directly a local, the lives of a local people in a particular country, in a particular space.
Doesn't the IMF also determine what happens, how much valuable, how the cost or the value of a particular item out of a country on the stock market? So they not only control the currency, but they also have a say in how much commodities are worth. Because obviously they are tied to the stock market, and the stock market generally is predominantly owned by
Commodities help
America,
people how?
Israel, and obviously now China are starting to buy a lot of shares in the on all these markets. So
that's how I address the question. Is that satisfactory?
Anybody? He broke it down.
Yeah, they also force countries to
what
borrow
part
money
is not
from them.
satisfactory?
Well, I won't be heard. The whole thing was irrelevant to how people live on the ground. People aren't economies. And we learned that in what? We learned that if we pretend to be civilized, people learned that fucking 600 years ago. Economies aren't people. I know you look surprised, Mr. Adam Smith. Economies are not people. Did you not notice? Answer that, please.
What is your point, Stanley, man? What's your
man,
point?
get to the fucking point, man.
Y'all are
Golly, man. Hey, man, you taking up too much talk time, bro. You really are. You gotta share the mic, man.
Okay.
I think Stanley.
I don't think I'll share the mic, but people are not economies. Adam Smith created a market in humans. Did y'all not notice? That's why we're having the conversation about slavery.
Yeah, but you said a market economy
look
is
at
synonymous.
your markets and look at how it was created. It is wonderful to hear my bullshit and listen to IC3 talk about economies and Sankofa talk about building businesses. The economy was built on Black people. So figure those odds. We wouldn't even have the internet, but somehow or another, there was a Benjamin Banneker or Frederick Douglass. And I will concede the mic.
There you
Have
go.
fun with it, y'all.
I gotta say, pause. There's a pause in there somewhere, ain't it? So I concede the mic. Have fun with it. All right. Well, shout out to Stanley, man. He said, shout out to Stanley. And I don't know if Stanley said that answered the question. Stanley said it didn't answer the question. So I guess I'll come. I mean, you know, he's saying how is y'all's solution going to help the black people in Chicago? I'll go to you, Sankofa. How is that going to help? You're saying become sovereign, and you're telling us the difference between driving and traveling. How is that going to help the young brothers that's killing up
sorry.
each other?
Lori Lightfoot will help.
In Chicago. You know where I'm going, Sankofa. You know where I'm going. How's that
Yeah.
going to help the brothers in
So-
Chicago that's suffering from gang violence and committing gang violence? Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. So I mean, to your point, Born Rich, like the solution is multi-layered, you know, understanding what your human rights. See, having a nationality is a human right. That's already been decided on the United Nations level with the Universal Declaration that was signed there, right? So that is your human right. Once you understand and understand what your human right is, then these corporations won't be able to interact with you the same way. So that's one layer, right? The next layer is how you bring a child into this realm, the vibration that they brought in on. So if we are constantly having children off of one night stands and we drunk or we on a molly, right? Or we having sex because we trying to cope with the loss of a loved one, or we trying to cope with trauma from our childhood. We constantly bringing children into this realm on the wrong vibration. So we already setting them up to not be consciously elevated and for their pineal gland to be open. We already setting them up with a battle before they even get here. So they have to fight to then uncover who they really are and get to their essence. You feel me? But the strategy to help us get to our essence quicker is going to begin with building a system where we can do that at, right? So you have to understand that mind, body, and spirit are the three components of a spiritual being: mind, body, and spirit. So if we don't have an environment where our minds can be developed properly, because we can't depend on a public school education, though there are some good teachers that are there who are trying to pour seeds into children. I ain't knocking that. But I'm saying we also need to have our own alternative education models in our community, in our family. So that means if I'm a man and I got two sisters, for example, and two brothers, and we all got kids, right? Then that means I have to connect with my sisters and brothers and my nieces and nephews and create learning environments for them outside of what the public school system is teaching them. That is what culture is. That is what humans have always done. Like how we operate now.
Doing it for you?
No, that's why we went through the pandemic. The pandemic was to reset you so that your third eye will have time to open up so you can take back control over your reality. The pandemic, being out of school that long, gave you time to spend time with your children again.
I agree.
You didn't have to go to work. They was giving you all this money through the stimulus checks. You know, the only reason why they did that because they know that it's a sign of the time. It's elevation time. It's transformation time. See, if your pineal gland ain't open, you didn't even catch that. You supposed to have been spending time with your wife. Women supposed to be spending time with their husbands, spending time with their kids, right? Developing their children, their relationships. So when we came back from the pandemic year that we were restricted, you were stronger. Your pineal gland was open more. Your vibration was sped up. This was the time for us to elevate.
Real quick, Sankofa. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. We have a new Soil. Is
Who
that you, brother?
benefited?
Stanley,
Black people or white people?
Boy, you already know ain't nobody gonna try me like that, man.
Yeah, I don't know. Hey, Stanley, Soil, you'll be surprised, brother. My bad, Stanley. You're gonna have to unmute your mic. I had to mute your mic, Stanley. We had a new panelist, and you know, some people like to come on here and show they dick and show porn. And I'm just saying, Stanley.
I'd like to challenge Sankofa.
No, let Sankofa finish. I joined because I kind of like what he was saying, though.
Well, I'm going to be
hold on, Stanley, you have to hold up because I did cut Sankofa to make sure this was a decent, a right panelist. Go ahead, Sankofa, brother. I did cut your wisdom.
All right, no doubt. Appreciate you, King. I appreciate both of y'all, brothers, man. But yeah, so I'm just trying to break down what occurred, because see, we can get stuck in a lower vibration of thinking, bro. You know what I mean? We have to stay on a higher frequency of understanding, because we gods. You got to understand your own divinity. We have a pineal gland, brother. You will feel a pulsation in the center of your forehead when your pineal gland is open. You will feel a pulse. Has anybody on this call ever felt like their forehead here beginning to pulsate, like it had a heart right here in the front? See, that's when you know your third eye is open. Your dream state gonna be different.
It's
right?
called high blood pressure.
No, brother. We talking about the pineal gland. It's an organ that sits in the frontal lobe of the brain, right? That's what we're talking about. That's
class or two. The pineal gland.
Yeah, that's where the higher consciousness sits.
There.
That's where the higher consciousness sits.
Can I just say something? 1 second. Before we go very spiritual and I'm definitely gonna explore it more. I believe that if you was to have a system where you could loan people, any black person in the world who was in problems or they needed money for any type of project that they wanted to pursue, they had a loan, £4,000, £5,000, that was from a place that was built by the people. I don't want to say black people, just the people, right? And it was based on a credit system, just like the IMF is doing now, and all these different bank systems in the West. And that's how you would, and it's a promise to pay as well, obviously, yeah, because if you've got that, I think what's holding black people, they've got all the talent in the world, but not starting from zero, and especially with a dysfunctional family, it's very difficult to get yourself up on your feet. And I'm not even trying to include jail. I'm just talking about starting in a white man system from zero on equal footing. They've got the benefit of having.
Brother,
yeah, they've got
this is the easiest time to become a millionaire, man. Y'all missing it, brother. Y'all lacking in knowledge if you feel defeated right now. I put in the chat room books, and I put in the chat room Jay Morrison. You gotta get in tune with what Jay Morrison, who's in Atlanta, Georgia, doing. He is the one who created the new, it's called a Trust Fund, right? So somebody mentioned Marcus Garvey, right, with the Black Star Ship Line and that whole model. Jay Morrison is the modern day Marcus Garvey with the platform that he's got in Atlanta, Georgia at the Legacy Center. Tap in with Jay Morrison. Look him up on YouTube, brother. Look him up on Instagram as well. His name is spelled Jay Morrison, Morrison. Look him up, study him. He giving out so much knowledge, bro, that can speed you up. You don't even have to recreate the model. He's got a facility where he's having classes with youth, with kids, with women, with children. They buying property and real estate all over the world. They got the knowledge. They got the banking system. This brother was an ex-drug dealer who did 3 years and got out and used his knowledge and wisdom. No college degree. Graduated from high school from the alternative school, originally from Philadelphia. His name is Jay Morrison. Check him out. Because y'all got to get
my cousin donated to the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. Like, you got to put in $500. But the problem I got with Jay Morrison is you heard you know who Tony the Closer is, right?
Yeah. They had a conflict.
About the issue he had with him, right?
Yep.
So what's your opinion on that? And please tell the audience if about that issue, because that's a heavy, you know what I'm saying? It's a heavy.
Yeah, it was a
yeah.
It was a one-sided issue because Tony the closer didn't come forward and talk about it publicly. So when Jay Morrison came back and talked about it publicly, he explained in detail what was occurring. It really just boiled down to a misunderstanding, and some parts of it was ego too. It was some ego there involved on both of their parts. But at least Jay Morrison came forward and pointed out where he was wrong. So anytime
we
a person
are wrong for
No.
talking.
I just want him to show that
Hold
he
up,
was.
brother.
I just want him to say like there's pros and cons, so you can get a picture.
Right.
Oh dear.
I like how you said the ego part because
Yeah.
at the end of the day it was about money, but I just wanted to.
This
he's
went
good with
from
money, but there's
solutions to crime.
I don't say I'm gonna mute up. Say what you're saying.
Nah, but I'm saying, I mean, it's still important that you go check out what Jay Morrison got going on with the Legacy Center, brother.
It's like
He
an
is somebody,
entrepreneurial sort of thing.
and no, he's dealing with the banking system. He giving you the whole game on how to defeat the banking system in America, brother. He giving you the whole game. Like there's nobody that's putting it down like him that I've heard. Nobody, ain't nobody fucking with Jay Morrison on understanding the banking system in America. Ain't nobody fucking with dude. Two, he's also creating a platform for young people, right, to come in and get trained in an alternative way from the public school system. They're getting educated to the banking system at an early age. They're also getting educated on how to be men, right? And he has a school essentially. The Legacy Center, in my opinion, is a school, bro. That man got a school. Like, get in tune with Jay Morris, man. He's doing some great work. I don't judge him by a conflict that he had with some other brother. You know what I mean?
Don't judge people by their conflicts.
No, I hear you, but Tony the Closer is a real estate guy who does the same shit Jay Morrison does, teaches people how to get involved with real estate. Real estate is one of the greatest financial tools in America. So that's what his side was. He's the one who actually helped Jay Morrison, I guess, kind of get that more commercial real estate vibe with it. Because look, remember he was on what Gilly the Kid show, $1 million worth of game, Tony the Closer, breaking down that whole real estate shit with I think Jay Morrison and all that. So that's what I'm saying. It's like two close friends had a fallout, and I just wanted to show you that Jay Morrison is human. You know what I'm saying? It's mistakes, but you know what I'm saying? I always look at the two sides of a coin. You know what I'm saying? Like we could say a man is the next Marcus Garvey, but
it's
you know what I'm
also going to be Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey had no property.
Brother, that is an irrelevant statement to what we going.
I'm sure it's irrelevant, but you should think about it.
Marcus Garvey owned the Black Star ship line. He lost everything because they put agents because they put
know the history. I know how he lost it.
All right, so that's irrelevant. We're not talking about that. We're talking about creating
Marcus Garvey owned which property?
Brother, that's irrelevant. We talking about how to own property today.
We were talking about property.
Hey, listen, hold on.
What about now?
Do you know what, Stanley?
I'm talking about property. Did Marcus Garvey pass on property to his kids?
You don't know that answer.
I know the answer. I read a book. Did you?
Man, that's irrelevant, man. Hey, boy, Rich, I'm a holler at you, fam. I'm finna go and jump off, man. I gotta get up in the morning.
One second. No. 1 second. Now, I wanted to. No, I actually really wanted you to talk about that more.
It is irrelevant.
Hold on, Stanley. This is the first time I got somebody who can really talk about the more science, and he sound like he knows more about it.
Man, chill out, bro.
Stanley raised a good question.
Well, when you say third eye as well, a lot of people will see that as pseudoscience or I'll take them, bro. Yeah, esoteric sort of not science. Do you believe that? Do you believe that it can be calcified and all of this with toothpaste and whatnot, and it gives you some sort additional thinking ability and capability.
Again, brother, until you get in tune with your vehicle. See, your body is your vehicle. So if you don't even know how your body works, the systems that are within your body, you're going to continue to govern what you think in your reality in your body is based off of
Is
what other
there a
people
brain in the
tell.
body?
But hold on, brother. What other people tell you. You see what I'm saying? So you should be able to answer that question yourself. Like if again, if you don't ever feel a pulsating up here, then that's letting you know that your higher consciousness is not open,
It's
right? If you're
medicine
not
that
drinking,
I don't feel high blood pressure.
if you're not drinking alkaline water, if you went and got the vaccination shot, right? If you don't balance how much meat you eat, if you eat pork, you feel what I'm saying, and you currently eating all this meat and it's building up mucus in the body, then you're not gonna have a heightened state of clarity. You're not, because you're putting things in your body that's not designed for you to have in there. So of
So the
course you can't
balance
be the best.
of
You
brain
can't be the best
is
version
pork.
of yourself.
I say
That's
that to say this that I actually can link the functionality of your body and how it can be optimized through good dieting, good eating, and taking a holistic approach. So, brother,
Yeah,
I'm
that's science right
all
now.
over
Nobody
that
could
that
dispute
that
that.
that conscious
Yeah,
thought
nobody could
and
argue that.
spirit
That's
and
science.
yeah,
yeah,
bro, and even spirit can be linked to various points in your body with that are melanated, called your chi points. And the Chinese
exactly,
figured this out. Figured this out a long
exactly.
time ago. So
That's
so
a
so
part of the solution.
it's and I think a lot of
And
that
which
There we
part
go.
of
boils
That's my
down to a
the
part.
lack
That's
of
my
science
part
knowledge.
of the
of
solution. Food
thinking
security. We need
about
food security. We need
your
our own
political
shit.
situation?
Control what goes inside of our own agriculture environments.
Yep,
Um,
I agree.
and it's so spiritual and down to the food you eat. So, um, natural foods, natural green foods that have always existed. Not only medicines, but allow our body to function to the point where food speaks to us. It's almost like an instrument. When it goes into our body, it plays us like keys, like playing keys, and our cells react to food like keys. So it like turns our body on. So you have a
Hey,
vitamin
Rich.
C, vitamin vitamin C, different types of food going in your body. So it's like our body's an instrument and it reacts to these
Hey, but
things.
Kingo, let me ask Sankofa
Yeah.
one question because I know he wanted to leave.
Mm.
Sankofa, so you're on the side of the Moorish teaching of Noble Drew Ali is the path that we have to go to,
It's a part of it.
or you
It's a
have like
part of it.
or so you have like a different form of it, but that's like the base.
Yeah, I got like
Okay,
a different form of understanding because my background is so diversified. But having a nationality, brother, that's your human right. And so the American government structure respects that because why? Because it's already signed at the United Nations as an agreement for all nations of the world for you to have a nationality. So, like these books right here, see, these are books that I give out every day. These books right here tell you what your human rights are. It deals with the Universal Declaration of Independence. And a part of having your human rights is the right to nationality. You see what I'm saying? So that's where the Moroccan Empire come in. That's where the rights of an indigenous people day came in at because they know we're moving towards enlightenment. We've been operating on a low vibration of war and conquer. We can no longer operate on that frequency because things are happening in our galaxy that they are witnessing happen that has never occurred. The planet is shifting. NASA seeing all kind of stuff going on in outer space. So they know when it's time. And it's time. We just got to get on the right frequency, connect with the right people, and create. We are the gods. Connect, man. Stay on the high frequency, stay on love, stay on accountability, though. I'm not saying love and don't extend accountability. See, I still extend accountability to world systems because I protest at the courthouse every week because the courthouse is right now with this parental alienation and allowing people to use the court system to harm other people. Like, have y'all heard of parental alienation? It's a form
Nah,
of a
break it down for me. Break it down.
yeah, so parental alienation is a form of abuse on the child. Whenever like two people have a child, right? And let's say the relationship ends, and then the woman decides, I don't want you to see your child, I'm mad at you. That's called parental alienation. That's a form of abuse on the child. Because just because we're not in a relationship anymore, that doesn't mean I'm not a father to my child anymore. And so what a woman will do is, and some men do this too, they'll file for order of protection, and then they'll file a false charge of assault to try to break you down, like make you lose your job, begin to make you spend less time with your child, to cause distance. And the courts have been aiding women and some men who have been using the system as in a vindictive way, right? And so now there's one group called End Parental Alienation and the Father's Rights Movement. So that's the lane that I am in as well, because I am a victim of parental alienation. And I'm coming from a background of being in the public school system for 11 years, working with kids in gangs and doing conflict resolutions, right? And I still was a victim of that system. And after trial, I went to trial on 2 different charges, right? After I was being arrested, not guilty of all charges. So now I'm coming back for everything I lost, because those were the damages caused to me. So you got to pay me for all them damages on them false charges. Right?
Sankofa, not trying to get too personal, brother, but would you say a woman weaponized the system?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Women,
think about that, family. Think about what he's saying. We spoke about this on my last show, y'all. So
yes,
it's not a game. I didn't call Sankofa and we didn't talk behind the scenes. This brother's
nope.
telling his story, and I told you guys, people.
So in a nutshell, what did he say again? So I missed
Yeah,
that. In a nutshell,
women have weaponized the court system. Some women, not all. Some women and some men, because I learned about parental alienation. That some men do it to women too, though. You know what I mean? So some men and some women both have weaponized the court system against their mate to hurt them.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean?
Is this from the other? Obviously, this is coming back off the other day where the guy killed his ex and his
yes,
girlfriend.
He killed his ex-wife and his current girlfriend, then killed himself. And that was he only had been battling for 3 years. I've been in this fight for 6 years, brother. 6. I lost everything. My job in the school system, educating kids. My job working with the state. I was working with adults with intellectual disability. My third job was working in this summer enrichment program with kids. I'm in the community heavy. She ruined my entire reputation. I had to start all the way over. You know what I mean? I could have lost my mind if I wasn't strong enough. If I wasn't spiritually connected enough. This is stuff that was going on behind the scene, Born Rich.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I'm saying?
On the panels, you was coming on the panels talking about it a little bit. But
yeah,
you disappeared.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I had to disappear. It was too much. It was too much. I was going through.
People saying that that's natural for a woman to gravitate to what we know now as the dominant, what she sees as a dominant.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead and use the words I use. The system of white supremacy. That's exactly what we talked about the other night. I say a lot of our women have chosen the system of white supremacy. They have, and then we went through the benefits, and I even was like, in a way, how can you blame them? They're gonna always offer them better benefits and more money and more protection to shit on the black man. That's what I was saying that day. But go ahead, Sankofa, you want to jump in, brother?
But I'm saying that is another way though that causes division, and it weakens the nation of our culture and people. So it's just like if the system offered me something, but it would hurt the women in my culture for me to get it, why would I take that?
That's a fact.
You see what I'm saying? So why are they doing it to us? Because if you hurt, and if you
temporary game, but go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
And if now you good, family. And then look, if you hurt the man, you automatically hurt the children, because everybody know you cannot build a strong nation without men either. You need the men and the women to both be on point, right? This is coming from somebody who's been in the school system 11 years. The kids who have fathers that's in their lives consistently, they the ones who don't get in trouble in school. They the ones that got discipline. The kids who don't have fathers and they only got their mama, they the ones that be getting in trouble because they lack discipline. A father brings a certain energy and a certain balance to the child that's necessary for their growth and development. And so does a mother too. You know what I mean? You need both parties, but we gotta stop allowing ourselves to be separated. That is another layer of the solution too, Born Rich. I know we talk about layers. I'm just trying to timestamp the solutions. You know what I mean? That's another solution. We gotta have unity among men and women in our culture and respect for each other. But go ahead, man. I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all get it, man. I gotta get up early, man. I really enjoyed it, Born Rich, man. Thank y'all so much, man. I
That's
had
my
a great conversation.
now, salute to you, Sankofa. You subscribe to the YouTube channel, right, brother?
Yes, sir. That's how I got the video. That's why I
That's what
logged
I
on
was
today.
thinking, man. Whenever, man, I try to go a couple shows a week, man, to have dope topics, man. You're a great panelist, great conversation tonight, brother.
Yes,
You
sir.
always welcome back anytime, man. You always welcome
Okay.
back, brother.
All right, thank you. Hey, man, tell Stanley, man, cut the shit, man. God damn.
Thanks,
No,
Stanley.
but Stanley was making a good point. Though. What Stanley was saying was kind of getting like not really listened to. He was pretty much talking about that wealth gap earlier when he was talking about you can't use tools to destroy, I think, a house. Like the wealth gap is so like you can't use capitalism because they created a system with us as the primary, you know what I'm saying, trading commodities or whatever. So you really can't compare it, man. It's like you already know the wealth gap is too immense, man, especially with the corona and how that shit went, the stock market crash, crypto and all that shit. White people's doing that real shit. You know what I'm saying? White people's doing all that. Really.
Yes.
So it was like, you know what I'm saying? They was investing in all that when the crash happened and you know what I'm saying? Everything went right back up to record highs, all-time highs. That was their money invested in. So that's I think he was saying really about the
Stanley,
banking
all right,
institute.
man. Yeah, shout out Stanley. Stanley, don't be in that saying Stanley is dumb, man. Stanley, you're a great panelist, man. And that's what I was telling people, man. Shout out Sankofa. Shout out Stanley, man. Stanley, you're a great panelist, brother. I'd rather you talk on the panel than in the chat. If I'm honest with you, Stanley, because when I met you, we were speaking, you know, I heard your voice. And then the last couple shows I've been seeing you in the chat. And I'm like, bro, come on, man. I know you speak on issues and you got a dope conversation, brother. You know what I mean? You good, Stanley. Okay. Guess since we got a little go ahead, Sawyer, if you got something you want to say, brother. If not, brother, I'll play a little bit more of the video, man. Been a minute.
No, IC3, you probably met your match with Stanley, man. Hey, come off mute, IC3. It's your time.
The only problem, I think the only problem with this banking system and the organization, if it's not recognized by where you are, where you live, by obviously it could be England or American, then how are you gonna now your everything you have is not gonna be valuable. So you have to go to your own location, your own part of your land, and then make sure that your money has value in your own land. You know what I mean? Because it's gonna be useless. They're gonna say, yeah, what's that? What's that? Whatever coin you call it, it's like, yeah, that doesn't mean nothing. That has no value to us. You know, we can't use this as legal tender. That's what they'll say. It's not recognized tender. It's not a form of currency. So you'd have to have your own land. That's the only problem. You know.
That's what I said. Real estate is always the best. Like a good business in real estate, really. That's like
you're always gonna have to buy into this monetary system. How are you gonna avoid staying out of the monetary system? You're gonna have, that's
I
all
think IC3 was saying create a counter money system.
Yeah, but no, listen. If you create a counter money system in Britain or America, you're just gonna have currency that is valuable to your organization. But what happens when you need to go and pay for something? or buy something or use something. Like you're going to only be restricted to the businesses and the services and products that you guys sell.
Exactly, King Gold. However, IC3, I think in this long-term goal is that we will have our own industries. We will be able to produce those things. Like, say, for example, you wanted raw materials. I think he would.
Yeah,
He's
industry.
thinking of
Industry's the
trade.
next
You know
level.
what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You know
the industry would come like near enough last, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's very challenging. That's what I'm saying. IC3 said next week he's gonna have all the answers and destroy everybody's
Well, obviously,
IC3 say he's on the
it's
mission.
definitely a way to do it. It's definitely
I'm
a way to do
waiting
it.
for it though, because me and IC3 go debate
Being a
every fucking time
corporation.
on the panel. I love him. I love his energy. I just like to nitpick on the little subtle errors I see in his ideology, but I agree with it most of the part. Like if it's reparations is key, obviously.
A business conglomerate, isn't it? Like that's how that'd be a powerful start, but then they'd already be in a high echelon of society. So would they then delegate themselves to help out the needy and the public? You know, that's made some people have to be honorable and sacrifice their position or their position that they've created in the system. That's what has to happen, really, ultimately. But the system won't really want to allow that in it because they've got all these a million. What's it called? The $1 million club or something. All these different clubs that they kind of like they pursue you in it to like join them and spend your money with them. Like they almost heckle you.
So you saying IC3's plan won't work because we're gonna always have to submit to some sort of.
Well, in this region of the land, yeah, it's going to be very hard. You're going to have to do a lot of deals with people that already exist here because they own the land, they own the what is valuable, what's not. It's simple, and what's regarded as tender.
Well, let me get back to this. So I don't know if you answered the question. Is it possible to unite all people for the betterment of society?
I said no. No, my answer is no. And I put a comment in there. The chat room said there's too many Indians. There's too many chiefs, not enough Indians. People need to people just need to do their role only. Like unity. I don't need to unify with you if pretty much I know what my job is, my role is, and complete it, accomplishment to my best of my abilities. I don't need to be unified with you if your goal is to do whatever. You know what I'm saying? As long as it's not affecting me in any way detrimentally, I don't know why we should have to unify or need to unify. I just think that we just get in each other's way, really. I'm saying if we just stay in our own lanes and not try to control other people, like we want to be the top dog, this, or I'm superior. Even the Melanin argument, you know what I'm saying? All of that shit is like, it's just, to me, it's going to be too hard to unify.
Whoa. What are you saying, man?
Like, for example,
you have a dominant gene and a recessive gene.
But once you start that argument, born unity is almost like, come on, bro, how you gonna unify with somebody you're telling them that they're inferior to you? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how to.
You can't unite with white people, and white people. Some people would consider white people the dominant society.
Can I just say something? Sorry, this is dumb. This is dumb. I tell you why it's dumb. Yeah, I tell you why it's dumb. Because unite in the sense of what does that unite means? We're not killing each other. That would be more uniting than what it is now. To unite doesn't mean to hold hands and sit in each other's fucking front room with your feet on the couch.
I think unite means more than that. Unite means like it's coming together for like a common cause or common.
Yeah.
I just don't.
I will unite if it means everybody's going to stop killing each other. But apart from that, I don't really need to have to speak your language.
But hold on, but Kingo, you just said everyone stop killing each other. Right? Is that realistic? Is that a fantasy? That's romanticism?
Of course it is. You know how hard it is to kill
then, so why even waste your time with such frivolous fucking arguments in your brain? Like,
but listen, hold on. If we said like my level of understanding of uniting is not killing the other person, then it's way easier to be able to be able to that to become reality, then someone else, what other uniting is possible?
Born
Killing.
red.
It's so hard to kill someone. That actually,
elimination of
that's
hunger,
a very
poverty. Hold up.
very easy
Poverty,
challenge to be able
hunger,
to fucking rise to.
poverty and hunger. Like you don't have to. Like what the fuck you mean? Somebody rob like killing it. That's just human nature. But poverty, hunger, we could probably do something better about that. And
Yeah,
so
so you
I
have
don't
to
want
deal with the solutions and find out why we kill each other, which is what I was gonna say.
Oh, for fucking God's sake!
Stanley, come in. Stanley, come in. Stanley, come in.
Let Stanley come through.
And then what you have to do is identify.
I've heard this debate, and I think you're both right.
Go ahead, Stan.
You will never accept a love story. And I, the senior chief and you, Born Rich, I married a white woman. Did you know?
Yo, man.
I had a child with her. Okay. Now let's really talk color politics.
Okay, you got a white woman and had a child with her. Talk to me, Stanley.
I married her and was happy to do it and would marry her every time I met that woman. Wouldn't even, it was a choice. It was a pleasure. That was my woman. And you know what? Her grandmother, can't you marry a white man?
That's typical.
But that was a 90-old person, 89, 80, 90. That was then. My wife was the magic. Yeah, she was totally blonde and totally brown-eyed. It is not. You know what? You just marry the people you like, and I was dating a black woman at the same time.
Oh gosh, Stanley. What? Hold on. Okay. What was the deciding factor? You was dating a black woman and a white woman. What was the deciding factor that made you want to marry the white woman and not the black woman? Talk to me.
We were Catholic. Her family. Oh goodness. It is not about black and white. It is about family. It was her grandmother, who was like fucking 80, like from the last century, asked the question. Deanna never asked, and that's my wife's name.
Yeah, she was from the bowels of white supremacy. So what?
No.
Okay,
Deanna was. I was more racist than she was. I used to call her Miss Ann.
I'm talking about the grandmother. Are we still talking about the 80-year-old grandmother? Stanley?
But she was fucking 80. 89.
Yeah, I'm saying, but the grandmother was from the bowels of white supremacy, so she has her ways.
What was her reference? How could she be better? America is a racist country. She grew up in those bowels.
Yes.
Right?
GOJ, man, get your boy, man. Get your boy.
Let Stanley go. Let Stanley
Okay,
go.
Why is this guy white? Why are you extending his words? Why is he overextending his?
No, come on, Kingo. Stanley is telling the testimony of your father, man. Come on, let's go, Stanley. Let's talk about it, brother.
Is that Senior Chief?
Is that who?
No, he's not on the panel.
Yeah, GOJ ain't on the panel. Go ahead, Stanley.
You don't want him to be on the panel right now, Stanley.
The thing is, I married a white woman? Is this really the argument?
No, it's not the argument, Stanley. I wanted to know the deciding factor. That's all I was saying, brother, because you
I
specifically
loved
said
her.
you said you was dating a
It
white woman
wasn't
and a black.
like
Listen,
I chose white over black.
Yeah.
This is the idiocy of your whole argument. We
I'm
don't
not
choose.
arguing with you, Stanley. I'm asking you a simple question, brother. You love the one woman.
I
more
love the
than you
woman.
love-
Period.
Yeah, I am asking what
Let's
are deciding.
stop
Even
right
listen,
there.
Stanley. Even if I'm in love with two black women, if I
No,
choose one, I had a
she
deciding
was my
factor.
woman.
Oh my God, Stanley, I wish you would listen to me, brother. I don't know what's going on, Stanley, but you ain't listening to me tonight, brother. You're responding and you're not even listening. I'm not making an argument with you at all, brother. I am saying if you have two women, fuck the color. If you have two women that you are dating and you choose one, what was the deciding factor of you choosing one to make your wife and the other one you stop dating?
Smart.
That's it, brother.
Brains.
There we go. That's
She
all.
was smart. She could meet my humor. She could meet me. The woman was smart.
This nigga was
And so you say he's agreed. So you say he
Okay,
agrees.
so
No. It's not. I agree. Neil deGrasse Tyson said the same thing, and he married a white woman. He pretty much saying he wanted to marry someone like on his intelligence level, and he pretty like black people. There weren't a lot of black women in like.
So there are no black women who are smart.
No, listen. There were. Listen.
Hey, real quick, so you, real quick. Is that look what Janet
You're
done?
gonna be
Look what Janet did. All right, there you go. All right, go ahead, Soyu. I'm sorry.
No, Stanley. Neil deGrasse Tyson said there's not a lot of black astrophysicists that are women. So the high percentage chance.
Who gives a fuck about astrophysicists?
I'm
How
showing
many
you intelligence.
black
Stanley,
astrophysicists
listen. Intelligence.
You have to be very careful with these sorts of arguments. Neil deGrasse Tyson is the only black astrophysicist that is
No.
TV.
I don't. Come on, you're saying he's the only
Now
black.
are you?
So if you find it, hold on, Stanley, just don't even do that kind of argument.
I actually understand math. Now let's not be dumb. Pick your argument, sir.
What were you saying?
Stanley came here for an argument. Stanley, I think the problem is, Stanley, you came here for an argument.
No, the problem is you have to be careful how you pick your argument. Next.
We're not arguing, Stanley. It's a discussion.
There's no argument, Stanley. There's no argument.
We're not argument. We're asking questions. I am asking
No,
questions.
argument is picking questions. Argument is not like
I didn't ask you a question, Stanley. I did not ask you a question.
Stop.
Let him go. Let Stanley go.
Argument is pick a question in an intelligent question.
Can I ask a question?
Shout out to Stanley, man. Stanley sounds sober to me. I don't know.
Have you had? Are you on?
Oh, really?
Have you had more than 5 drinks tonight, Stanley? Be honest. Have you had?
That part.
Have you had a
Is
bowl?
that how we're really gonna ask questions?
No, I'm asking. Don't get offended. I'm being honest.
Stanley, let me just say what I'm saying. Stanley, I agree
now
with you.
We're arguing. It's an argument. It's a bunch of pigs running towards a trough. And yeah, I'm from Savannah, Georgia. I've seen pigs run towards a trough. First question, that would be a good one.
Oh,
no.
Yeah,
no
he's as bad as the UK being drunk.
Oh shit, Janet.
Stanley, I was just repeating what Neil deGrasse Tyson said why he has a white wife. I'm literally repeating, and he said it was intelligence. That's all I'm saying. He wanted somebody.
Oh no, is that Nin?
Nin Colors.
No, Nin's not here, brother.
No, that sounds like Nin.
No, that's not Nin,
shit.
Stanley. That's Sawyer. That's Sawyer. I would tell you if that was Nin. That's not.
I thought you were talking about Ed
Senior Chief.
Oh, you weren't okay.
Yeah, that's not Nin.
Well, someone asked me, Born Rich, ask me that question. I don't want to hear the born? Rich?
Yes, sir.
Please ask me that question and tell everyone to shut up.
Everybody shut up, man. Stanley, so I was saying, what was the deciding factor? You said smarts, she got your humor, and she got what were some of those were the pros for the one you choose. What were some of the cons from the other woman that you were dating? What were some of the things, the red flags? Let's say red flags for lack of a better term.
That is it's gonna make you mad. Dude, I was the red flag. That woman,
Boy, man, are you gonna make us sit through this, bro? This is
for
fucking
goodness sake.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Well, this is same. I'm just gonna say, what? Look, is it? If you believe that the black woman is, do you believe that? Do you believe that the black woman is God and heaven's between the black woman's legs, or is every hole the same, my friend Stanley? Is a white woman's pussy the same as everyone else? Every other woman's? Like, is that your
don't care.
You don't. What do you say?
The senior chief or Rich.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of. Dude, I grew up in goddamn Savannah, Georgia.
Yes,
so what happened to the black woman's
I've
God?
Seen racism.
What happened to the heaven between the black woman's legs?
Motherfucker, if you're not black, don't talk to me.
I'm just saying, what happened though? You're a black person in America.
Are you black?
I'm asking you. Don't try and evade the question.
I'm done.
Neely Fuller's correct. Neely Fuller's correct. You know, if you have sex,
IC3, you're back, man. Finally.
Yeah.
If you're having sex, can talk.
If you're having sex with a
born
white
rich,
person,
IC3.
your reasoning is
ask
gone.
The question.
Neely Fuller is correct. Neely Fuller is correct. If you're having sex with a white person,
hold on, Stanley.
Your reasoning is gone. Finished.
IC3 is your time to shine. IC3 is your time to shine.
Now, what do you say if you're having sex with a white woman or a non-black woman?
That's right. Neely Fuller says
child.
No sex with white people until the system of white supremacy is done. A black person, a non-white person, they can't think logically and reason when they're having sex with a white person. It messes the head up.
Can't be done. Power boy to fucking ethno-nationalist.
Can't be done, man. The white sex is powerful, man. Too powerful.
Is black power ethno-nationalist?
God created a son who is 15
Good job, Lord.
I fucked up a son with a white woman. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm biracial.
Is ethno-nationalism fundamentally? Fucking hell, bro. That was a good question. And
no, let's go one at a time.
No, we are doing dumb shit.
Stanley, you do have to share. You have to share the platform.
It's black power.
You have to. Hold on, Kingo. I have a point. Hold on, fuck that, y'all. God damn, if I have a point, you have to let me make my point. Now we have. Stanley has a mixed race child. Janet is mixed race herself or biracial. King Gold is mixed race. You're gonna talk to me, IC3. What does Neely Fuller say, or what is your opinion on mixed race children?
Please.
Because you're saying black people shouldn't have. Hold on. Let me say this though. IC3. Let me say this before you finish, because you're saying black people should not have sex with white people until white supremacy is eliminated. But we know in the meantime, between time, black people are going to mate with white people. So what about the offspring? Talk to me, bro.
Right. So all sex in the system of white supremacy, all sex with white people having sex with non-white people is rape. all sex, even if the non-white person doesn't perceive it that way. The system of white supremacy operates as a prison system, and white people are the prison guards within that system. So we all know that the slave masters used to have sex with the slaves and produce offspring. It doesn't change the dynamic. Just having sex doesn't mean that all of a sudden we're equal and there's no racism. No, racism is fully functional, sex or no sex. So Needful is correct.
Okay, now you're saying, like I said, sex is happening. Now, what about the offspring? Because we have, like I said, Stanley has a mixed race child. Janet is mixed race, and Okingo
And
is
I have a
mixed race.
master's degree.
Yeah. What
Thank
can
you.
what? I guess what I'm saying is, what can the mixed race offspring do to help?
Should I not sleep with white men?
Yeah, so
I'm
mixed
not allowed
race,
to sleep with
yeah, even the mixed race sleeping, because a mixed race person is a non-white person. They're not white.
I got you.
Right.
I hear you. I hear
Mixed race person is not white.
Right.
They're not in the club. So even if a white person has sex with a mixed race person, it's still the same damage as having sex with a black person.
It's rape.
It's whiteness is whiteness.
Okay.
It's a system and it's tight.
Janet?
All I heard was whiteness is tight. So that's why the women are so powerful.
What that make you want to do, so?
I mean, I prefer African American men, but I was thinking about biracial men because I've actually dated a biracial man. He was Jamaican and West Indian. But I don't know. I never fit in. The black race says that I belong, but they like to bully. The whites, they don't say that I belong to their race. So I really don't ever feel like I'm part of.
I think you got a better chance over here with us. I ain't gonna lie, with the black, with the blacks. No, I'm just. But I do because like I said, I think I honestly agree with the one drop rule. I agree with the one drop rule, and maybe it's because that's the way I was taught.
With your bullshit.
And maybe I was brainwashed, but I believe mixed race.
I like all nationalities, though.
Ma'am, what is your name?
Empress Janet.
Okay, I'll stop there. I married my woman.
Okay.
She was white. We produced a child.
Okay.
And she did Born Rich. Do y'all know? Y'all don't know the story. You don't know the story.
Well, my mother is white and my father's biracial, and my mother was sent to a mental institution.
Which one of them died?
And I was given up for adoption because I
was. Fuck that shit!
Oh, I forgot about that, Stanley. I did, brother. And
which I had to goddamn pull the plug. Do not do this. Born, you. Of course, I told you. I had to. It wasn't easy. It's goddamn.
And you know what, Stanley? I promise I don't want to take away from what you
said.
But I lost a
it's
parent.
Fine. It continue, but they need to know the story too. You can lose it was goddamn love.
Yeah.
I had
love.
Jesus, you know the story.
Did you say?
Stanley. I do, Stanley, and rest in peace. Rest in peace to the lady. And
no, it's not rest in peace. God damn it, she was white, and I fucking loved her.
Nothing wrong.
I had to
Are you sure?
make a decision.
He's in pain. You can tell. So he must have.
Oh, for goodness sake, why am I in pain,
Yes.
ma'am? Why am I in pain?
For your
Born
loss.
rich?
Because you loved her. You
Yes,
loved her.
you loved her.
No, it's not loss. I had to make decisions. GOJ knows this shit. He's done it. You know what? I don't give a motherfuck about the color of much of stuff.
Yeah,
I
but government
lost
do.
a wife.
Yeah,
I don't
the
believe that.
government does.
I think you're just in pain and you don't believe what you just said right there. You don't care about the color.
Okay. What don't I believe?
You don't care about color.
Because of death?
No.
No. You just said you do not care about color. So I'm saying I don't believe that.
The dumbest thing I've heard in a while.
You didn't hear it correctly, sir.
I'm sorry.
He's in pain. He's in pain. I understand, but I said
God damn it! He died 9 years ago.
Well, you're definitely. I would apologize.
I'd love to hear this.
It's human nature to seeing colors. We are afraid of the unknown. Anything that looks different from us, or anything that we're not accustomed to.
Right.
And since our inception, we're trained to do that. So if you say you don't see color, it's
you're
quite hard.
trained to lose a wife? You're really stretching a lot,
It has
sir.
nothing to
and
do
ma'am.
with the loss of your wife.
If you see a snake in the ground that's multicolored, we learn through evolution to be afraid of the snake because it's multicolored.
Right.
We believe in colors. We are.
You're out of your element. Have you lost a wife? Sir?
I have not lost my wife, but I lost people I love. I lost people I loved.
Yeah, I lost my ex-husband in July. He got murdered.
People are born and die in the system of white supremacy. People are dying all the time. People are being born all the time.
Right.
Not my wife.
Within the system.
Not my wife.
Your wife wasn't born in a system of white supremacy?
Of course she was.
Follow-up question today, Stanley, and I don't want to ask.
Hey, Stanley, people still love you. Stanley, people love you, man. People love you.
We love you,
Rich. I know. It's.
You need to get some water, brother. Get some water.
My point is, I married a white woman, and I wouldn't marry her yesterday. She was my woman. It's not like I didn't. You know the story.
She wasn't yours. You were hers.
No, she was mine.
No.
Absolutely,
You were hers.
she was.
She owned
You
you.
own.
IC3, no, don't do it, IC3.
IC3 going for the juggler. Hey, Stanley, brother, Stanley, for real, get some water. Go get some water, Stanley. For real,
Yo,
Stanley.
IC3, wow,
So
bro.
how is my wife not mine?
Talk to him, IC3, and you have to let him answer, Stanley. Just his opinion. You asked him a question, so this is his opinion of why your wife wasn't yours. Go ahead, IC3.
People love their pets. They love their dogs. And some people will even kill you if you mess with their dog. They get very attached to their pets. They get very attached to their animals.
Have you ever had a wife?
Yes.
Yeah, she was mine. I will listen to your story. I'm sorry, I'm coughing.
You have to get some water, brother.
I've had water, bitch. My wife is.
Hey, Stanley, I think we all need some water. Cheers. Everyone get water, darling.
Hey, hold on. What about you? What
Cheers.
about chocolate, man?
He
Hey,
tried
man.
it.
Hey, man.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man? Bro, I'm out, man. That nigga's tripping.
Very.
What are you doing, Stanley? You gonna call me your brother? I'm
Stanley
vouching
needs
for
a
you.
hug. Let's
You
everybody
called
give
me a
him a
bitch,
No.
Stanley. You called me a bitch, Stanley, and I'm just facilitating
No,
conversation.
I
Right?
wanted
That's
to call.
facilitating.
Who's the agronomy person? And I've read your agronomy.
That's soil.
It's chemistry too, right?
Soil?
Chemistry?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, chemistry, physics, all that shit, biology.
Yeah, of course it is. Don't think, Mr. Rich, that I'm some dumb person. I actually understand.
Stanley, are you getting
And
advice
my
from me?
wife.
Hold on, Stanley. Because hold on. You called me a bitch and everything tonight, Stanley. What's going on, brother?
No,
Are you getting
I'm
the vibe?
sorry.
I know, but are you getting the vibe? It's cool. I don't care about that. I've been called worse.
No,
You know what I'm saying? But are you getting
she
the
was
vibe
my
from
wife.
me that I'm
She
against
was
you or
white,
something, brother?
and I will defend her.
I didn't say anything. I always
That's
say I'm not
that's
even the
solid.
one.
That's solid.
I'm not even the one
Well,
that
no, it was Nin. It you know the odd thing? You're taking you never called my wife anything. You're defending your patriots.
Fucking hell.
I disagree with white supremacy. And do I disagree with interracial dating? Yes. Do I hate people who date interracially? No, I don't. It's just not my thing. I always
Did I
say,
marry a black man so I could have black children? Yes.
yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like my history shows me
I
that I only
fucking hate
procreate.
the way
I only
she went with
procreate
that.
with black women. And you can say this, like Stanley, I told you earlier. I said, Stanley, you're more well traveled than I am, right? I'm in
No,
Tennessee.
I'm
I've
not.
traveled a little bit, but for the most part, I've been
Tennessee
here
is
in
all you
Tennessee
need to be.
in a segregated area. So
There
yes, I'm
is no
attracted to black women.
segregation.
All I deal with is black women. Mike, I go
Right.
to the grocery store, I see black women. I
Right.
go pick up my kids from school, I see beautiful black women.
Right.
To
I
the
get it.
sporting events, I see it's black women that I deal with. So somebody from maybe Philadelphia
So
or
which
somebody who's
Mayberry
in the
am
military
I
who
going to hear
traveled
this woman talk?
globally. That's why
I hear right.
That's why I don't knock Stanley. I don't knock Stanley for having a white wife because he traveled. He was in the military,
Damn
a
it.
military man. He traveled all around the fucking world. Of
I
course,
had black parents, and they were fucking like, we're not talking
But he sounds like a
normal.
white man.
Yeah, he does. He does. All right, guys.
Okay.
I think so. Well, maybe because he
Respectively,
told me.
done.
I think
I'm out.
Stanley's black.
Peace.
I've never seen Stanley, but I think he's
Respectively,
black.
I'm out.
I don't know.
Peace, IC3. Peace,
Call
Janet.
GOJ.
Yeah, I think
Peace,
he's
sorry,
black.
I'll be back.
I do. I think
What
Stanley.
do I sound like? Do I sound funny?
Who you ever
I
Janet?
Yeah.
I would say
wait,
white. You have
hold it.
that. You got the
What
raspy.
should I
You got the
tell
raspy,
you?
Janet. If
I
you
got
didn't
the
have
raspy.
yeah.
Okay.
If you didn't have the raspy and just the accent, I would be like, yeah,
No, Janet sound like she a wild girl, man. That's all I can.
yeah,
That's
right.
all I
She
know.
got the raspy. She got the raspy voice. It's like, yeah, it's some melanin
It's
in
a
there. You know what I
radio
mean?
There's some
show.
melon.
I can hear the melanin.
I got that though. You know what I mean? Say that.
I could hear the melanin in Janet.
I just grew up with adopted white parents, and you know.
Yeah, and I'm sure you're fucked up.
Oh shit.
That's the normal way of going, oh, I had white parents.
What?
I had black parents. Oh, I'm sorry. Did
well,
someone
my
laugh?
mom was white.
My mama
but
was
I
white.
like what you said, IC3. You know, I did have black children.
You
To
don't
be said,
want to
right?
go there. I
I
tended.
get what you were saying about the
No,
offset of.
you don't.
I feel like
You're
the
not that smart.
Yeah,
chemical imbalance, I call it.
Stanley, you have to share the platform,
Stanley,
brother.
don't do that. Stanley, don't do
Yeah,
that. Don't do
Stanley.
that,
Yeah,
Stanley.
let's share the platform, brother. Let's try to keep it cordial. I know, Stanley. I know you feeling good, brother. But as black men, we have a certain decorum that we carry ourselves by. Like this sister's never has not disrespected you at all, brother. So you know what I'm saying? Let's keep it cool,
He
Stanley.
has
Yeah,
told me that
Empress.
I
In
married a
response to
white
your
woman.
view,
She never said anything about you marrying a white
A
woman. She said she has a
white
white mother.
woman was like my mate, right?
Stanley, she didn't
Am
say
I
that.
a lesser black man? I've heard the stories.
Stanley, I think you're taking another argument from somewhere else and you're bringing it here, and it doesn't really fit right here, Stanley. We're not
Yeah,
talking
it's not
about
resonating.
we're not really shitting on you because you married a white woman. IC3 is just saying what his opinion
Okay.
is. I guess what we're saying is we're giving our opinions on
Yeah.
interracial dating, and IC3 is saying black people. Let me not say what IC3
Well,
is saying.
I agree with what he said.
I will.
Well,
Okay.
Stanley,
May I
hold
say
on, Stanley. You
something?
have to share the platform. I know, brother, but let Empress, like you heard the lady talking, brother. Stanley,
You
the
are
lady, let the lady
DOJ.
go. Stanley, can we let the lady go first, brother, and then you,
Yes,
and then you
ma'am.
have
But
the floor?
may I say something? I
After the
trust
lady, Stanley, after the lady, brother, after the lady, we're black men. We're grown ass black men, and we have decorum. And we only have one lady on the panel. I really want her to have a voice, Stanley. Please.
Yes,
brother.
sir.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Janet. I'm sorry. I hope you didn't forget your point.
No, thank you, Born Rich. I made the point that I see 3 stated that, you know, mixing would be like an unbalance. I've had troubles being biracial. I really wish I could have been black and not have the issues that I encountered. So my adopted white mother told me that I would be disowned if I did not have white children, which if I married a white man, they would have been lighter. I actually suffered with that because I didn't want the children to have to go through what I went through. And I really did like African American men. So in my rebellious stage, I literally got a wonderful gentleman that was in the army because I love servicemen. And I actually married him, had 4 beautiful children with him. My adopted mom basically disowned me for many years. She finally came around after she's seen that they went off to college and they're great people. But I was so happy to not have to experience why is your mother this way, or why, you know, like I felt like if I would have had Caucasian children, then why would your mom have be, you know, brown? Because my family always asked me, like, why are you brown?
Yeah.
And I really couldn't respond to that because my mother, being a white woman, was sent to a mental institution through her family because of the color of my skin. My father didn't learn about me. He passed away, but I found his family, and they are wonderful African American people, and they treat me with more respect than the Caucasian side. So having the children being, you know, African American, I felt like I kind of set right what was wrong to me. Because, I mean, if I would have been all white, it would have been one thing. If it would have been all black, it would have been another thing. But like being in the middle, like you kind of never know where to be. Like I'm not saying I'm not black. I like being around white people. I like being around Asian people. I like being around biracial people. When I'm with all black people, sometimes I can't relate because I wasn't, it was my upbringing maybe because I had a black foster mother when I was 14, and she was like, you know, you got to put oil in your hair. You got to do this. You got to do that. And I really didn't know because I wasn't trained.
Yeah. I think I find when people are discussing relationships, a lot of us are programmed to think about relationships as two things, as two people. Just like that song, just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us, you and I. So a lot of people, when they're thinking about relationships, they're thinking about you and that person, that other individual, but they never factor in that in all relationships, there's a third entity. There's always a third entity. It's never just the two of you. There's always another entity. It could be your in your workplace. The system puts pressure and shapes the way the two of you relate to each other in terms of whether one's got a job, when another one has got a job, who your friends are, how society is seeing you. All these things are impacting and on your relationship, but you kind of think that it's something separate. But no, it's not just you two and trying to find a little corner for yourselves where you'll be able to work things all. No way. The system always will find a way in to your private space, one way or another, in order to manage it. Think about it. Think about your relationships in the past. Was it really just you and the other person? Think.
Damn, y'all went silent on me. So
no, I'm listening.
So what about love? So what about love, IC3? If I give me a woman and we're in love and we get married, what are you talking about? It's a third entity.
Can I answer that?
Go ahead, Empress. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Like when I married my husband, it was his family, the third entity, and they made the marriage very hard, bro. They were the third. They were that part.
See? Yeah. Think about it. Think about all the relationships you've had.
Yeah.
No.
Welcome back, Stanley.
May I interject?
Go ahead,
Stanley, go ahead.
Go ahead, brother.
I heard I had like an 80-year-old woman tell me, can't she find a white man? It was my wife's grandmother. How can you defeat that? And I didn't try, but...
Was she a black woman trying to find a white man? I don't understand. Give me the picture.
No, you don't fucking understand. Because it was my woman. And yes, of course I defeated all of them. Because you don't understand?
Oh, God.
Are you saying that your woman was a white woman and her grandmother?
She was blonde as fuck.
Okay, that's real.
And her grandmother was a daughter of the Civil War stuff.
Wow.
That's
No, I'm gonna go better.
So you got slaves and slave owners in the
can't
family.
get whiter than that.
I'm gonna go better.
That's how white
can't get whiter than that.
There's no reparations.
I'm gonna go
right?
better.
ADOS doesn't no reparations, right?
I'm not getting none.
There were General Lee, General General Lee lived across from my wife's family.
Wow.
No. We're not talking like guess. These were the Lees. General Lee's family.
Wow.
Wow.
Yes,
Stanley,
I've been there. God
Stanley,
damn
when did you
it!
find that out? When did you find that out? After
She
you fell in
told
love
me.
or before?
Oh, it's gonna be better than that. I have stories.
I think Stanley could tell us a horror story. What y'all think?
It
He's
was
got
a
the voice for
beautiful
it for
story.
radio.
I
No,
think Stanley's in Get Out. Born Rich, you think he's in Get Out?
Nah,
I
just
have
don't
Get
put
out.
me in
really.
there.
I've been
Don't put me in there.
whatever.
Hey, what? Hey, Sawyer, what was the question, Sawyer?
I said I think Stanley's in Get Out. He's starring in the movie right now.
Well,
You know what?
well. Next question.
Her name was Deanna, and I have a son called Trevor. She was my person, and I've seen the Lees. I've seen.
Born Rich. I
This
am
is
just
the most
being
interesting thing.
What you say,
Y'all
Janet?
motherfuckers
I'm
don't
being
know
hanged, bro.
racism.
I want to eat this up, bro.
No, we genuinely we understand who that is, Stanley. I understand who genuinely is, Stanley. Trust me. I'm in the South. I'm in Florida.
I'm
in
sure
Florida.
you.
Brother feeling good. I've never seen Stanley like this, but I love it though, man.
Well,
His great
no.
grandpa's
You know
General
what?
Lee. Shit, why wouldn't he feel good?
He's
Yeah,
out
he's
here
being
like, you'll
transparent.
never
He's being
find
transparent
a
right now.
white girl like mine. Sorry.
Tell you what,
Transparent, and I love it though. Go ahead, brother Stanley. Talk your shit, man.
I don't think I have to talk more. It wasn't transparent. The woman was my wife.
Stanley, can I ask you a question? Are you a light-skinned black man or a
Also
dark-skinned black
died
man?
goddamn 9 years ago.
Yeah.
How many
And-
white women have you dated? And are you biracial?
How do you really want me to answer your question?
Yeah, she's not
I'm
familiar
black.
with you, Stanley.
And you are stupid.
Oh shit, Stanley.
No, don't call it.
Let's start with
Don't
the
do that.
second
Don't do that.
question. Let's start with the second question. Are both of your parents black?
Yes.
How many white women have you dated?
You.
Rare.
You got the right
Stop
word.
I'll
asking
take you under
stupid
my
questions.
wing,
with the
Tommy.
shit.
Stanley's gonna be my new man. I got me a black guy.
Yeah, you got Janet fucked up, Stanley. Janet with the shit, man.
Oh, I'm with the shits, honey.
Yeah.
I will troll you, Stanley.
Yeah, don't
You
do
will
it,
be
Stanley.
my man.
And you
You're
should
black.
troll
I
me,
need your
bitch.
loving.
Hey, Stanley.
Sing you songs, Stanley. You'll never find a biracial beauty like me. I'm coming for you, Stanley. I love you,
Oh,
Stanley.
yes.
I'm your new fan, Stanley. Oh my God. You're so fucking amazing, man. You're fucking blowing my
Wow.
mind. Oh God, is your hair still silky and just glistening? Is your chocolate skin just biteable, baby? I just
Look at
want to
that
lick
screen.
you
Look at
all
that.
over, Stanley.
No,
Yeah.
I must answer this.
I
Look at this. Hey,
I
Stanley.
must give you a massage, Stanley.
Yeah. Stanley, look at the screen. Look at that tall glass of almond milk right there, boy.
French vanilla,
Look at that
Stanley.
dog.
French
Yeah,
vanilla.
that French
You can
vanilla
still have the
mocha.
vanilla, honey. I'll be your white girl. I'll do the things
Look
that
at
you
that
want me to
screen,
do,
Stanley.
Stanley.
What you got to say about that, man?
Boring.
You'll never find some dick
I've seen boring, and you are it.
You'll never find dick
I think he's saying you're too dark.
sucking lips like mine.
Yeah,
Did
man,
you
look at that.
not
Look at
hear
that.
Look at
boring?
That's a
that.
chocolate.
Go, boy.
That's
Oh no,
chocolate
well,
milk
no.
right there,
There
Stanley.
are
Chocolate
some.
milk, man.
Oh, boys
getting all the
There
ladies.
are
Go
women
on,
who
go
don't
on.
know they're boring. It's pussy you can get on the streets.
Oh.
The white
Yeah.
girl?
You. It's
Oh.
street level. Did you not know that?
My pussy
Send no. I want you to send the
Ooh,
pictures.
my pussy street
It's
level.
street level pussy.
Woohoo.
Oh, fuck Stanley.
You are it, bitch.
Hey, Stanley, come on, Stanley.
Man.
Stanley,
Well,
How can
no,
I be a
hold
better
on.
I
woman?
want to hear this played back to you, Stanley.
Someone wanted
I want to
to
know how I can be a better white woman.
Oh,
I mean, a
we're
better woman.
street now. We're street now.
So it's
Girl.
okay to disrespect a
Oh,
woman.
no.
Okay, I got you.
Oh, no.
This is what you did
Of
to the white
course, you
lady.
will change the conversation.
You had to take this
You're
abuse every time you got drunk.
So
Good
you
Lord, I would have
are.
never signed up for this. No wonder
Oh,
you had to
bitch.
cross over.
Listen to
Good
you
to
laugh.
know.
Listen to the cigarette cough laugh.
Oh, shit.
I do.
So
Stanley, man.
now we are
going on?
talking. Oh, I was the first person. Who born rich?
Jesus,
Who
man.
who?
This man has
I
been
told her
damaged.
not to fuck
Yeah, he's
with
all the way
me.
This
gone.
man has been
As long
damaged.
as he doesn't say
He's
nigger,
all
he's
the
good.
way gone, brother.
This
All he does
bitch
is say nigger.
He's
should
not
not
never coming back.
deal with men.
He has been damaged, man.
No,
Jeez.
it is a cigarette level cough. Damage. I've heard laughs like that.
I know. I have
Ma'am.
emphysema. I have lung cancer.
I hope you do. That would be an excuse,
COPD
right?
or
You
whatever it
see
is.
the impact
It
of white
would
supremacy
be an
If I
on the
die from
mind?
lung
excuse
cancer,
or
I'm gonna die a
you
black
better
woman though. Gonna die a
Do you
black
see
woman
the
though.
impact
still
of
laughing.
white supremacy
You're
on the
still black.
mind?
Oh
Really?
yeah, I am. I'm black.
I see
I
it.
hope
I see
Impact
it. I
of
see
white
it.
supremacy on the mind. It runs deep, man. It's
dumb
damaged. The damage.
bitches. Now I
Completely
understand
twist.
why Nen is right.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, Stanley. I'm happy you.
God,
I'm happy
Hold on,
you.
no, what
oh
did
my
Nen say?
goodness.
Hold on, Stanley. Hold
What
on,
did Nen say?
guys. Sawyer, please let me go. Stanley, I had to mute your mic, brother. You're gonna have to unmute to speak, but I'm sorry. I want to get this out because Stanley, you was the same brother in my chat saying you guys are gonna blame everything on the women. When I was saying, hey, whose responsibility is it to hold the women accountable? Women are doing A, B, C, and D, and nobody's holding them accountable. You was the same Stanley Cross that was in my chat saying, damn, Born, you're just gonna blame everything on the women. And now you're calling this
Then
lady a
I'm
bitch.
wrong.
And now you're saying maybe Nia was right in the first place. You're calling her a bitch. It's like, come on, Stanley, what we doing, brother?
I didn't see it. I still think you're wrong.
But then you can still
I've
call
seen-
this woman a bitch.
Yeah, she.
Yeah.
That's somebody's
Well,
mother. Though.
would you-
She said she had like four. That's four.
No.
Four people call her mother.
Yeah, I fucked up. She pushed me.
Stanley, this is hard on the brain. I think I'm.
No, but it takes a man to say he fucked up, though. It takes a man to know when he's wrong.
And I want Stanley.
No, I fucked
I want
up.
Stanley to be
Yeah.
mindful. I want Stanley to be mindful of what he says, man. Because if I play this back to you tomorrow, Stanley, you're probably not gonna like what you hear, man. So I just want
Well,
you.
no. Play it back.
Salute Janet for not getting triggered.
I'm
though.
wrong.
But Janet,
But
man.
you know
Janet
what?
is a veteran, though, man. That's why I fuck with.
Yeah,
Janet.
I'm realizing.
Yeah, she's a veteran on the. She's been called worse
Yes.
by worse people online,
Yes.
and that's how I am about it. Like, yeah,
And he's right. I do have COPD. I have a cigarette cough. So he was
How
right.
about
Me too, Janet.
the rest of your wrong points? You don't understand?
We don't understand you, Stanley, but we do understand that you're
Who
injured by
would
your
care?
9-year-old
Who would
tragedy and
care?
you'd like to take it out on people, so you deflect, and I understand.
No. Okay. Is it that simple?
It really
Man.
is. It's not hard to
Okay.
diagnose people and their energy.
I would say this, Stanley, like IC3 is saying, I would say you're a victim of white supremacy. Drunk, sober, religious, whatever. I would still say you're a victim of white supremacy.
Like we all are.
Yeah, like I am.
We all are.
I'm not putting you in a box and saying I'm not in that same box. I'm in that same box. I think that's why it's useless for me to argue with you and get upset with you, because shit, we just victims. We're just victims arguing with each other. And if we use my prison analogy, we're just inmates in this prism of
Well,
white
who's
supremacy,
that woman?
arguing over the next piece of
The
corn.
coughing woman.
Oh my gosh.
I'm Empress
Yes.
Janet. I'm Empress Janet, aka Brittany McGee.
I've heard about you.
Janet?
Good to know.
Every black woman loves you. Right?
I can't answer that question. I don't know who loves me.
Yep.
My brother Stanley, bro. My brother
So
Stanley.
we go.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find.
No, I want to hear from Janet, the Empress of the white person who thinks she is. Oh no, I thought you were white, Janet.
I'm biracial.
She said that
Really?
17 times tonight.
Well, that's not what I heard. Do you know what's on the
this is
internet?
wild.
Please stay with us, Janet.
I want you to get to the point.
Don't worry, guys. Don't
the
worry. Hold on. Let me come in.
No, she has the point.
Let's play
Don't
something.
you have the point, Janet?
Yeah, she has a point. She has a point.
I want you to finish making your point.
Are you in? Oh boy, yeah, I see that.
All right, Stanley, I want to play this video, brother. If you could mute up, everybody. If you guys can mute
No,
up,
I'll watch it.
Yeah, just mute up. Hit the mute button while we watch it, Stanley. Please, everybody.
Yes, sir.
Guys. Everybody, hit the mute button. Let's play this, and then we'll respond. It's 6 minutes, so damn, Stanley, I didn't want you to leave, but yeah, I'll play a little bit of this, man. We'll see what we think. Be so dope if Stanley comes back, though.
In the textbook for victims of white supremacy, that is racial. That comes under racial showcasing and racial sexual confusion, both of them. And what is really is no such thing as interracial, because there's only one race, and that's the white race. Belonging to a race serves no purpose except to mistreat people based on color. That's all it's good for. No one should belong to a race of people. Why? Because the purpose of race is to practice racism. And the purpose for practicing racism is to dominate and mistreat people based on the factors of color, non-color. That's the only purpose it has. Dominate and mistreat in order to gain fun, glory, and material benefit. That's what the classifications of white, non-white, white supremacists, all manufactured by the white supremacists for that purpose. So there's no such thing as interracial relationships. What it is just another form of domination of people in the system of white supremacy who are classified as non-white. If you're classified as black, brown, red, yellow, tan, beige, anything under the non-white categories, you are subject to the system of white supremacy anywhere on the planet 24/7. And so so-called interracial relationships, that's just a facade that the white supremacists dreamed up. And they surface it and emphasize it at different periods of time in order to make non-white people think that racism has gone away. That's all it's good for.
Good stopping point. Anybody want to elaborate, disagree, agree? Talk to me. What do y'all think about what he said? Interracial dating is just to make you think that is no system of white supremacy. Go ahead, Empress Janet.
I got a lot of bad looks when I dated white men, and I do feel uncomfortable like trying it again. And even when I asked people, was that something they'd be okay with? Everybody had
From
an
who?
opinion.
White people, black men, though, Janet. From who? Black women, black men, white men. From who gave you those bad looks?
Oh, yeah, the white and the black. Yeah. It was from both sides. Equally, too. I mean, it was situations, that I was put in that, got the eye look, the eye roll, some people stopped being friends with me because of it.
Okay.
You know the crazy. I'm gonna say something personal. I'm actually going that right now with a important person in my family. I'm actually shocked that her preference is white men. Now, it's something very important to me in my life. So it's like, damn, and it's kind of hard for me too. I kind of like. It's very hard. It's like a paradigm shift when somebody.
Why is it hard? Is it the genetics? The genetics are going to be passed down. Are you upset because of her choice to choose a non-black partner? Like, what is it, Sawyer? What is it that's really?
Because there's a lot of stuff because it's making me realize there's a lot of trauma. Like, she's very dark. It's like, I don't know. It's almost I don't know if it's self-hate, but I'm leaning towards that. The reason why is I never see them have a productive conversation with a black person without like being an argument, a black male, without being an argument but when it's a white man, it's a different voice, higher, like a more female voice. Not the Jamaican accent don't come out. You know what I'm saying? It's
Right.
different. It's I'm like, damn, are you a whole different person with a white man versus the black man? Why is that? I've been dealing with it for a long time. I'm like, damn, I'm talking about. I'm giving you his. It's very important to me in my life. I'm
Right.
like, shit. Like, damn. But sorry, Janet.
I agree with you.
Make me think like, damn, like, what? This why you treated people this way because they were black, maybe, and you subconsciously wanted
it's
white.
Comfortability.
Oh, it's comfortability. Okay.
Yes.
Break it down because you helping me out understand it. So explain it to me.
Whenever I was with the biracial gentleman, we had a lot of things in common where we could talk about these sort of things. He, being a Jamaican, he was light skinned and he liked the lighter women. Like he said, I would never date a woman that's dark skinned. So he got very jealous if dark skinned men would talk to me. And so I kind of turned away from some of my African American male friends because of him, because he felt uncomfortable. But in the end, it's kind of it's an unsettling feeling to know. It's like when you're with a certain people, you act a certain way. So she's with people that act nice and treat you nice and don't argue with you. You're gonna be more inclined to be, with the higher pitch voice you said. When you're around men that you feel like you're going to be attacked, then you will turn on that other persona. Like you said, I didn't respond to this gentleman because I know who I am, and I've been attacked by men like him. so I know how to carry myself. But with a white man, I actually feel like it's a family member. So I didn't really stay with the white man that long because I have my own personal. No, I totally understand what he's saying. Like I had to step back and look and say, well, why are you feeling like this? Why is this happening? And honestly, like I don't have a problem with white men, but I'd rather date a biracial person or an African American person because of this feeling of like if I'm doing it with the white man, something's wrong. And I thought it was my own personal, but now that what he's saying, I know what he's saying. Like it just it feels wrong. Something's wrong there, and you can't. It's not you. You're not prejudiced to it. It's just it's not normal. That she should be able to be compatible with an African American man and still talk the same way that he was saying. I know what he's saying because like when men are nice to me, I'm more sweeter. I use my feminine side when I'm around aggressive, assertive men that are very, angry. I tend to use.
No. There we go. That was the word I was looking for.
Okay.
Because black men are more assertive, white men are more laid back.
Yes.
That's what it is. That's what I realized. Because the person is assertive, is a Jamaican woman. If you catch what I'm saying, is a Jamaican woman by nature. That's what Jamaican women are, loud, aggressive. But when it's with the white man, it's Yankee, you know what I'm saying? It's docile. It's weird, but that's what it is. Assertiveness. It's like they don't. It's like they don't want the stereotypical black man, assertive and loud. I guess aggressive, but whatever. It's real, man. I don't know. Maybe it's real. I'm a black man, so I don't see it, but maybe it is real. See how I picked out the word assertive and skipped away aggressive. You women might be saying in your situation might be really thinking aggressive. And not so you know what I'm saying. As a black man, we choose not to even listen to the aggressive part, and maybe I don't know if we are, but I don't know.
No, you're totally right. Those two words mean a lot because are you assertive driver or are you aggressive driver? Aggressive drivers are dangerous. Assertive drivers are very good drivers. So I believe any male of any color, should have control of his emotions and feelings and not let a woman walk all over him. So I don't know. I just like what the gentleman IC3 said about, just if you're mixing there couldn't be issues because we're kind of misplaced, and then how do we get reset? Because being with a white man, I kind of feel like a slave. I kind of feel black, but then I feel like why would I do that if that's just how I feel? Can I not like the person for who they are and find love for who they are? All of that good hopeful stuff. But I don't know.
Yeah, I hear you. I see three. You there, brother? I see three may have tapped out, man.
Yeah. I'd like to say this that I'm meditating and listening to these conversations. The solution is when you have a mission and a purpose. When you focus on trying to and working to accomplish something, you draw the right kind of people towards you, because you see, if you're just there looking for the right person, you're purposeless. You're just there looking around. There must be the right person out there somewhere. You're not going nowhere. You're not doing nothing. You have to have a purpose, a mission, something you're going for, yeah? And then when people see the direction that you're moving, they'll join or want to move with you or whatever. And then relationships form because of the energy, the force of the direction that you're going. If you have no purpose, if you have no mission, if you're not on some great quest to accomplish something, then you're nothing. You're all over the place. And then all you'll get is all over the place people around you and all confusion around you. In and out, all over the place. So you just need to focus on the mission, and then the right people will come around you, and all the people that are purposeless and stupid and all over the place, they just get rolled over. They don't last 2 minutes in my presence. Destroyed quick. I just
IC3 next week. IC3 next week, right?
Next week what?
You said a big announcement next week, a lot of words, very powerful statements about destroying people's ideologies.
Yeah, no, that's 24/7. That's now, even now.
Oh,
even
starting
as
now.
I'm talking on this panel. Yeah.
It started now already.
I present my position, yes, and then either somebody says, well, I think it's wrong, or it's weak, or what you're saying doesn't make sense. I say, well, let's have it. Let's listen. And then we'll keep going. We'll keep asking questions. We'll keep digging into everything I say, or we'll keep digging into everything you say. And one of us is going to crack. One of us is going to break. One of our positions is going to be weaker. And it's going to be last man standing. So I present my position, and then I want to hear what your position is. And if you have no position, get out my way.
Yeah.
Hey, that's some real shit. That's
right. Sheesh, I'm gonna clip that. Hey, Banana, if you listen to clip that. We're gonna put that on the YouTube. We're gonna drop that separate right there. IC3's challenge, man. He has a challenge
that's
to liberate melanated people, man. And if you don't have a better solution, then bring it to the table. I mean, if you don't have a better solution, get the fuck out the way. If you have a better solution, bring it to the table.
That's right. Simple. Yes.
I see 3 on this.
I'm getting out of the way right now because I got a better solution right now.
Well, you
they add more power. Get stronger all the time.
Well, you know, Sawyer always says agriculture will liberate us. IC3.
Yeah,
I think it's bullshit. I think it's bullshit. But go ahead, IC3.
No, it's not. All right, Born. How about me? And you do it then.
You know I ain't doing
this
that.
This is how it's definitely not bullshit. All I want you to do is calculate how much money you spend on food per month. Yeah, that's all I want you to do.
Who owns the farms?
That's the point.
Yeah. So you know,
I just grew some green onions.
You know, I'm going back to my prison analogy, right? We're in a prison, and they allow the inmates to grow the food. Who benefits from the inmates growing the food?
The inmates. You know why? You control the food. You can do whatever you want. You control the food, the quality. Who gets the actual quality?
Yeah, I'm talking about the money that comes in. Now, we all eat healthy because we control the quality.
No, it's about money. That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. People who say agriculture think it's about food because their minds, not you, but most people, their minds are not equipped to the real world. Agriculture produces more revenue than most things that you can name. Like GDPs of most countries are still agriculture based. Like agriculture is only getting more. Hold on, listen. Agriculture is getting more technologically advanced. And let's get back to money. The U.S. Department of Agriculture. I'm just showing. This is just basic stuff. The amount of jobs that are produced out of that one agency. You have engineers, finance, accountants, financiers, scientists, soil scientists, agronomists, biologists, physicists. You got all type, bro. Then you got stuff that they do in renewable research.
Smart employees. So you're saying smart employees at the prison?
No, I'm showing you something. The power. I'm showing power. You're controlling a whole economy, a whole industry. Once you think about that, but first off, you're actually controlling your own food security. That's what I'm saying. All I need you to do is tally up how much you spend a month just on food prices. Now, just think about if that increases 7% like with the interest rate over time.
Yeah.
Just if you're not controlling that or even mitigating the amount of, if you're not having some form of control in that equation, you can't even talk about no form of financial liberation, getting out of a prison or whatever. What are you gonna do when you get out? Starve? You know what I'm saying? I'm saying agriculture is the most, listen, without having an adequate food supply, you don't get into any endeavors. You don't have warriors. You don't have fucking people who sit on live streams. You have to have food first. Then people think about shelter and all that other shit. Food is the first primary thing that you need. So I'm saying black people, we don't have nothing. We know we're starting from ground zero. So let's start with the basic primary thing in all civilizations: agriculture. Food, having enough food to have more people, to sustain hard situations, hardship. You need food. There's a whole bunch of shit. There's a reason why you need food. And the money wise, let's get into it about the finances. For example, it costs me about 25 cents to produce a tomato plant. I'm talking about any tomato plant you can talk about. You can talk about purple Cherokee. We can go to tiny cherries, whatever. I'm talking about. I said purple Cherokees. I'm talking about exotic stuff. We go to there's a whole bunch. I forgot the names of them, but there's a whole lot of exotic ones. Whatever. The cost of it is like 25 cents, and that's just me. The regular person who's producing this shit, it costs them probably 10 cents to produce a plant. Now, so when and I'm just talking about just selling the plant. You just easily look at Home Depot where they're selling for $5. The $5. So you just look at the profit margin. And agriculture in Miami-Dade is just regular people. It's almost $250 million industry. So I know just the Miami-Dade alone, not the whole entire Florida, just Miami-Dade alone is $250 million. Broward is a whole another equation. It's not as much. But we're not even talking about food. I'm just showing you this one little sector of how much money is in actually agriculture. You got fertilizer, you got fucking water management, you got fucking waste management agriculture. When you take all these food scraps people dumping in around, people are converting that into actual fertilizer and selling it in farms. Shit, bro, you go to irrigation systems. Just if we control just a portion, if we control a significant amount of that, the agriculture sector in any region of the world, we have a lot of leverage just to do other things. I'm saying, and that's my main
good
issue with it.
That
Start from the basics, bro.
Yeah. All these skills will come in necessary and handy as black people start to organize. So as you're organizing, you're coming together and you're bringing your talents, you're bringing your skills, your tools to the table. So you're organizing people, and then people come with what they have. They come with the knowledge they have. They come with what they possess. They come together. So you're starting to pool together resources and focus those resources.
We're pulling together culture. Food is culture. Agriculture is culture. I'm actually showing you like some primordial essence of human civilizations. Boyd has a restaurant. He needs agriculture. He needs somebody to produce and buy vegetables at, you know what I'm saying, at a decent price. You know what I'm saying? Even the meat you buy is you can't escape it, bro. Textile industry, your clothing is agriculture, buddy. Everything you can think of, bro, is almost agriculture based. Once you actually understand the agriculture industry, it's broad, bro. When I say agriculture, I'm talking about motherfucking stars in the sky also, bro. I'm talking about climatology. I'm talking about so much stuff you can't even imagine, bro.
You're right.
It's just very limited. It's just I can't really explain everything without going in depth. And if I go into depth, it's kind of pointless. That you're going into worlds like nobody cares because nobody wants.
Dates
nobody
and
thinks
calendars
you
and time.
finna go into spooky. You finna go to spookism. Yeah.
No, I'm going to like some feels that you need to run a civilization. That's all I'm trying to say. There's so much of them is like basic shit, like. Bro, Like for example, even if you want to start some basic, how are you going to take care of you leave the plantation? You want to leave the plantation? Waste management. What are you gonna do? People shitting everywhere. What are you gonna do? Sanitation, like shit like that people learn from agriculture. You know what I'm saying? You learn disease, sicknesses. There's a lot of stuff you learn, and also. But now I won't ask questions. I want to know.
Yeah, we got.
I want to know. I want you. Huh? Say again.
We have specialists for that, right? We had to build the plumbing systems here in America, right? Yeah, so we got
Guess where it came from? People building irrigation systems, agriculture. You get it?
Absolutely.
As I'm saying, when we say agriculture, liberation, bro. Without that, you can't even talk about liberation, bro. What are you going to eat? Let me say, you know war? What people do in war? They bomb people's farms so they destroy their food supply. Once they can't feed the troops might desert because what they need resources. They got families to feed their kids.
Yeah,
it's basic shit that people who know war do. Poison whales. You make sure you stop the food, the rations or the food supplies. People do crazy. People do crazy shit when they're hungry. All I'm saying is, before we even have a liberation, make sure our people are not hungry. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. And then also that knowledge helps you to acquire enemy food supplies. If you're on the field and you can't, if you understand the whole system, you can then also know how to acquire enemy supplies as necessary. Yeah. So it's fundamental knowledge. You're right. You're correct.
I can't get too complex with all the tactical war shit. All I realize is, man, we still got niggas on. We got, you know how much people on food stamps over here in America? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, hold up, people are on food stamps. What are we talking about? Like agriculture. People are on food stamps. You get that, right?
Yeah, I hear you. You have to depend on the system for your food. I agree. Agriculture is important. It's important, brother.
Yes, and all this comes together.
It is the money thing. Wait, when Born gonna start making real money in this restaurant shit. Might be a fucking millionaire. When he starts spending food prices and start buying wholesale shit from like hundreds of $1,000s, he reeling up on food, he'll start seeing what I'm saying. You're gonna really want to know somebody with a farm that give you better prices and high quality meat. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole different ballgame. Them motherfuckers could charge you any price they want, really.
That's a fact.
Come on, man.
That's a fact. Because the restaurant was down for a minute. So when I went back into the same spot that I was buying food at, I was like, oh shit, it's different in here now. That's post-COVID, the whole nine. So I understand what you're saying, bro. You gotta pay what it is. Like shit, you want to buy fucking milk or eggs at your local grocery store, you gotta pay whatever price they put on that product.
I
understand what you're saying, man.
Well, that's when it comes to building networks, organizing, and it goes back to what Soy was saying, culture.
Hold on, IC3, Stanley, get your ass back on the panel. You talking about Marxists? Fucking bullshit. Get your ass back on the panel. Get your ass back on the panel.
Go ahead, IC3. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. So as you develop networks and pool resources, then your product will have a certain flavor, a certain cultural flavor. So if you get your eggs from a certain place and you get your meat from a certain place and your vegetables from a certain place, the flavor of your food will be different from somebody who gets their supplies from somewhere else. So all of it works to create a flavor or a sound that is unique, and then in that unique flavor, in that unique sound, in that unique look, you get a new culture developing and a value that is unique, and then that value then when people start to recognize it, they start to want to buy into it. They want that sound. They want that taste. They want they want to buy into. They don't know how you did it, but they just like it. It has its own character and its own value. Then you are generating value within your network, a unique value. It has its own characteristics. And then as you expand that and scale it up to a national level, then you start moving into, well, if you want our stuff, you can't buy it with your money. You can't buy it with your currency. You have to exchange your money, your currency, for our one in order to buy what we have. And then you start discussing exchange rates, leverage. You see, it's the same principles from what Soil was saying, from a small little thing.
But IC3, I see. You see what you just said. The basic example is Jamaican products, like what a special Scotch bonnet sauce or whatever, value-added products. They're special. You know what I'm saying? You can make them special, a niche market. You can create niche markets. So I'm saying but Stanley, I'm just trying to get Stanley on the panel because this is the conversations he likes. Stanley, come back on the panel. You see IC3 and you guys agreeing. I just want to hear your opinion on what you talk about Marx. Because IC3 explained capitalism a while ago. I'm explaining capitalism really. So I'm trying to understand that. So Stanley, come back on the panel, man. Drink some water and come back on.
Drink some water. Yeah.
Remember, unless you're in the way, like IC3 said, if you really don't have nothing, you know what I'm saying? You're just in the way. You just getting out the way already.
Yeah. So so as we're talking, and we're starting to see the principles from a small little business, a small little network, how when it's scalable, it becomes something, as you said there, a brand, a unique brand, a unique flavor, a unique sound, something unique, and that value is contained within that network. That value is contained within that society. It's theirs. And then you have to pay for it. You have to pay.
So let me say this though, IC3. So now you're naming stuff that was cultivated in the Black or IC3 community, right?
Yeah.
It was cultivated by us, for us, and maybe some non-Black people took a liking to it.
Yeah.
Now we've noticed a lot of those industries have been taken over.
Correct.
By corporations or the system of white supremacy. What should we do? So once we cultivate our special brand, how do we protect it?
The currency,
right.
The currency, he said. The currency.
Yeah, you see? So a lot of people, you see, the understanding of currency, culture, and value. See, what Black people do, they create something, they create a certain vibe, but they see that they're creating it amongst themselves. And then because they don't understand money, because they don't understand finance, that becomes the leak that siphons off. You see, because when they accumulate and they create culture, when they create that vibe, they're doing it to make money, right? But the money that they're thinking about is getting the white man's money, the white man's currency.
Yeah.
So let's get this music sound. Let's get this taste. Let's get so that we can get more white man's money.
Yes.
They're not thinking. They're not trained. There's no schooling. We're not. We just can't think of holding that value, holding it. You see, Because you feel part of the system, and you're trying to get on in the system of white supremacy. You're trying to get more white things. You're trying to be accepted. So all that you're creating is to try and get further in the system of white supremacy, rather than creating to find your corner, your little niche, because they all come for it. They'll come for it. When you find your little niche and your sound and your flavor, you feel that everybody's there. They come with the press first. Can you tell us about what you're doing? This is really something special you got going on here. How did it start? Questions. Shut up. We're not telling you nothing. We don't want to be in your press. We don't want to be in your newspaper. Your reporters are not welcome here. But you want the black people talk, because you want to be in the press. Oh, Time magazine featured me. Create your own magazine. The circulation may be small, but you create your own magazine with your own photos, with your own little articles, with your own flavors, with your own music, everything. And just keep it small and tight. And when you keep it small and tight, then the value is like is bursting to get out. But you keep it tight. Keep it tight. And they're all going to come. Can you talk about it? Can you talk about what
you needed to live in America? I agree.
Yeah.
I do agree though so much, man.
That's how they come. That's what the first thing they come is some news. Oh, we're from so-and-so magazine. We're from so-and-so newspaper.
Yeah.
Talk to us.
And us.
No.
And you know what? I see three. We love the skin and grin. Soon as they put cameras and microphones,
that's right. They come with the cameras. They come with the reporters. Yeah, they come with the pen and paper. It's like, we want to be on TV. We're somebody now. No, all this. No, got nothing to say to you. You want to talk to me? It's £1,000 an hour.
Good shit. For real.
Yeah,
Shout
you
out
want
to
to talk
Nipsey
to me?
Hussle.
Talk to me about what?
Hey, shout out. Rest in peace, Nipsey Hussle. Nipsey Hussle sold his mixtape for $100. Yeah, I know everybody's putting out mixtapes, but my mixtape is $100. Take it or leave it. And people bought it. Am I lying, Soil?
Hell no.
Am I lying?
Actually, Wu-Tang copied him after that, and a lot of other people, I think.
I like what you said. He said to talk to me is $1,000 an hour, man. You can come and get all the behind the scenes if you pay me $1,000 an hour. And I'm still gonna construct it and give you what I want the cameras to see. Good shit.
Exactly.
I like that. Brother Stanley, what's going on, brother? You back?
I am. Nothing much to say.
Stanley, you have a problem with Marxism?
Marxism? Of course.
Why? So what did I say was Marxist to you?
Oh no. Of course, Marxism. Tell me your problems with it, Soil.
If that's the redistribution of wealth, no. Listen, that's the redistribution of wealth. Everyone pretty much is on equal terms.
Got it.
That's not me. I know. I like capitalism first and foremost.
No,
Listen. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. You asked me what's the problem. I'm in a world that I know there's winners and losers. People buy and people sell shit. People will.
That's never a problem.
So, but No, but this is my interpretation of Marxism. It was pretty much, wasn't it like everyone
Ooh.
equal? There's no like superior, somebody over you.
You're, okay.
Redistribution of wealth and all that stuff, right?
Right.
Yeah. Like put it like this. Let me give you. So this is what I'm saying.
Yes.
What I'm saying is this. I just want us to control a significant portion of the agriculture industry, and that ultimately will lead to the basic foundation for us to have some footing of like some form of liberation or exit strategy.
Okay. May I start from Marxism and go back a bit? I understand. Dude, I understand Marxism. Do you understand the Enlightenment? It's what sprouted Marxism, Nazism. You really have to go back like 100 years. Can we do that? And I know it sounds crazy.
If you're talking about the European Enlightenment, right? In Europe, right? The
I'm
Renaissance.
talking Portuguese. The Europeans. It started with how they treated people. It is enlightenment. It is what we call libertarianism, classical bullshit. I'm going to go back to, do you know the first slave market? It was in Portugal. Do you know that? And
I don't know.
It's difficult. I will stop.
No, it's not difficult, Stanley. It's not difficult. I don't know, but I understand. I can comprehend.
Well, no, IC3 does. I saw the video. It is painful. It is reality, and the white people don't know it. They think that it's exceptionalism. We invented like whiteness and missiles. I have a problem with the whole thing. And I know Mr. IC3 is going to have a problem, and maybe I shouldn't talk about it. There's the Enlightenment, the speciation, Darwin, we created, we created speciations and how we classify, and we took it way too far. Now, who's going to tell me I'm wrong?
Who's we are you talking about? Are you saying the black
Darwin
people created it, or
and
the
his
white
cousin
people?
Darwin? You are English, right?
I was born in England, but I'm not English.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to classify you, but Darwin and who is his cousin? Was a cousin of Galway or something like that?
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Of course, I know the history.
Mm-hmm.
It started from there. They did speciation. They created slavery. Dude, now get me out of my confusion. Which part?
Hold on. No, Stanley. Darwin, I don't think created slavery.
Yes.
Some of his family members were actually abolitionists. But one thing I would say though.
No. Darwin didn't create the speciation.
Oh, you said speciation, you said slavery.
Well, no. Darwin, of course, there were earlier people. Tell me who created racism.
Who created racism?
Darwin and his cousin. or I'm wrong.
You all right, listen, I give you that point because that is when they said black people are the lowest caste of humans. Yeah, I get that part.
And we went from there and it was wrong.
But hold on, let me ask you a question. What would be the difference between the papal bulls when they said enslave every non-Christian, which you know what I'm saying, every non-Christian versus Darwin? Wasn't that racism there where they knew black people were non-Christian mainly, so they enslaved them in West Africa, South Africa, East Africa? You know what I'm saying?
Understood.
What was that then? That's not racism?
No. Who was the next man after Darwin?
Hold up, that's not racism? The enslaving.
I'm asking you a question, sir.
So, all right, go ask the question.
Darwin, and you asked a good question too. Who took it from there? Was it the Constitution or Thomas Jefferson? Who?
No, Darwin took Darwin. Yes. Listen, you're right about Darwin extending it to where
it's Locke.
But
John
Darwin
Locke.
is not even the
Have
beginning
you
of
read
enlightenment.
John Locke?
Hold up, Stanley.
Adam Smith.
Yes, Adam. Yes, listen. The invisible hand. Yes, I know. I got an A in microeconomics.
And who is the invisible hand?
But Stanley, listen to what I'm saying. Darwinism. Listen, Stanley. Listen. I want to stay on the enlightenment age. Stanley, please let me say something. Darwinism has the tail end of what you're talking about. But before that, the people already had some form of racism already.
Right. It's feudalism. Right.
So are you saying that's the problem with IC3's plan?
You know what? I'm not talking IC3, but we can.
So what are we ultimately talking about?
Well,
hey, hold on real quick, Stanley. Hold on real quick, Stanley. Black Axeman.
Black Axeman. What's up, man? Yes, Nin Olus, man. Big up,
what up,
he
man?
looks mad.
Man? What up, man?
The reason I ain't got a picture is because obviously the unseen and the spirits don't really have a form and pictures.
I don't like the patriarchy.
Uh-oh.
Stanley, you said that in the most feminine way.
Oh, you calling me a
I
pussy?
don't like the patriarchy.
How come you?
Nah, you guys were talking to something good though, man. Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, man. That whole eugenic thing, Stanley, you're right. You're right.
A pussy, man.
No, it's a joke,
I'm
man.
coming after you.
Big up Stanley, man. You're right, Stanley.
Nin,
I heard you.
I think you're wrong, but sir.
Oh, shit.
And I think you're right in some ways. You're pissing some girls off.
Of course they're going to be pissed off because they want it their way, right? The women don't want to be held accountable for their wrongdoings.
You know what? I am going to ask because you and I have some things we need to talk to, Nin.
Hey, you know what, Stanley? I got a video for Nin. Let me play something.
No, God damn it, I'm gonna be wrong.
Hey, boy, he reminds me of the day you got super fucking drunk. Now you
we ain't gonna talk about that. I don't worry about it. We'll just mute Sawyer's mic.
Hey, man.
Yeah. And I don't know what you're talking about, Sawyer. We don't know. I mean, maybe you can go back and prove it, but I don't even think we can prove that night. So there's no evidence of what you're saying, Brother Sawyer. You have to unmute your mic if you want to talk, Sawyer. But it's not even proof of that.
You deleted
I'm
it.
gonna tell
I don't know. I don't know if I deleted it. I don't even know the night that you speak of. But let's just move on though, Sawyer. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Sawyer. Yeah, and I got the night you was drunk, Sawyer, on on the live show.
Nin,
But Stanley, hold on, Stanley. You're gonna have to mute. I want Nin to.
I'm gonna have to mute.
Yeah, I'm gonna start this one over for Nin.
Nin, I'm coming after you, son.
I don't know if Nin want to hear this, but let's get it.
I love Nin. I won't be hard.
Nah, big up Stanley, but pause on that still. In the textbook for victims of white supremacy, that is racial. That comes under racial showcasing.
Goddamn white supremacy.
And the racial sexual confusion, both of them. And what is really is no such thing as interracial, because there's only one race, and that's the white race. Belonging to a race serves no purpose except to mistreat people based on color. That's all it's good for. No one should belong to a race of people. Why? Because the purpose of race is to practice racism. And the purpose for practicing racism is to dominate and mistreat people based on the factors of color, non-color. That's the only purpose it has. Dominate and mistreat in order to gain fun, glory, and material benefit. That's what the classifications of white, non-white, white supremacists, all manufactured by the white supremacists for that purpose. So there's no such thing as interracial relationship. Pause that. What it is, it's just another form of domination. So what he's saying is backwards. His racism is backwards, right? So he's a white supremacist himself, right? So what they're trying to do now is trying to go in the back door, right? So what pause, yeah. But what they're trying to do is to say that, there's no classifications of.
You have to let him land, brother.
Yeah, no, he's saying that there's no classifications of races. There's only one race, right?
Yeah.
I would have agreed with him if he said the human race, right? If he tried to talk about human race, we're all under God and all of that type of stuff. But then he said, what did he say? He said, there's only the white race.
Yes. He said the only the race that matters. In the system of white supremacy, you have to think he's always speaking in the context of white supremacy. He's always speaking in that context, Brother Nan. So when he says there's only one race, he means there's only one race in the system of white supremacy, and that race is white.
No, he's saying he's saying generally.
I'm telling you how he speaks, brother. I'm putting it in context. This is a 6-minute clip, and I've read full diaries and listened to full lectures of him speak, brother.
Okay. So what you're saying is he's basically saying the only race that really matters in the system that we're in is just the white race.
Yes, absolutely.
There's no other races.
Absolutely. No, he's not saying that there are. He's saying there shouldn't be. But the white supremacists constructed the even y'all say it. Black is a Western concept, so they've constructed this concept of race, and in reality, the only one that matters to the system is the white race. The other races, we're just here. We're constructed. We were constructed. You see what I'm saying, bro?
No, but we do have different colors though, right? As humans. Some have melanin, some don't have melanin.
Absolutely, but it's still not the concept of race. We know the concept of race is a white construct, right? Or a Western European construct. We know that.
And the system that we're in today, 100% is built by the white concept, and it even goes back to what Stanley was saying in terms of the whole eugenics program. Because I remember there was a guy called something Davenport that took it over to America in the 19th century, to the point where when you hear about Jim Crow laws and segregation, and you even hear about interracial marriages being banned in America up until the civil rights movement, right? All of that was from the eugenics, right? To say that we need to start breeding people who have higher human.
That's not how the history worked.
I read about this. Yeah, if you hear, I'll give you a name for you to research.
Well, I understand what you're saying. It's not.
Let me give you a name. Let me give you a name of what I'm talking about
Oh,
in terms
you're
of.
gonna give me a name?
Yeah.
Which would it be?
It's gonna be the name
Oh,
Charles Davenport. Type in Charles Davenport and see his works in eugenics and what he was able to bring in America to the point where
and
he kind of
what am
influenced.
I gonna tell you to type in? Type in Frederick Douglass, the man who changed America. This black dude was Obama before.
Okay, family. I want to play a little bit more of this video.
Non-color.
Please, before I fall
That's
asleep.
the only purpose it has. Dominate and mistreat in order to gain fun, glory, and material benefit. That's what the classifications of white, non-white, white supremacists, all manufactured by the white supremacists for that purpose. So there's no such thing as interracial relationships. What it is just another form of domination of people in the system of white supremacy who are classified as non-white. If you're classified as black, brown, red, yellow, tan, beige, anything under the non-white categories, you are subject to the system of white supremacy anywhere on the planet 24/7. And so-called interracial relationships, that's just a facade that the white supremacists create.
Go ahead, Stanley. I hear you.
Born Rich, I want to hear what you think. Actually, I've heard you talk about this before.
All right, salute. IC3. Salute. IC3 said he was out going to get some sleep. Get you some sleep, Uncle. Get you some sleep, brother.
I know. I'm gonna exit too, brother. Blessings. Thank you for
All
having
right,
me.
Empress Janet. Salute. Thanks, sis. Thanks for coming, man. You should have a
Yo,
ring.
Empress Janet, stop going out on these panels. Talk about your coochie, sis.
Oh, that's horrible.
Oh, wow.
Well, I appreciate your opinion. Have a good night, everyone.
It's an advice.
All right, Empress, if you have a wrench, man, drop a drop your channel. Drop your channel. Tell the people your channel.
Janet?
Tell the people how to follow you,
Ma'am?
Empress Janet. Hold on, let Empress Janet go. Yes. Tell the people how to follow you.
I'd like her opinion. Is there a woman on this panel?
Yeah, I was trying to listen to the gentleman.
If you want to go, that's fine, but I'm gonna tell you my opinion of there was Frederick Douglass, right?
Hold on, Stanley. Hold on. Let's see the sister off right. The sister says she's about to exit. Stanley said, okay.
You're laughing.
No, I am saying I wanna bless the sister, the only sister that's been on the panel tonight, Stanley. I do want to send her off,
I'll go.
Welcome, man. And you dropped your channel in the chat, right?
I did. Janet? Everyone take care. I'll see you later, brother.
All right, Janet. Thanks.
All right,
sis. Thanks, sis. All right, go ahead, Stanley. Go ahead. Get it.
You're gonna, you know what? I've been laughed at. Go, Nen.
Yeah, what happened to you, Stanley? What happened today, though, Stanley, man? What is it? Is it because it's Christmas coming up, or what's happening?
I don't give a shit. Here's my point, and it's never changed. I am hugely interested in like patriarchy. Do men care about patriarchy? We are. It is us. We don't have to talk about it, God damn it. And it worries me when it's a thing. We just do. Did you ever understand that part?
Would you say that you are more
yes.
No, what you say? 1 second, Stanley. Let me
Stanley,
ask the
you asked him
question.
a question, Stanley. Come on, brother. You asked him a question.
Sorry.
Let him answer. You
So,
gotta
Sorry.
give him room. Give him
Sorry.
the answer.
Stanley, I agree, right? You're saying, okay,
We don't think about it. We
oh
just
my
do.
days. No, but Stanley, can I ask you a question though? Yeah, would you
Sure.
do you agree
And
that the patriarchy is a good thing in terms of male leadership and authority?
then I'm going to tell you, we have talked, and I really, you're a good friend in person and talk to person.
I appreciate it, man. Likewise,
Well,
Stanley.
no, you know that. This isn't a bullshit thing. Dude, we are friends. And men don't think about it. They do. We don't think about it. It's not a parsing thing. God damn it.
Men do think about it because we have whole fields called philosophy. We have whole fields called philosophy just about thinking.
No.
Like we do thinking. Trust me, we do
I
logic.
don't.
Okay, then that's okay.
Well, I'm sorry. You have to talk, but you know my story, right?
Yeah. I don't think you should say it here though, Stanley. I don't think you should say
Okay,
it.
good. But there was a random compliment, and there was a young boy, and we were younger people. I lived on a mountain, and I fucking split wood, and goddamn enjoyed splitting wood. It was my thing. I was a man. You know that part of me, right? It was always warm. It
didn't
was.
know that part. I didn't know that part. No, I didn't know that part.
Y'all didn't. Nen knows. He knows that part.
Why? What part do I know, Stanley?
He got a bone to pick with you, Nen. Pause. For real, man.
Well, sorry.
Stanley doesn't like the fact that there are men out here advocating for men's rights.
No.
He just,
what you don't like is I goddamn lived on a mountain, and I have been I had a stay-at-home person. She died, but I've never been like, God damn it. And then I've split wood. I've
pause,
been
pause.
Sawyer, you there, Sawyer?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking in, brother. Just making sure everybody's still here.
Yeah, Stanley, I know there's something probably going on, or it's either the festive season or there's something going on. Stanley, I don't think this is the right time and right place, Stanley, to do this. You know what I'm saying? So let's just stick on the subject. Let's not get too personal. Let's not talk about our lives and personal lives.
No, he already told us. He already told us.
But Nen is right. Like Stanley's already told us this 5 times tonight, brother. And nobody's trying to disregard it. Me and Stanley already had this conversation. This is what I said. Me and Stanley got a lot in common. We do, man. You know, we both.
Yeah, but why?
Young men.
But one thing with the patriarchy is
what I'm trying to tell you.
One second, Stanley. 1 second. Men in leadership positions should not abuse that power. So people who might have some gifts given by God in terms of how they speak or how they're assertive or their physique,
you're gonna make this difficult.
No. I'm saying. I was on this panel a couple of days ago, and I jumped off, and I see a guy coming on. I see a guy that was in a wheelchair called a King of Gold, right? And that guy has been bullied on these streams, right? On other streams, right? He's been bullied. We all know he's got depression. We all know he's in a
I
wheelchair.
didn't see that
So all of that bullying stuff. I don't like that, bro. No, but
Well, that's
it's to do
fine.
with the patriarchy. It's to do the patriarchy doesn't allow men to abuse their power, because that's why we're here in the first
I know, but
place.
then
bro.
listen to me, then let's don't do name dropping and
I'm
do all
yeah.
of that, brother. Because these people,
I
have people,
apologize.
I have
Okay.
people in the
Okay, you
chat
gotta
that's from
apologize.
Tennessee, but listen, I have people in the chat from Tennessee and Illinois and Indiana. They don't know who these characters are, and that's something they hit me up
Okay,
behind the scenes and
okay.
said.
So
They
let
like,
me say the
Warren,
bigger.
yeah, they hit me up. They
Let me
said,
say the
Warren, we
bigger point.
support the channel, brother, but we don't know these characters. So
Yeah.
try
Let's stick to the ideas instead
there
of
we go.
the
The
characters.
ideas instead of the characters. There we go.
All right, cool. So the idea that men have abused their leadership roles goes back a couple of hundred years under the kings, and when they used to rule the churches, and when England was ruling America, they were ruling it under a patriarchy and theocracy in terms of religiously.
It
They were ruling it
is
from the Bible. So
historical.
yeah, it's historical. So what I'm saying is, they
Ahistorical.
they abuse their power.
You're
And
taking.
one second. They abuse their power, those guys, and they oppressed women to the point where women had no choice but to come out and ask and demand for their rights. So that's why I say the first wave feminism.
No.
Now, 1 second. The first wave feminism, in terms of being
Well,
allowed
for
to
goodness
vote.
sake, it was a vote.
1 second though, being allowed to vote is something I agree. A woman should be
So
able. So would you agree that women should be allowed to be to vote?
now tell me, that vote, the first wave feminism, who is the black woman who stood there and said, "Ain't I a woman?"
No, I'm
Do
not. Listen, I know the first wave feminists
No,
kind of betrayed. They
you
betrayed the
don't
black
know
woman.
the
They
history.
betrayed the black woman.
What was
They
her name, Stanley? What was her name, Stanley?
No, he's
Her
talking about
name,
generally. I think it's talking generally.
Sojourner Truth.
Yeah, I think she was
That
tricked.
woman.
I think she was tricked. She was tricked into first wave feminism.
Well, no. I know you're gonna not trust my history. Look it up.
I think we should look at some of her last writings.
No, but bro,
I
first wave.
don't know it.
First wave
She
feminism.
was Sojourner Truth, though.
No, but Stanley, first wave feminism was all about choice, was giving the woman a choice to have a vote in order to be able to work. And one second. It was a problem
Name me the year.
It was a problem between the white woman and her white man. That was the issue going on. That was the. Yes, it was. Yes. The white supremacist. That was
the vote.
Listen.
And
The white people. Stanley. The white people. I think
it wasn't for the vote.
Go on, Stanley.
Seriously, it was the vote. 19?
Feminism started way before that.
Okay, tell me the technical details. We're talking vote, suffrage, women's suffrage. That was the first wave of feminism. Look it up. I know the history, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah, you're wrong. Yeah, you're wrong.
Oh, I'd love to hear this.
So as early as 1500s, 1600s,
they were voting.
No, we're talking about feminist writings, right? All of this stuff that we hear about. 1 second, though, brother. Everything that we talk about when we talk about liberalism, secularism, feminism, it's all to do with writings.
America.
1 second, bro. It's all to do with writings and movements that come out, right? So people start writing, they publish their books, they have their ideas, and people draw to those ideas, and then they become a movement, and they all come together, and that's how they create change, right? So all of these things about feminism, we're talking about writings. We're talking about early writings from females who are talking about women having equality. 1 second, bro. We're talking about
Yes.
women in early writings talking about trying to have equality, right? There is Marie Lajar's de Gournay and Anne
Context.
Bradstreet, equality of the sexes.
Historical context.
They wrote some. 1 second. They wrote some. Oh, you're not listening, bro. They wrote something called the equality of the sexes, and guess what year that came out in, Stanley? These are female feminist writers talking about equality of the sexes, and that those writings, they actually talk about wanting equality, talking about women not having property and all of those things. And guess what year that came out in? It came out
I'm
in
gonna guess when you tell me the year.
1673.
And that is relevant. 1673 is really relevant.
Yeah, because you tried to limit it down to.
So we're talking potatoes.
No, you said that first wave feminism was to do with specifically the vote, and in the 1920s or whatever, in the 1914 or something like that. That's what you said. And I said, no, feminism goes way hundreds of years before that. If you look at writings in terms of talking about equality and women talking about how the patriarchy is unjust to them, it goes back hundreds of years even before that.
And I'm gonna have to ask you the hard question. Bring it to 2021 relevance, please.
Now we're in the fourth wave feminism where men ain't shit.
Yeah, we're talking. No, I want to hear you talk about fourth wave. We're not much through the second wave. It was abortion rights.
Can women? Let's get the first out of the way. Let's get the first out of the way, and we move up, right?
Oh, you don't want to debate the history. I know.
I want us to get to the fourth.
Do.
So the first was about equality in
voting
terms of
rights, suffrage.
Voting rights.
No. What was 1919? Or something like that.
One second. That's when they gained momentum. 1 second. That's when they gained. 1 second. That's when they
the vote.
1 second. That's when they gained momentum, and that's when the vote changed. That's when the laws changed.
No, that's when they got the vote. It was
exactly. So the law changed
to the Constitution.
So the law changed, right?
Right.
So the law changed.
It wasn't a law. It was Constitution. Did you know that?
Are not laws. Constitutions are not laws.
Oh, constitutions are not laws.
Is it? I'm asking
for help. Constitutions aren't laws.
So the right to bear arms is not a law.
Which part? Ooh.
So legally, you bearing arms, you legally bearing arms doesn't come from the Constitution.
The Second Amendment,
which is the Constitution, right?
Don't you know that?
Which is the Constitution, right?
Last I checked.
Which is the laws, right? The legal framework within the country.
It's Second Amendment. Right to bear arms, something about militias. Move on. And 19th Amendment is not Second Amendment. You're confusing that shit. Do you really understand the Constitution?
I don't. No, I don't. Let's leave it and let's just talk about what we were talking about, Stanley. The laws that we're talking about in terms of being changed for the votes, right, where the woman got the vote, that is something which starts hundreds of years before that in writing, in classical writing. For people to get to that point, it's like there's a whole, foundation from that, writings hundreds of years before that, the women coming into movements, then the law gets changed. You don't wake up one day. So you wake up one morning and then the law changes the next day according to what you want.
Can I debate The American Constitution, please.
Go ahead, Stanley.
Which part of women, in which part, I understand the right to bear arms and free speech. There was also a part, oddly enough, in the Fourth Amendment, fourth thing, fugitive slave laws. So, if you, I want to hear your argument about your understanding of the American Constitution, sir. Nin.
Nah, I don't want to debate the American Constitution, to be honest. Not in
Well, then,
9 in the morning.
don't quote it. And carry on with your argument.
So my argument is feminism that is not limited. The first wave feminism and the birth of feminism, as we call it, is not limited to the 19th or the 20th century in terms of the vote and the suffragettes. It is much before that. There's writings and classical writings hundreds of years before that.
1650, right?
1670s. There's even another one in 17 something called The Vindication of the Rights of Women, written by Wollstonecraft. She was one of the first feminist women that wrote a treaty. She actually wrote a treaty in the 1700s. So what I'm saying to you is, the woman that started the thing in 1600s, the book was called The Second Sex, and she says in that book that women should basically take up their pen, basically to start defending their sex, and that was in the 1600s. So these are basically saying, take up your pen, woman, let's start getting to work. So a lot of people start writing philosophy within philosophy, because at that time
were there women?
They were women, yes. At that time, liberalism and the Enlightenment period was going. No, 1 second. I'll give you names. We've got a woman called Simone de Beauvoir.
De Beauvoir. That's fucking 40s. Come on, dude. That's existentialism. We know. De Beauvoir.
Okay.
Camus.
Christy, I got more. I got more. We got Christine de Pizan. Do you know about Christine de Pizan?
No, ma'am. Oh, sir.
Okay. Do you know?
Was she a contemporary of Sartre?
Do you know? 1 second. I'm going to keep going. Do you know about Marie Lejar de Gournay?
No.
Do you know about Anne?
You're going to teach me, aren't you?
Okay, so Marie, she was a French writer talking about one of the books she wrote was the equality. She wrote The Equality of Men and Women. She wrote another book called The Lady's Grievance. She always insisted that women, she was a very advocate of women being educated at that time and stuff like that. And she was
in which decade?
She was in 17th century, like so 1600s. 1600s.
However,
I'm telling, bro, it's not limited. It's not limited to the suffragettes.
Lakes. I need to read her.
Okay, so let me just send you about this Marie first, right? So you look it up in the back, and you tell me.
Well, no, talk to me about her.
Okay, so I post here, right here. This is her Wikipedia. You can go
I don't
through her
care.
whole thing.
You've read her, right?
Yeah, I've read her. Yeah, she's born. This is like years ago when I was studying this feminism and this whole first wave, and I've actually studied this. You know what I'm saying? So for a couple of years, you know. So it's not a case of me just plucking things out of the air. Yeah, she's a very clever woman. She's a French lady. She was kind of royal, not royal, but her father was like in a high position.
What do you think of women who have high opinions of themselves?
She needs to be humbled, and she needs to basically humble herself.
So a woman can't have a high opinion of herself?
No one
Those
should.
are the ones you want.
No one should. That's cool. That's not nice. That's a bad trait in a human.
Oh,
Humbleness and thinking.
no.
Yeah, no, yes, it is. Being humble is a very good trait in a human being. You thinking much of
No.
yourself. Yes, I'm telling you. Especially if you actually verbalize it and come out and actually tell people how much you think about yourself. Would you say that's a good quality of telling people how much you think about yourself and how superior you are, and how good you are, and how
You
smart
never
you are?
talk
Is
about
that a good thing?
yourself.
No, I'm saying, is that a good thing? Is that a good thing to, if people do that, come out on these places and verbalize how good they think about themselves?
They never put it that way. The smart ones. Of course, I want a woman who thinks of herself highly, and she probably carries herself the same way.
No,
You
there's a difference. There's a
difficult
difference.
on
There's a
women.
difference. There's difference between having self-respect, right, and having
You are a
self-dignity.
hard man.
No, it's not about being a hard man, Stanley. It's about just right and wrong, nature versus
Oh,
unnatural. It's like, listen, if I'm a man, in my nature is to be a leader, is to have authority over the woman. That's just in my nature. I'm built like that.
not something you ever fucking think about. Being a leader is not something you talk about. You just are.
1 second. In the era of feminism, the emasculation
There
of women,
is no feminism.
the emasculation of men, these guys wearing dresses, all of this stuff in the media, are you telling me it's not going to have an effect on someone's psyche and psychology? Of course
No,
it is.
it has no effect.
So the media
And
has no effect on people's psychology.
then I'm gonna tell you what I think. We don't care.
Yeah, who's we though? That's atheist individualist
You
thinking. That's
and
we
me
is
and my
we.
son.
No. People care. People care, Stanley. If you don't care, there's others that care. Trust. We care for you, Stanley.
Tell
If
me
you
who
don't care,
does.
if you don't care for yourself, there will be others to care for you. Don't worry about that, Stanley.
Oh, God damn it! You're making me seem like some.
It's very individualistic.
Why would we
and
care?
selfish. That's selfish and individualistic to even say
Okay,
that.
it is individualistic, but I will let you go on. But God damn it, I have a black son, and my parents are 80. I have things I need to think about and take care of.
Well, you don't
And
care if your son gets
okay, let me
demasculized or
put it to you this way, and I know you are gonna hate the white supremacy people. Fuck them. It is white supremacy, and they're losing. May I say that?
But we're not even speaking about white supremacy. We're speaking about there's a battle on many fronts. There's the emasculation of men. There's the emasculation of
I don't think black
females.
men get
There's
emasculated. They know what to do.
what you ain't seen. People like Lil NBA young boy coming out talking about he wears makeup. You ain't seen.
I'm talking about.
You ain't seen
I'm
Lil Nas
talking
X.
about black men.
Yeah, black men. That's black men, aren't they? What are you telling me? What NBA young boy ain't a black man? Are you telling me Lil Nas X is not a
These
black man?
little singers are fucking men.
They're the leaders of the community at the
These
moment.
little singers.
They're the
are
leaders.
men?
They're the rock
No,
stars.
they're not.
They have the. Do they have influence? Do they have influence over the masses?
I
and the
could
youngsters?
do that.
Do they have influence? They don't have
May I
influence.
say something, please?
Okay.
It is me. It is a bunch black men Sure they sing songs. Sure they do. I got a motherfucking 6'1" son who will be a Harvard or Navy Academy, and that's what Black people do. We are hard on our sons, and we are. God damn it! I could give a fuck less about little Chris, fucking boozy boy, faggot devil sitter. I could give a fuck less.
You don't,
How
but
about that?
there are millions that they
How
are influencing.
about that? I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, that is a very selfish, individualistic, atheistic,
It is my
non-community.
son. God damn it. And I will fucking create the world he needs to be. How about that? That's a Black man talking.
Are you saying that?
I will goddamn create.
Does he have a phone?
Who?
Does your son have a phone?
Yes.
Does he have a laptop?
It's a sad thing to say.
Yeah. So
the
what
motherfucker has a phone.
So that world you're creating.
Fucking hoe a row. I want vegetables.
So that world that you're creating is a facade because he has a phone and he clearly has access to the world.
You never tell me it's a facade. Motherfucker, I was a naval officer. I motherfucking created
I respect you. I respect you, Stan.
No.
Let's not get into that. I respect
my parents. We created the goddamn world. Oh, dude, you don't know Black people, do you? Do you?
In America,
we create. God damn it, you don't disrespect my parents and the way we created the world. We were successful. Now tell me I'm not.
Yeah, but but you're telling me what Africans do for thousands of years.
No,
that's what
American Black people. We fucking goddamn created it.
Yeah, Africans, right? Americans who are there.
American Black people. We created jazz. We created motherfucker.
No. I agree. American Black people today. Stanley, one second. Right? Stanley, one second. Stanley, I totally agree with the definition of ADOS.
Shut up.
One second. I definitely agree with the definition of ADOS.
No.
What you don't agree with ADOS, Stanley?
Of course I do. I'm one of them. But
so I know what you mean then. So say ADOS then. When you tell me like all of that, it kind of gets confusing. I'm saying specifically say ADOS. When you talk about specifically the people you're mentioning, if you say to me ADOS, straight away I would be like, oh, okay, I know who you're talking about. Do you get me? But when you say generally, like in the history of Black people or Africans,
we are GOJ. We are
We're known for building.
We are Stanley Cross. We are Trevor Cross. We have. You know what? The best of us is born rich and God of Jacob. And I'm the weakest of us because I have no patience. Ned, say something.
Yeah, big up yourself, Stanley, man. Because obviously I know you're kind of drunk right now, and it's just like I know you're
I'm not even drunk. I'm pissed off.
I don't know what it is, yeah, but what it is, Stanley.
Well, like I've been saying, man.
Because you're a cool brother. He's a cool brother.
Stanley's a cool brother. Nen, he sounds completely sober to me, Nen. I'll say that. No, I've been saying that all night.
Yeah, everybody who say Stanley is drunk, I say Stanley sounds
No, but when I
completely
see,
sober to me.
when I see Stanley like this, I'm thinking at least the alcohol would have brought the patriarchy out of him. You know what I mean? Normally the alcohol
There
gives you that
is
courage.
no patriarchy. It's black men and black there. I won't go farther, but
Patriarchy in terms of the home.
my mother is my hero. My father is you
As
don't
it should be.
understand black
Yeah, as it should be.
Americans then.
Yeah, no, but one
My
second.
mother, who's
second,
gonna
Stanley.
tell me Dolores Cross wasn't goddamn a hero?
Don't dox yourself, Stanley. Let me play this video, man, because I got two brothers on here. That's in interracial.
I'm sorry, I went too
relationships.
far.
I
know.
playing this really quick, guys. Let me play this, man, because I'm thinking go
Yeah,
to bed.
Bon. I'm gonna leave in like 5-10 minutes though. But yeah,
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
When
play the
you
thing
leave,
though. Yeah.
I'm gonna play a little bit of this, man, bro. But yeah, when you leave, because I'm gonna go to bed my damn self.
And so so-called interracial relationships, that's just a facade that the white supremacists dreamed up. And they surface it and emphasize it at different periods of time in order to make non-white people think that racism has gone away. That's all it's good for. You see a white person walking down the sidewalk holding hands like you do in the Northwestern Hemisphere. Nowadays, a lot of it, you see a lot of it. And if you pay attention in a crowd, if it's a white person with a non-white person, now you'll see just general people just walking. I mean, just people just walking along, even in this 5 or 6 people in a group. They're just walking, and talking and whatnot. But if you pay strict attention, in many cases, not in all, if one of the persons, if it's 2 people walking, and one of the persons is what you would classify as a white person, and the other person is classified as a non-white person, and they are in supposedly some type of sexual relationship, or appears to be, male with female, for instance, many cases you will see them holding hands, where you don't see ordinary people ordinarily just walking along holding hands, even if they are in, let's say, a white male with a white female, and they are in what you call, quote unquote, romantic relationship. Most of the time, sometimes they're holding hands, most of the times they're not. Or a black male with a black female, and they're walking along. Every now and then you'll see them holding hands. Most of the time, not. They're just walking and talking to each other. But if it's a so-called interracial relationship, particularly a white person, a white male with a black female, you'll see that hand holding. They're sending a message. They're saying, look at us. We're liberal. We're all about each other. We are madly in love, etc., etc. That is what the message that I say that they're trying to send.
Sheesh. Talk to me. Where
That's
y'all
that.
at? Where y'all at, brother?
That's that liberal. That's that liberal stuff I've been trying to tell you, Born Rich man. You're not listening to me, bro. These guys here.
So do you hold hands? Or do you hold hands, brother? I have to ask you that, man. I hate to put you on the spot, but you're in an interracial relationship. So do you hold hands?
Bro, I don't care if it's a Chinese. I don't care if it's a Arab. If it's a East African, West African. If it's a Caribbean. If it's a Black American. I don't care, bro. To be honest, when it comes to marrying a woman, yes, obviously, generally people would want to stick with their own, right? But as I said, with the issue that a lot of our communities have, right, especially the melanated community, and this whole liberal project I've been trying to break down to you, and why we have such high divorce rates and why this feminism, all of this, girls just not acting right. You get me? All of this, they're scared of the word submission nowadays, bro. You say submission to them, watch how their eyes light up. You see what I'm saying? So with that, if you can find submission and holding hands from outside of your race, and you want to get some peace, because at the end of the day, generally, as guys, we want peace in our women. That's what we want to come back to, a home of peace. We don't want to come back to a home of strife and war and tactical, all of this stuff. Like, I don't want that. So that's why I keep coming back at the black sisters, especially from East Africa, West Africa, Caribbeans, Black Americans. I keep telling them, sisters, don't let this feminism BS fool you, right? The men are out here, they want you, they love you, right?
Yeah, but then you would say that to the sisters.
Just act right,
brother.
just act
hold
right.
on, then you would say that to the sisters, and then at the same time you'll hold hand with the non-black. What Brother Neely Fuller was just telling us about. You'll hold hands.
My thing is set up different though. My thing is set up different.
Yeah, but you're holding. You're still holding hands. You're still holding hands.
But I believe in polygamy though. I can marry 2, 3, 4. Like you see, I say, as a man, right? You don't have to be limited to just one woman, bro. Like as a man, if you read about it and you're trying to build something or whatever, and you have the means to do so, you can get 2, 3 women. Well, I can get a Chinese, I can get a black woman, and I can get an Arab woman, or I can get a Latino woman.
That's a lot of mixtures of culture.
Yeah. So no, but at the end of the day, my house is not the foundation. This is what I want to get through to you guys, right? I'm not gonna unite with a sellout black person over a Mexican good-hearted guy who believes in God and that won't snake me, right? This black guy, just because he's black, I don't give a F if he's just black. If he's a snake at his core and he's out to hurt me or he's out to backstab me or whatever, I'm gonna choose that Mexican guy over that guy, because at the end of the day, his character is what the foundational thing is for me, right? And me personally, I'll just say this out. I don't know who I'll offend. If you don't believe in God of some sort, right, of a higher being or something, right? If you're out here talking about, we aliens or we're chimpanzees, if you're out here talking like that, I don't care what color you are, I ain't on that, right? But as long as you're out here talking about God or whatever, then it doesn't really matter. So I would say it's more about the content of character than just, yes, I want good for Africa. Of course I want good for my melanated people around the world. Of course I want that, right? But if some people are willing to sell me out, what am I going to do? Okay, let me ask you this, Born Rich. A sellout black guy is drowning, right? And he's a guy was prepared to sell out the whole community, wear dresses, everything, right? Pollute the community with drugs and everything, right? And this is a black guy that looks like you, and you're in a boat and he's drowning, right? And then you got a Mexican guy, right, next to him, who's your dog, right? You've grown up with him. He's a good brother. You've been to his house, his family, everything. He looks after your family. He's been there when you went to prison. And these two guys, right? And they're both drowning. Who do you save, Born Rich?
Well, that's hard because that's a hypothetical, and I don't have a Mexican friend. So
I'm giving you the I'm giving you the hypothetical of 2 options.
Yeah, probably the one that's most oppressed. Which one is most oppressed out of those 2? Who would you say?
Oh, so for you, it's just about who's the most oppressed. It doesn't matter what.
Yeah, because we're all victims. Yeah, we're all victims of white supremacy. We're victims of white supremacy. So who's the most? If I have to choose between, that's like that. Well, I don't know because
so what a rap. So we've got
Well, listen, because that hypothetical is the same as when people tell me I have to vote for the lesser of 2 evils, right? So if I have to use that analogy, then I'm gonna say, okay. Bam.
How is the Mexican brother evil?
I am a victim of white supremacy. The Mexican is a victim of white supremacy. Who's the most oppressed?
Yeah, well, I ain't looking at it like that. I'm looking at it like.
Well, you asked me who I would save, and I'm saying
and I'm saying for me, it doesn't make sense. That's what I'm. So let me qualify why it doesn't make sense to me. That it's not even logical. It's not even rational to say that, right? If 2 people are drowning. And 2 of them I know them, I grew up with them, whatever. One is a snake by his character. He's snaked me. He's slept with, trying to sleep with my girl. He's stabbed me in the back. He set me up to man them. He's got me robbed, right? But then here's the Mexican guy who's a good-hearted brother, believes in God, tells me,
I mean, but
come.
that's like a trick.
No. I'm
question. Of
how is
course,
that a trick question? How is that?
because if two people are drowning and then it's one somebody who did some foul shit to me, it's no way that I'm gonna save that person. Like, I mean, if you set the bar, if you set the goalpost there, then of course you know what I'm gonna pick. Like, come on, man.
No, but you just said who's the most oppressed. Straight away you jump to who's the most oppressed. What's that got to do with that situation?
Yeah, I mean, but if you just take it personal and just like, yeah, this person set you up to get robbed.
Okay. He didn't
like,
do. Okay.
Did you see how you built it up? Like this person.
Okay.
So he did the shit out of you, and this other person has been nothing but good to you.
Okay. So scratch all of that. So scratch all of that then. Scratch all of that. It's just the content of the character. This person might have not done bad to you, and this other Mexican might have not done good to you personally. But we're talking about, specifically from the content of their character, that this person is a good-hearted person and a clean-hearted, and this person is an evil guy and he'll sell out his community, right? Who do you save? Forget about you specifically, personally, what they've done to you. Just general, those two things.
Yeah, I
what
want
would
the
you save?
person who's gonna do good for the community. Of course.
So you can hold hands with someone who's non-black as long as he's willing to do good for the community.
Yeah. My history shows me that I can't. But yes, if that magical non-black person comes along, yes, I can hold hands with him.
Nah, but bro, if you look at history, right, with black people's struggle in Africa colonization and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm talking about it in America. Let's talk about America.
Okay.
I'm in America. All my people been in America. All my people that I remember that I can trace back been in America. So let's talk about America.
Okay, please. So in America generally, even with the civil rights movement and stuff like that, I'm sure there was a lot of black sellouts, right? That was up in there working with the FBI, that had those microphones up in those things, that got a lot of those leaders killed.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. Yeah, they were victims of white supremacy. But go ahead.
What, they were victims of white supremacy?
Yeah.
How are you gonna? You're basically taking the accountability off of those guys.
No, I'm not. They were victims. No. We're still gonna look at the enemy, because when I say victims of white supremacy, who's the victimizers? White supremacy.
Bro, if everyone but if the guy that you're killing and the guy that killed him are both victims of white supremacy, then that goes out of the window. You can't use that, because the guy he killed is also a victim of white supremacy.
Absolutely, and it's victims of white supremacy killing each other. What are we talking about?
No, but that doesn't make bro. Imagine
how come it doesn't? It's possible for two victims of white supremacy to kill each other. That's why the Crips and the Bloods are fucking killing each other.
But bro, but listen. There's an agency of responsibility and accountability. Wouldn't you say? There comes a point where someone
we have to be responsible for we have to be responsible for killing other victims. We should not kill other victims of white supremacy. Absolutely.
So if I go to a prison now,
you're gonna go to jail.
Yeah, no. If I go, no. I'm saying if I'm in a prison and the prison is a white supremacist system, right? Let's just say analogy of a white supremacist system. I'm in a prison. There's another brother that's in prison as well. He might have been in for robbery. I might have been in for another case, and I kill him, right, because of some stupid thing or some whatever. He didn't pay me back some drug money, and I go into his cell and I stab him up. Can I blame white supremacy?
No, you can't. You killed him. You shouldn't have killed him. What are we talking about? No, of course you shouldn't have killed him. But a person looking from the outside who didn't kill anybody will tell you, you can't kill another victim inside the system of white supremacy. It doesn't change the fact that you killed another victim inside the system of white supremacy. And inside the system of white supremacy, when you kill somebody, unless you're white, you're going to face harsh consequences.
Yeah, but if you look at the
right.
Yeah, I agree with that. But if you look at the analogy I was given of the civil rights movement, and you look at those snakes that went inside, they even have a movie called the Black Klux whatever I forgot the name. They show snakes who go up in there and sell the brother out for the FBI for money.
Yeah, we've been having that since slavery.
So I'm saying I'm saying those people, regardless if they're black or not, I would not want to hold hands with those kind of people. Would you agree?
Well, no, I mean nobody really wants to hold hands with them, but you know they're just victims. They're confused. They may be. They're
Bro,
not part. Let me tell you
there's
this. So
rats,
if we're
bro.
using
They're
the
rats.
listen,
We got
I
snitches.
know
We got rats.
absolutely. Let me tell you this. Let's put it real simple like this, Nick. If we're gonna use the system as the prison analogy, right? They are black people who not only do they not want to break out of the prison, they will tell on you because you're planning to break out of the prison. So absolutely, it's no, we're not gonna hold hands with them. They go over there. They're just in a way.
Yeah.
They're in a way.
Yes. So stay away from me, right? Stay away from me. I don't want that energy. You're a sellout. I know it from your human traits. So it does. So that kind of shows that just because someone is black does not necessarily mean now I have to unite with him. It all depends on his motivations and his sneakiness and his betrayal and his loyalty. So those are human traits outside of being black, white, whatever, right?
Okay. Well, let me play some more of this video, bro.
But it's all showcasing.
Okay.
And most people who will look at that, if you walk down, say a boardwalk, and, a leisurely type setting on a seashore, and you see what you might call a white, non-white couple, white man with a so-called Asian female, okay, and you'll see them walk a few paces, and then turn and look at each other and hold hands and maybe hug or something like that. Showcasing. That's what the code calls that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's the effect of that? A non-white person looking at several people walking down a crowded boardwalk doing that, it gives you the illusion that the whole world is getting like that.
Okay.
It's just 2 or 3 couples. Keep that in mind. That's all that's going on there. Out of millions and millions and millions. But it gives you the illusion that what? The race problem has been solved.
Okay.
If you just see 2 or 3 couples, see, you don't count the couples, but it's so unusual, if you see it that way, you get the illusion that, oh, this whole place, black people and white people are all together. They're all about each other.
Mm-hmm.
They're all in love with each other. There's no race problem in this place. I saw it with my own eyes. All you actually saw was 5 or 6 couples in a whole day in a very crowded situation. That's all you saw. That's not the general pattern at all.
You heard him.
Yeah. Now he's trying to basically go against his liberal program, innit? He's saying that all of this kumbaya stuff, world religion, peace, we're all love, let's all come together. He's saying that's all a facade. That's globalism, innit? That's how this is the new way, bro. It's in Europe. It's not so much in America's a melting pot anyway, right? With different.
Yeah, but don't let people tell you that.
Yeah, but I'm talking. Okay, so you guys have your own. No, but you have your own identity now as an American, right? So it is what it is. You're American right now. So this whole liberal thing is very heavy in America anyway. A lot of the stuff that we get from in Europe, bro, is coming from America right now. The origins of liberalism came from Europe, right? And it kind of inspired the forefathers of the Americans or all of that stuff, right? But now in today's day and age, America's a superpower, bro. They're the empire of the world, right? They're the Julius Caesar of the past. They're the Roman Empire. They're the Egyptians. They're the clear. So with that, they have media, they have internet, they have very strong presence in politics, military, economic. Like America's the number one daddy, right? And with that comes with influence. A lot of the things coming out from America in terms of liberalism, like democracy, feminism, it's all coming from you guys, bro. Do you think in UK people would allow a black rapper to start twerking
on the devil. That's the level you guys are on. Do you get it? So you guys are like maybe 20, 30 years
It's
ahead of
not,
us.
and don't even think you guys. It's the system of white supremacy. I always keep it in context. I always keep it in context.
Nah, but no, but I'm talking
It's
about
not no you guys. You don't really
I'm
have
talking
power.
about
You guys
I'm
can.
talking about across the pond, you Americans. I'm talking about in terms of
Yeah,
us,
yeah, yeah. But just say
people
the
that live in
system of white. Say the system of white supremacy, brother, please. Instead of saying you Americans, because we had the conversation the other day about prejudice plus power, and I already said straight up, we don't really have united power or power in mass numbers. So
yeah. No, but
instead
one
of
thing I
saying
do know,
you
no, but
lot and saying
yeah,
you Americans, we're
one
just
thing,
victims. What
no,
I
one
said
thing,
earlier, we're just victims of white supremacy is gonna sing and tap dance, and you guys are victim of white supremacy across the pond. So when you see us sing and tap dance, you say, "Oh shit, maybe we should sing and tap dance too." Like we're all victims, brother. Shout out, man.
yeah, but if you keep having that narrative of I'm a victim, I'm a victim,
Well,
I'm
it
a
don't matter.
victim,
We are. I have to call it
you're
what it is,
no,
brother.
no, no.
I have to
Listen,
call it
listen,
what it.
listen,
Just go ahead.
bro. I fled a war, a civil war with people dying around me, right? And I had to flee the country to several countries and make it somehow. God made us come in Europe. I've experienced that in my lifetime. I'm not telling you I'm a victim out here, bro. I'm telling you that right now. I'm not a victim, bro. Yes, things have happened, whatever, but I'm going to take some responsibility right now in my lifetime of what I'm doing, right? All of this other stuff, yes, we all know, right? I know why I'm in Europe. I know why my country's messed up. I know why Africa's the way it is. I know people got taken from Africa to America. I know all of that history. But today in 2022, I'm not gonna run with that narrative of I'm a
No,
victim.
there ain't nothing
I'm
wrong with it,
saying,
brother. It ain't
I'm
nothing
saying,
wrong with
I'm
it. But
saying,
don't
no,
speak
no,
out.
no.
I mean, so why are we speaking out about the system? We're speaking out about the system, how the system has these women and feminism and all of that. Are you a victim, or is anybody a victim of feminism?
No, the narrative of what when we were talking, me telling you about who you just save and you just coming out with this whole, yeah, but they're victims of the white supremacy.
Yeah, they are. They are. I call it like
Why
it
do you
is.
have to? No, but why? No, but that's got
It
nothing
don't
to
matter.
do
So
with
what
that.
should I say? We kings. We the kings. We kings of.
No,
We
no,
the
no,
kings
no.
of. We're the kings, but then we can't seem to defeat white supremacy.
No,
Like
I'm
we have
saying,
to call it what the fuck it is.
no,
Dan.
I'm saying, look, 1 second. The victimhood thing, I'll tell you where it comes from, right?
No, it don't
I've got
use victimhood.
one second,
See,
one
that's what
second,
not,
one
no,
second,
no,
one
no,
second.
no. I'm not gonna. I don't like that word, name, because you got that from white people. You got that from white people, and you know you did, bro. That victimhood narrative. How the fuck can victims really? You would never. Now listen, you would never tell a rape victim she's coming with that victim mentality. Come on, man. You would never do that, bro. It's
Okay,
crazy. It's crazy that victims of white supremacy is the only one that gets the finger pointed back at them and say, why you have that victim mentality?
So you saying victim comes from the white people. Everything you just told me and understood was a white man's language. So let's not get into this all
Yeah, it
getting
don't
from the white
matter
people.
about the
So
white
no,
man's language.
one second though,
It don't matter. They still give us these words.
one second though. With these words, there's context to those words, and I can qualify of what I mean. You can say one word, I can say the same word, and we can have two different contexts, right? We can still say it. So allow me to say what I mean by victim, right? The victim hood and stuff like that I'm coming from comes from, I would say, coming away from the belief of God, right? And I'll give you an example, right? Because everyone is 1 second. Everyone is looking for something, right? This guy here on the top on my right hand screen is called I Love Soil. He's pictured with agriculture. He's pushing agriculture. This is it's perfect, right? It's good. I'm not trying to knock him for it, but I'm saying I think his sole purpose in life, he's given himself to agriculture, right? His foundation is agriculture. This is what we need to do to get away from this economic pressure and all of this. That's what he's saying. Everyone is. I see free out here looking like a Mazza, talking about the IC3 colors, the colors. It's about the colors, right? The banks. It's all about the banks, the economy. Everyone has their own agenda of how they're trying to fix black community, right? And I'm saying my agenda is always Number one, believing in a higher power, in some sort of God, immaterial of colors, agriculture, all of this stuff, money, whatever you're talking about. I would say the degeneracy and everything that we're seeing, not just in our culture, in every culture, because we're talking about 2022 today, right? What we're seeing on social media is not limited to melanated people. Everyone's on fuckery, right? The reason why that is because everyone's come away from God, bro. Everyone's come away from conservatism and being like everyone's become liberal. Everything's freedom and sexual liberalization and LGBT. And you got gal out here that was on this panel earlier. That's why I said stop talking about your pum pum. Because we ain't trying to hear that. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm saying that's
Hold on,
demonic.
man. Hold on, man.
That's
Let me tell you
demonic.
this.
I ain't trying to hear sex. I ain't trying to hear
Let me
alcohol.
tell you
I
what
ain't
how I
trying to hear
know.
drugs. I ain't trying to hear.
Nin,
I ain't trying to hear no demonic stuff.
Nin, you all
Talk
right, Nin,
about
you
positivity. Talk about
Nin, you
God.
can't overtalk me. You can't overtalk me, Nin.
I
So
apologize. I apologize.
listen, man. What you're saying all of this, right? And we're saying that we're not victims.
We're,
I
we're
lost my
victim.
train of thought. Hold on, hold
We're
on.
victim of ourselves. We're victims of our own desires. We're victims of our own struggles and
Oh
demons.
no, I know what you were saying. You were saying that we've come away from God, but everybody on this panel today believes in God. Then everybody on this panel today had their own different way of how to combat white supremacy.
And no one spoke about God.
Yeah, no, you're wrong. You're wrong. The brother Sankofa was on here speaking
Okay, no, I'm talking about what I saw. The
about
4-5
God
brothers.
and about the spiritual.
The 4-5
But
brothers that I saw.
we've been believing in God for 400-500 years, Nin, and we're still victims of white supremacy. You don't think Nat Turner believed in God?
No, I'm not. Listen, when you talk about,
we've always believed in
listen,
God.
you're
Always.
great. Listen, I gave you this analogy last time. Yeah, imagine now me walking down Tennessee, 1827, hollering at your great grandmother, right? And I'm walking down the street of Tennessee, and I say, "Howdy, ma'am," and I say, "What's up?" And she obviously I don't say what's up, but yeah, I say peace, peace upon you, auntie, right? And I walk up to her and I say, "Can I have a glass of water?" She gets me a glass of water. We start talking, and then she asks me, "How you doing, son?" And I tell her, "Yeah, auntie, I'm a human secularist." Be honest, Born Rich. What would she do to me?
She wouldn't even know what that means.
Right on cue, right? The atheist Dawa is strong.
Jimmy?
You see what I mean? The
I think
atheists are
you kept
triggered.
calling them out though. You really kept
The
calling them
atheists are
out.
triggered. The atheists are
Jimmy,
no, but
is
what I'm
that
saying is
you, man?
no, but he wants the degeneracy for our community. It is James Jones, I think.
Salamu alaikum, akhis.
Yeah,
But you don't even believe in peace and evil, and you believe with chimpanzees, like we can do anything. But yeah, all right, but Bone, I really had to go even 10, 15 minutes ago. Do you remember I told you that, yeah? But obviously, I don't want to really. He's going to kind of spew his atheist dawah now to tell you why believing in God is so bad and you shouldn't believe in God, right? So let him do his atheist dawah. But at the end of the day, I'm just saying, just belief in a higher power, some sort of system and conservatism and getting away from this degeneracy that these guys are spewing about
Yeah, I
liberalism.
think it's gonna
Be
take a
free.
little bit more. It's gonna take
No. We
more
can
than
get into that. No. I only
It's gonna take
came
a
on
lot
just to say.
more than
To
that.
be honest, I came on really just to be on here 10 minutes, just to support you. Just say, well, go on. You get me? I stayed on longer than it was, yeah. But we can break it down. We can get into hours of this, right? I don't mind, right? And James knows that, right? But yeah, big up yourself, Bone Rich. People at the panel here. Yeah,
I
Bun
don't know.
James.
You know, I didn't hear a word of what he was saying, so I don't know what he's talking about. I wasn't coming to refute shit. I was just about to
And
sleep
I wouldn't even shit on what Nin was saying, man, because all these brothers have been coming up with all of their solutions. So Nin's solution is find God, believe in a higher power. Same thing Big Mama told me, and my mama told me.
You know what though? Nah, all jokes aside, yeah. You know when he was playing that Somali version of my nigga the other day?
Yeah.
I swear this. I swear if I'm not mistaken, yeah, back when me and Nin used to be boys, yeah, he said that he don't listen to music, bro. I was a bit like, to be honest, at the time, it didn't really hit me, but then I just think about it now. I was like, yeah, this nigga, I swear he's not even allowed to listen to music. But obviously, when man talks about his deen, that's one of the things we're gonna have to, no more clubs, you know what I'm saying? No more radio. It's just the men singing
Nah,
prayers.
you can still listen to that shit, man. Don't
No,
believe it.
wallahi, you're not
Well,
allowed to.
don't believe that, man. Don't believe that, man. The Nation of
No,
Islam brothers, my Nation of Islam brothers listen to music, man. So we ain't
no,
gonna
but
trip.
they're kafirs though, bro.
Well, it don't matter what people say. Come on, James. You know how that shit's gonna be.
I'm just
Man.
being real though. Like,
Yeah. I mean, they're not. You can't call them Kafirs because you don't really know. You don't really know.
No, I do know. What you mean? They
You
believe
don't.
Elijah Muhammad. They believe Elijah Muhammad received revelation from God, right?
You would have to ask them brothers that, because I don't
Yeah,
even think you can. I mean, I think it's some stuff. Maybe you heard the rumors or something, but you've never really sat down and spoke to a Nation of Islam brother to ask him that question. You're just kind of assuming, right?
No, I know the doctrine, but on a quick shift gears, yeah.
You don't really know the doctrine, but
no, I do though.
But you don't. But go ahead.
No,
Yeah, I mean, but you don't because you've never really studied it. It's like saying I know the gangster disciples doctrine because I watched a couple YouTube videos. It's like, yeah, maybe, but you don't really know the doctrine, right? You think you know the Hebrew Israelite? Do you know the Hebrew Israelite doctrine? And I'm sure you watched a couple videos on it.
I know parts of it.
Yeah, you know parts of
I
it.
know,
So
I know.
say that about
hey,
the NOI. Say that about the
I know,
NOI instead of I know
that.
their doctrine.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go, brother.
Listen.
Go ahead.
Elijah Muhammad was an American religious leader, black separatist, and wait for it, and
oh my gosh.
Hold on, and self-proclaimed messenger of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Okay.
So
good shot, Google. Yeah, that's Google. Did he write that? Is that what he said? What's the source from that? Does that say signed? Is that signed by Louis Farrakhan or signed by somebody, or that's just a Wikipedia? Right, come on,
bro.
brother.
Like, what are you, bro? Are you that much? Like, what are you fucking? Also, anyway, but listen, I want to say something.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't
another
mind.
thing, sidebar, James, because you'll know. Fucking Brandon Ingram fucked up my parlay, man. He needed 24 points. He scored 22 points, and it took him overtime to score fucking 22 points. But go ahead. They played the Bucks, Pelicans, and the Bucks, and Giannis didn't play. So I should have. I knew he was gonna at least get 24 points.
What was the parlay? It was BI for 24. What else?
You said what?
I said, what was it? BI for 24, and what else?
Yeah, it was 23 and a half. Look at I'm sorry, y'all. I know the vagina is drying up right now as me and Jimmy talk about this, but let me see, Janelle.
We need a Aisha Curry up in this month. She be loving. She be
I had
loving.
a nice parlay though. Hold on. I did. Fuck. Where I'm at, y'all. Hold on, guys. I had the Blazers money, Portland Trail Blazers money line, Grizzlies money line, Heat money line, Brandon Ingram over 23 and a half, Jason Tatum over 2.5 3-pointers. All of them hit except Ingram.
That's tough. And you hit 22. Yeah, that's tough.
It was gonna be $20 for 275 if all of them would have hit.
That's tough.
Yeah.
But what was I gonna say? But you see, IT signed with the Lakers 10-day veteran minimum.
Yeah, get him out of here, man. Sorry.
Nah, he balled out. He scored 19 points. I think it was like I can't remember what his field goal percentage is, but he scored 19. No. Why are you hating on IT? Because
I'm just hot at the Lakers, man. But yeah, we'll talk about that another time, man. Well, family, y'all, listen, it's fucking 2:30 in the morning, man. I'm about to wrap it up, man. I had this video playing earlier to really ruffle some feathers. It's crazy, man. This UK time is different.
I dare you play the Jamaican video. I fucking dare you.
It was already played on the other platform, man. Jez played that. Yeah, Jez played that. Hilarious. Watch this though. Let's play this. My brother Charleston White. Let's get into it. Oh man, hold on. Let me drop the link for this, man. This is on Charcoal Block. Shout out to God of Jacob, man. God of Jacob dropped this video because we did a show on about Charleston White the other day. That's the link to Charcoal Block, God of Jacob's channel, man. Y'all go over there and you know what I'm saying, subscribe to his shit, give him some thumbs up, man. Show the brother some love, man.
Yeah, I can't do this. I've been banned from there, whatever, or I've been told I'm undesirable. But I don't mind about that. But GOJ, man, unblock me, my guy. Fucking hell. It's over, bro. It's been over for ages.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, go on, say that.
Because a lot of times, like when you keep saying black woman, you remind me of Kevin Samuels because he always say black woman.
That's all we know.
But then they're black women in different cultures.
We don't. They
like
ain't black.
I'm Jamaican.
You ain't black.
Then what am I?
Jamaican.
I'm black.
You Jamaican.
No.
You Jamaican.
There's a difference, huh?
It's a difference.
Okay, describe the difference.
If I go to
what color is my skin? What color is my skin?
Yellow.
Okay, and it derived from?
Even white derived from black. Even white derived from black. All colors in the color spectrum come from the black. But y'all have been classified as Jamaicans. We still haven't been identified nor classified. We were just given a color.
When I fill out a paperwork here in the States, it doesn't say Jamaican anywhere.
But black is not a person. That's not a noun.
Mm-hmm.
That's more of an adjective, isn't it? Well, how can you describe me as being black? You have a name. You're Jamaican.
And you're American.
Well, I'm black American.
Okay, I'm black Jamaican.
It don't say that. You're making something up now. It don't say that. Our paperwork, we have to check something. When you go back home, you don't check nothing. You're automatic Jamaican.
Right.
I'm not automatic American. I'm automatic black. Black people aren't American. We had to be given American rights. You see what I'm saying? So when we say black, we talking us. Mm-hmm. Y'all ain't us. Don't y'all got Jamaican food?
Yes.
Don't y'all have a Jamaican culture?
Yes.
We don't.
You have an American culture.
What's
in Texas? In Texas, you have soul food.
What's
barbecue?
That's our culture.
Mm-hmm.
Black slaves didn't barbecue.
Mm-hmm.
Slaves didn't barbecue. Slaves didn't create that.
Mm-hmm.
Soul food, pig intestines, pig feet.
So what did slaves used to eat?
The slop that their masters gave them, like the dogs, what you would give your dogs. That's what they ate. And that became part of what we ate. So you say that's our culture.
No.
Come on, don't do us like that, please.
No.
I understand you play devil's advocate, but nobody in this world have been done like the person, not the African. See, this is what people forget. It was a small portion of Africans who was transported over here and was made to be slaves. It was a small portion. The rest was created and bred. They had slave form, but they bred this because slavery, international slavery, was only legal for a small amount of time before the world said, no, stop this. So America kept saying, fuck y'all, we ain't finna stop this. They started making slaves, right? So the first generation of Africans who came over here to be slaves, they wasn't niggers. They was Africans. The ones who was born from the Africans, right? The ones who was forced to have sex and sleep with this one, those that was born on this land under slavery, into slavery, they were niggers. Them wasn't black people. Them was niggas. They was called nigga. Come here, nigga. Shut up, nigga. Fuck you doing around here, nigga? He didn't have a name. So those people never thought to go back to Africa. They didn't know no language. So we, those seeds, we are not African seeds.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop it right there, man. If y'all want to watch the rest of that video, man, make sure y'all go over there to Charcoal Block. Tap in and tune in to that, man. That's something we can get into the next show. Like I said, man, it's been a beautiful show. I'm finna get ready to get my ass in the bed. Salute everybody who came back. Before I shut it down, I will show this. This is something we can get into on the next show too. Let's play it. Let's play it, man. Hold on, man. Internet acting funny, man. All right, hold up. Hold up. Let me mute my mic.
Who's the real president of this country? Is it Joe Manchin or Joe Biden, Madam Vice President?
Come on, Charlemagne.
I really,
Come on. It's Joe Biden.
I can't
No,
tell
no, no,
sometimes.
no. It's Joe Biden. It's Joe Biden. And don't start talking like a Republican about asking whether or not he's president. It's Joe Biden.
Do you think Joe Manchin is a problem?
It's Joe Biden. And I'm vice president. And my name is Kamala Harris.
So yeah, man, lot to get to. What's up, Jenny? I said Jenny. Jimmy. Any last words, brother? Any last words? Lot to get to next show.
Big up, bro.
Any one of those videos pique your interest, Jimmy?
Is Charleston cross-eyed?
That piqued your interest, Jimmy. Like that. I'm just asking. That's what piqued your interest.
You know what? I've seen maybe 2 interviews. I didn't know he was cross-eyed. What he was saying, there was a lot of nonsense in what he was saying. Yeah, it was kind of dumb. And I didn't even know Charlemagne had his own show. I'm gonna check that out. So is that good summary?
Yeah. And she said, "Don't start talking like a Republican." So we're gonna get on the name calling and how people will reduce all of your thoughts and everything you stand for. Reduce it down to just one little label. Whenever you say some shit that they don't like. Well, you see what I'm saying? But that's deep. We getting into that. But go ahead, Jim.
That's what I forgot to say. You know, I saw the other day. Well, I haven't listened to it all, but I listened to a little bit of the Drink Champs with Kanye. And he's a Hebrew Israelite. Did you know that?
Absolutely, man. Well, you can't. It's hard to read that scripture, man, and not really see yourself as the heroes.
Yeah.
That's the main thing people are doing. People are reading the scriptures and saying, hold up, what the fuck? We've always said these people are the heroes of the book, the chosen people of the book, when it's really us.
You know, it's not funny though, boy.
Go on.
Thank you, sir. Well, you know, on average, atheists have higher IQs than theists. You know that?
That's a show for another day. I did not know that. I did not know that, but that's a show for another day, man.
All right, dog.
242. Peace, Jimmy. 242, man. I'm finna get up out of here, man. I know you done fell asleep on the panel, man. But thank y'all for tapping in, man. Everybody who tapped in, everybody who joined the panel today. It's been nice. It's been lovely, man. It's been dope. We had new panel members up here today, man. We had panel members up here today that I seen in rare form today, man. People really enjoyed their Friday night / Saturday morning to today, man. So salute to y'all, man. And y'all know how I give it up, man. Listen, man. If ain't nobody told y'all today that they love you, let me be the first one to tell you that I love you. I love you. I love you. Peace, man.
I built this shit. Me. Brick by brick. And I'll be damned if I let you tear it down just because you don't like the way another nigga talk.